Hi there. Would you like to become a top-tier front-end engineer? Who wouldn't, right? You know, someone who doesn't just create cool websites, but also develops mobile applications. Well, guess what? You're just one video away from turning that dream into a reality. So welcome to this special video that teaches you how to build not one, not two, but 3 exciting applications. These apps are your path to becoming an expert developer for both web and mobile applications. And they aren't just about creating pretty interfaces. I'll teach you how to do API requests, handle errors, use pagination, search, apply filters, and fetch data from servers. Basically, all the good stuff, and the best way to implement them. But wait, doesn't mobile app development mean you need a whole new set of skills? What if I told you that a whopping 70% of what you learn from the first 2 apps can be directly applied to developing mobile applications? Imagine using the same React hooks, same components, and even Next.js's file-based routing system within your mobile applications. So get ready to create something seriously mind-blowing. So let me show you what you'll build. AI Article Summarizer. With a modern user interface, connection to OpenAI's GPT model, the integration of Redux Toolkit query, functionalities like copy to clipboard, browser history storage, and many more. So, how does the app work? Well, you take the URL of a lengthy article, paste it here, and the AI will quickly provide a summary. It's as simple as that. Then, we'll take what you've learned and apply it to build and deploy a modern car app using Next.js 13. You'll not only discover that Next.js is like a cool cousin of React, basically its extension, but you'll also dive into its unique features. By working through these projects one after another, you'll really nail down the understanding you've been after. What's the difference between fetching the data on the client side versus fetching it on the server side, and how to do state management in both of these applications? The app you will develop is going to have a visually appealing and responsive interface that serves as a hub for discovering a wide array of cars, with the ability to search and filter cars based on various criteria, such as model, manufacturer, year, fuel type, and even make. And as I said before, we're going to first write it in client side and then transition it to server side, unlocking the full potential of Next.js 13. And last but not least, you'll take the web skills you've learned in these projects and use them to build a super sleek React native app. Yep, you heard that right. Even though I mentioned that we'll be using 70% of your acquired knowledge as is after learning web development, we won't jump straight into it right away. I'll begin by first teaching you the remaining 30% about React Native, going over the benefits of React Native. Why has it become such a popular choice for developing both iOS and Android applications? Diving into Expo, covering React Native fundamentals, and then discovering how its code structure and styling compare to React.js. Immediately after, we'll put your skills to the test in the JavaScript mastery style by building and deploying a React Native application. That's the only way to retain and expand your knowledge. We'll build a 3-screen application with elegant UI UX that lets you dynamically fetch data from JSearch Rapid API, allowing your users to browse developer jobs from the most popular platforms such as LinkedIn, Indeed, Glassdoor, and more. There's going to be a job details page, custom hooks for fetching data, dynamic styling with the style sheet, responsive design across all devices, search, pagination, custom headers, and much more. I hope you're excited about this front row ticket to witnessing the shift from React to Next.js to React Native through building 3 different applications. You might have seen many videos about these topics, maybe even on my channel. But what's different here is that this compilation is your one-stop guide to understanding the differences and the benefits of both web and mobile applications. And if you like the projects you've just seen, you won't mind me sharing this application. See, we held a project showcase a week ago. This is the capstone project our masterclass students coded completely themselves from start to finish, all with extensive feedback from our mentors. The app is a stunning social media app with group and roles, nested comments, global search, advanced filtering, markdown post creation, tags, follows and unfollows, all with the Next.js 13 server-side rendering for blazingly fast performance. And if you're not sure what the masterclass is, it's a combination of project-based learning, extensive mentor feedback on every line of code you write, and unconventional career materials designed to skyrocket your skills and help you land your dream job. The new cohort starts soon, so if you're interested in joining, go to jsmastery.pro/masterclass or click the link in the description and start your admission process. I'll see you there. And with that said, I hope you're ready to roll with today's compilation. So grab a cup of coffee because we're about to start a journey that's going to bridge the gap between the web and the mobile realm. Let's get started. It's 2023, and everyone and their dog is using AI. Duolingo and Khan Academy integrated AI assistants into their apps. But it's no longer only the big companies that have the power to use AI. If you're a solo developer in 2023 and beyond, you now have the power to build AI software startups. And that's exactly what we'll do today by building an article summarizer application using OpenAI's GPT model. We'll use the most in-demand technologies such as React.js, Vite, Tailwind CSS, Redux Toolkit, and of course, one of the versions of OpenAI's API, but this time we'll be using it through Rapid API. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex concepts. I'll explain every step of the way. Alongside building this application, you'll also learn how to set up a React.js project using Vite, create a responsive, beautiful UI UX with a nice touch of glass morphism using Tailwind CSS, make advanced Redux Toolkit query API requests that fire on condition, save history using the local storage, handle form events and catch errors, implement copy to clipboard functionality, and of course, write clean code. Now, before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit Rapid API. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only because of Rapid API. We're using their AI Summarizer API that quickly extracts and summarizes lengthy information from the article just by giving it a URL. AI does the rest of the work. To use this API, click the Rapid API link in the description, and then you can click Sign Up or Log In. In this case, I will log in since I already have the account, and once you're in, you'll be redirected to Rapid's API Hub, where you can find hundreds of thousands of APIs. With that said, let's dive straight into as we always do on JavaScript Mastery, let's start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. And let's call it something like AI Summarizer. Once you have it, just drag and drop it into an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you're in, just open up a new terminal by going to Terminal and then New. Inside of here, we can initialize our new React application. To initialize our React application, we're going to use a tool called Vite. So just head to vitejs.dev, click Get Started, and scroll down. In here, you can find how to create a new application. It's just going to be as simple as running npm create vite at latest. So back in our terminal, you can run npm create vite at latest and press enter. For the project name, you can just type // to create it in the current repository, choose React, JavaScript, and that's it. If you open up your file explorer, you can see that now we have the source and all of the files needed to run our React application. Now, to start even more from scratch, we can open up the source and delete everything inside of it besides the main. So just select it, right-click it, and delete. We're going to start from bare beginnings. Also, in the public, you can delete the Vite SVG. Great. Before we get started with re-adding the important files and folders, let's first install all of the necessary dependencies we'll be using throughout our project. We can do that by running the command npm install add redux.js/toolkit. Yep, you heard that right. We'll be using Redux Toolkit for this project. And there is absolutely no Redux knowledge required for you to be able to follow along and build this application with me. You're going to learn it from scratch in this single video. And that's it. This is going to be the only dependency we're going to install. Everything else is going to be done by ourselves by hand. Great. Now that we have our dependency, we can go to Files and start creating our basic structure. Of course, we're going to need some icons and images for our application. And just to make the process easier for you, I've already prepared everything you need. So down in the description, you'll be able to find a zipped assets folder. Simply download it, unzip it, and then drag and drop it to the inside of the source folder. It should look something like this. There you can see that we have some icons, SVGs, but that's about it. You'll also notice that there we have this icon, which you can then drag and drop into the public folder. Great. With that said, we can create a new app.jsx. This is where our main application will go. Inside of there, you can run rafce. This is a special command that's going to create a basic React arrow function component. If this didn't work for you, go to Extensions and search for ES7 Plus, React Native Redux Snippets. You can install this and then it's gonna work. Great. Now that we have the app, we're gonna also need the app.css. So simply create a new app.css file inside of the source, and then from the GitHub gist down below, copy the styles we'll be using throughout this application. You can notice it's about 100 lines of styles, but it's mostly positioning some elements and then gradients, as you can see, that take more than half of this file. So no worry, besides this, everything else is going to be done by hand. Wonderful. And before we begin, you might have noticed in the CSS that we are importing Tailwind. Tailwind is a great utility-first CSS framework packed with classes like Flex, Padding Top 4, Text Center, and more. Essentially, you can create beautiful layouts, completely custom, just by adding classes to your JSX. So, to get started with installing Tailwind CSS, click Get Started. And let's search for Vite. Click Install Tailwind CSS with Vite. Copy the installation command. Open up the terminal. And then paste it. Or type it out with me. That's going to be npm install -d tailwind css post css and auto prefixer, and press enter. We can close these files. After that, we need to initialize it, so copy the second command. That's going to be npx tailwind css init-p. Finally, we need to configure our template paths, so simply copy this tailwind.config.js and paste it in your own tailwind.config.js file. Inside of here, later on, we'll also be using our own custom fonts, so why not add it immediately? You can modify a Tailwind config by specifying things like a font family, where you can enter your own fonts. Like in here, GitHub Copilot gives me an example of using sans, but we want to do something more custom. So let's use a Satoshi font that's going to be equal to an array of Satoshi and sans serif. And then also let's do inter font. That's going to be an array of inter and then sans serif. This is going to allow us to utilize these fonts from within our application. But of course, to be able to use these fonts, we have to import them. And we're going to do that in the index.html. In that same GitHub gist down below, you can find the modified index.html containing these two new links. One is going to be for the Satoshi family, and then one is going to be from Google Fonts for the interfont. Great. Now our index.html is going to provide those fonts, and our Tailwind is going to listen to it and take them in. Not to forget, we are already utilizing the Tailwind configuration from within our app.css. So with that, our setup should be done. What we can do next is open up the terminal, clear it, and run the application by running npm run dev. Vite is immediately going to spin up our application on localhost. And there we go. We open it up, but with an error. It says that we have an error in the main.jsx. That's okay. We just forgot to remove the import of this index.css file, which we no longer have. And if we do that, save it, and go back, we can see a little app right here on top left, which means that we are ready to start developing it. Also, if you want to change the title there on the top, simply go to index.html and change it right here. I'm going to call it OpenAI Article Summarizer. And if you want to get this great favicon to show, we just need to rename this link from vite.svg to favicon.ico. If we save this, go back and reload, you can see we have our great favicon as well as the title appear on top, which means that we are completely ready to start with the development. Now I'm going to put our browser side by side by the editor so that we can see the changes that we make live. There we go. This is looking good to me. So we can, of course, start from our app.jsx. This is going to be the main part of our application, inside of which we're going to import and use all of the other components. So what we can do is we can immediately create a structure for two additional components we're going to need in our application. New folder called components, and it's going to have two components. One is going to be called demo.jsx, where we're going to actually show the summary part of the article, and there we can run RAFCE. And the other component is going to be called hero.jsx, meaning a hero section of the website, a big title telling everybody what the app does. Of course, you can run RAFCE there as well, and we can get back to the app. Now, inside of the app, we can, of course, import the hero coming from /components/hero. We can duplicate that, and we can also import the demo component. And in newer versions of React, we no longer have to import React from React, so this is looking good. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we have all the styles we need in the app.css, but we're nowhere importing it. So app.jsx is the best place to import that style sheet. So let's say import /app.css. And you can immediately see that the font changed. Wonderful. Now let's create the structure of our application by renaming this div to an HTML5 semantic main tag, inside of which we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to main, and it's going to have a div that's going to be a self-closing div with a class name equal to gradient. If we save this, we're going to immediately get this phenomenal looking background and a gradient. So we have a nice slate to work with. Finally, below this div, we can create another div, which is going to be of a class name equal to app, meaning everything else in our app is going to go here, primarily the hero section, a self-closing component, and then finally a demo section where the magic will happen. And that's it. Believe it or not, we're done with our app.jsx component. When working in React, you always want to keep your components small and separate. That means that now we can close all of the currently open files and just jump into the hero section, which is going to be our next task. Just to pump you up for what you're about to develop, I open up the deployed version of the application, and in here you can see that we're going to have this navigation bar with a link to our project, and then we're going to focus on this part right now, a big title and then a description telling us what this application can do. So without any further ado, let's get started. Inside of our hero.jsx, we can import logo coming from /assets, and we're going to return something known as a header. That header is going to have a class name equal to w-full, meaning it's going to take 100% of the width. Flex, justify-center, items-center, and flex-call, meaning the items are going to appear in a column and not a row. Now, if any of these properties are new to you, that must be that you're new to Tailwind. And don't be afraid. As I told you at the start, Tailwind is a great technology to learn. It allows you to style completely custom applications incredibly quickly and easily. Now, it is true that it has a bit of a learning curve, but it is not as steep as you might think. If you're wondering what any of these class names mean, simply go to search and then type it in here. For example, w-full. It's going to tell you right here that that's going to take 100% of the width. Or maybe you're wondering about padding. How do I do padding? Well, just go here and immediately it's going to tell you that you can do P, PX, PY, and so on. So what I'm trying to say is read the documentation. Whenever you're stuck with something or whenever you're unsure with something in this video, don't simply go with the flow and type it out. Go to Tailwind CSS, search it, and be 100% clear of what you're doing. Now, one thing that may also help is if you go to extensions and search for Tailwind. There, you'll find Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. And what this extension does is, if you hover over the Tailwind property, it's going to show you the corresponding CSS style for it. It's incredibly useful if you're just starting to learn Tailwind. My goal is for you to fully learn web development. And I don't mean just by following these videos. I want you to be an independent and confident developer. So I just want to take a moment of your time and point our attention to JS Mastery Pro, the masterclass. We have created a 6-month-long bootcamp where we teach you how to become a software engineer with a complete money-back guarantee, which means you are destined to succeed. So if you want senior developers, myself included, to mentor you on your growth, if you're feeling confused while learning on your own, or if you just need some assistance in a path to get you to where you need to be, JSM Masterclass is the way to go. So just go to jsmastery.pro and I'll see you there. With that said, we can proceed with today's great build by putting something inside of this great header. That something is going to be a nav. That nav is going to have a class name equal to flex. It's going to be justified between, which means that the content is going to show on the left and on the right side. We want to center the items, so items.center. That's going to be that means vertically centered, and flex-call, meaning they're going to appear in a column. Inside of there, we're going to have an image. That's going to be a self-closing tag that's going to have a source equal to logo. That logo needs to have an alt tag, of course, as all images need to, and that's going to be sums logo. Class name is going to be equal to w-28, meaning if you hover over it, width of 7 rem. And it's also going to contain object-contain. There we go. This is looking good. Now, just below that image, we are creating this as an open source project, so we want to add a button that's going to point to our GitHub repository. So we can say something like GitHub. We can give it a type equal to button. And let's give it an on click, something like a callback function. where we're going to call the window dot open. And then in here, you can provide the link to your project. So something like https://github.com, and then your profile, and finally the link to your project. For now, I'm going to leave it like this. And also, let's give it a class name equal to black_btn. If we now save this, you can see it appear right here. Now, this is not looking exactly as it should, right? So what was I thinking adding the flex call right here on the navigation bar? We want it to appear in a row. So this was a mistake from my end. Instead of that, we want to give it a w-full, meaning full width. And we also want to give it a margin bottom of 10 to divide it a bit from the content below, and also a PT or padding top of 3. And this is going to give us a great looking navigation bar that is, of course, fully responsive. With that said, we can scroll down of this button and also down below the nav bar. There, we can add a new h1 element, our heading, that's going to have a class name equal to head_text. We want to say something like summarize articles with. Let's give it a break tag. And then below, we want to add a span that's going to say OpenAI GPT-4. Now, if we save this, you can see everything in this wonderful font family, but it's a bit too dark. So what do you say that we give a gradient to this span? Something like class name equal to orange_gradient. This is looking much better. This was a gradient that we have prepared for you. So if you're interested to see how it was done, go to the app.css, search for orange, and you can find it right here. Essentially, it says BG gradient to right from amber 500 via orange to yellow, text transparent, and that is it. Great. Now, we only want to break this on smaller devices, not on larger ones. So we can say on this break tag, class name is equal to maxMD is hidden. So we only want to do it on one type of the devices. There we go. This is looking good. And then as we break it, it looks like this. This is looking great to me. We now have our great title, but what is a title without a subtitle? So let's go to create an h2 element that's going to have a class name equal to desk or description, DESC for short. And inside of here, we can say something like simplify your reading with Summarize, an open source article summarizer that transforms lengthy articles into clear and concise summaries. Of course, feel free to type whatever you prefer into here. You can pause this video and give it a go. I'm happy with what we have here. And as you can see, we are now fully done with our hero section. We know what our application is about, so we can close it and we can go back to the app.jsx. Rather, we want to go into the demo part right here. This is where the rest of the magic will happen. As from here, we're going to actually create that input. We're going to make a button that's going to make requests to our great API summarizer coming from Rapid API. Great job coming this far. Let's take a breath and then let's continue to a more interesting part of this video. And that is, first of all, doing the JSX for this, but then doing the API fetching functionality. So to get started, let's first import two hooks coming from React. The first one is going to be the most famous hook there is, the useState hook, and then its contender, the useEffect hook. Alongside those, we're going to also import some icons, such as the copy to clipboard button, the link icon, loader, and then the tick. And these are coming from /assets. That's all that we need for now. With that said, let's start creating the JSX. We need to create this wonderful looking input to start with. So let's turn this div into a semantic section tag, and let's give it a class name of MT16, meaning margin top for rem to divide it a bit from the top. W-full of full width. Max-W-XL, meaning maximum width of extra large. Inside of there, we want to now create a search. So that's going to be our first component. We can first wrap it in a div that's going to serve as a container. It's going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-column, or col for short, W-full, and then gap-2 to divide it a bit from surrounding elements. Immediately within that container div, we can create a form element. That form is going to have a class name equal to relative, flex, justify center, and items-center. And of course, every form needs to have an on submit, which is for now going to be just an empty callback function to which we're going to add the logic later on. And now inside of this form, we can start creating our input. Let's start by creating an image, a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to link icon. It's going to have an alt tag equal to link_icon and a class name of absolute, left-0, my-2, meaning margin y on top and bottom, ml of 3, margin left of 5, and then w of 5 for the width. If we save this, you can see this great looking link icon, which is going to be a part of our URL. So let's create that famous looking input through which all of the logic of our application is going to be connected. If you didn't know, there is a type of an input called URL. So we can place that right here, and we can add a placeholder, something like enter a URL. Of course, every link has to have a value, and for now we can put it as an empty string. Also, if we have a value, we have to have a way for us to change that value, so we can add an empty handle change just for now, or rather an on change. We're going to make this input required as it's the only part of our form, and we're going to give it a class name equal to URL underscore input, and then also space peer. This means that when you need to style an element based on the state of a sibling element, you can mark that sibling element with a peer class, and then we can use modifiers. You're going to see later on what do I mean. Essentially, we want to change the button depending on the state of our input. Now, if we save that, you can see that we have a wonderful looking input right here. Let's add that button, which is going to be a sibling element. Button is going to be of a type is equal to submit, since we are inside of a form. It's going to have a class name equal to submit underscore btn. And inside of here, we can just say something like submit, or I found this great icon online, which is essentially an enter sign. And there we go. This is looking great. So just feel free to Google to submit icon, submit emoji, or whatever you want to put in here. Great. Now, let me show you what I meant when I added this peer class name right here. Based on this, we can now say peer dash focus border dash gray dash 700 and peer dash focus text dash gray dash 700. This means that if we focus this element, the button is going to get focused as well. And you can see how simple that is to do it with Tailwind. Great. That is it for our input. Below the input, of course, below our form, meaning right here, we want to show the history. So we want to show the history, browse, URL, history. We want to see which URLs have we seen. So that's going to be the next part. And then after that, below this div below, we want to, of course, display results. I'm just adding comments so it's easier to see where we are. Now, of course, we cannot display a browse URL history or display results if we don't have the logic. So what do you say that now we focus on adding logic and functionality to our application by, of course, making the API request to our article summarizer API coming from Rapid API. And we can do that by adding a new use state field at the top. So let's use a use state snippet. Let's call the state article, set article, and that's going to be an object that's going to have a property of URL equal to an empty string at the start and summary equal to an empty string at the start as well. Now that we have that, we have to create a const handle submit function. This is an error function from within which we're going to make the API request. So this has to be an asynchronous function, and we're getting a click event right here inside of it. For now, let's simply alert that we clicked it. So let's alert something like submitted. And we can call it right here within our form on submit by simply passing the handle submit right here. So now if you press the button, it's going to ask you to fill out the field, but you cannot fill it because we cannot yet modify the input. So let's scroll down to the input. Let's add the value equal to article.url. And then of course we have to change it by getting the event, that is the key press event. And then we have to call the set article is equal to an object where we spread the current article value, meaning ... article, and then we set the URL to be equal to e.target.value. Now we can type test and we can press enter. But of course, it has to be a URL. So let's do test.com. Still nothing. It has to have an https :/ at the start. And now if you press enter, you can see submitted. Great. Now, once we submit it, right here, we don't simply want to alert a string. We want to make an actual API request to an AI GPT-based summarizer. And how do we do that? Well, to be able to do that, we're going to exit this file and we need to focus on implementing Redux. You might think it is complicated, but with the introduction of Redux Toolkit, Redux became so much simpler. So let's get started. You can think of this as a crash course in Redux Toolkit, how to make API requests from within your application in a structured and a scalable way. First, we can go to source and then main.jsx. Inside of here, we can import something known as a provider coming from React-Redux. And now that I think about it, I don't think we imported this package. So if we go right here, we can see Redux.js toolkit, and that's true, but we haven't installed React Redux. So let's stop the application from running by pressing Ctrl+C and run npm install React-Redux. As soon as the package gets installed, you can simply rerun the application by running npm run dev, hide the terminal, go back to main, and the application is going to no longer complain. Now, what do you do with this provider? Well, you simply wrap your entire application with it, just like this. We have our app, which means absolutely everything we have, and then we wrap it with something known as a provider. And that provider is going to service our app with something known as a store. So let's create a store, meaning a global state. Inside of the source, we can create a new folder called services. Inside of the services, we can create a new file called store.js. Inside of there, we can import something known as configure store coming from @redux.js/toolkit. They made it so easy so that we can simply import something known as configure store. Then we can export const store is equal to configure store, which we call as a function, and pass in an object. Inside of there, we have to have a reducer. You can think of a global store or the state is the whole cake. The reducer is going to allow us to get a specific slice of that cake. So we can reduce the entire state to only grab what we need. Okay? Then we also have something known as a middleware. This allows us to do something with the state before we get it. In this case, we just have to do the default setup. You can find this in the documentation, but just to simplify it, you have to create a callback function, inside of which you're going to say get default middleware. You create an arrow function. You call that get default middleware. Then you call the .concat on it, and then we'll have to pass something inside of here. And that something is going to make the reducer work. So let's create something known as a service. In this case, it's going to be article.js, meaning this is one specific part of our state, of our global store. Inside of here, we can import something known as create API and fetch base query. And that is coming from at redux.js /toolkit/query/react. Ensure this path is the same as it is here. And then you can export const article API is equal to create API. You call it as a function and you provide the options object. It must have something known as a reducer path, which is just a string, article API. And later on, we're going to also give it a base query and the endpoints, which we can call. But that is all that we need for now to set up the store. So let's now go back. Inside of the store, let's import the article API coming from /article. We have to use it as a reducer. Inside of square brackets, article API .reducer path is equal to article API .reducer. I'm going to expand this a bit further so you can fully understand what is happening here, and I'm going to even zoom it out a bit. So one more time, we're configuring a store. A store is a global state that saves the entire information of our application. But in most cases, you don't need the entire state. You only need to reduce it to a specific slice of the pie. And in this case, it's going to be the article API, meaning we want to just get something from this API. To be able to make this work, we add it as a reducer, and we add it right here in the middleware by saying article API dot middleware. If you ask me, hey, why do I have to do all of this? Unfortunately, I don't have the correct answer for you. This is just taken from the official Redux Toolkit documentation. If you want to, we can explore it together. I simply Googled Redux Toolkit store, and it pointed me to configure store. Inside of here, we can see the parameters that the create store accepts, but hopefully we can get a demo. There we go, a basic example. Configure store, to which you need to pass a reducer. And then in here, we have a more complicated example. And there we go. We have a middleware, we get default middleware, and then we can pass something to it. Great. Now, if we go back, we have everything we need to export our store. So we can go back to the main and we can import that store. That's going to be import store inside of curly braces from /services/store. And now that we are wrapping our entire app with a provider, we simply need to say store is equal to store. I think if you hover over it, it even says the single Redux store in your application. Now, if we save this and bring it back and reload the application, we're going to still have an error. So let's go to console, and it says inject.endpoints is not a function. That means that we have successfully set up our store, but our article API still misses some stuff. It needs to have the endpoints, meaning what do we want to call? So let's add the endpoints right here. That's going to be a call to the callback function, where we're going to get something known as a builder here to help us build those endpoints. We create an immediate return, where you can now create your specific endpoint. In this case, we can call it get summary. That's going to be equal to builder.query, and then in here, we can specify which query do we want to get. So something like query, is equal to a function where we get params, and then we return a URL. In this case, let's just do test. That's all that we need for now, just to ensure that we're back where we started and our application works. Great. Our application works. We have successfully set up the store, and now we can start working on our Create API. Before we set up our first route, let's first set up something known as a base query. Base query is going to be equal to fetch base query. That's a function to which we can pass some options. One of the options is a base URL, meaning which API do we want to call. And of course, for that, we'll have to head to Rapid API. More specifically, the exact API we'll be using to make the summarization happen. The link to this API is down in the description. You can click it, read more about the API, and then click subscribe to test. As you can notice, the basic plan is completely free and it allows us for 100 requests a month, which is going to be more than enough to test it out and to even have the app deployed and ready for other people to play with it. Of course, if you want to end up using this app commercially, you can. In that case, these $15 are going to seem like nothing because you will be charging for the summarizations straight from the app itself. If that's something you would like me to do in an upcoming video, teach you how to turn this into a real SaaS-based startup for article summarization, just let me know in the comments down below and I will make it happen. For now, let's subscribe to the basic plan and go back to endpoints. As you can see, the API has 3 different requests. It has a post request, the summarize endpoint, as well as the extract endpoint. In this case, we'll be using the summarize endpoint. So how does it work? You have to pass the URL, the length, which is optional, meaning how many paragraphs do you want to get back, and just that's it. Test it. You can immediately test it out with the demo article right here. It's going to take some time since it has to do the summary, and then you can see what you're going to get back. It's just a single object with a summary and then a string right here. This is why I love Rapid API. Not only can you find great APIs, but you can also test them out right in the browser and see if they give you the data you need for developing your application. With that said, let's go to code snippets right here, and let's copy this entire options object. Once you copied it, you can move back here and paste it at the top. First, we need the URL. So copy this entire URL all the way to the / without the summarize. And then paste it right here as the base URL. It should look something like this. It should end with rapidapi.com /. What else will we need from here? Well, we're going to need some headers because they contain our special API keys that allow us to make requests. So below the base URL, you want to add a comma and then say prepare headers is equal to a function where you get headers as the first parameter. And then inside of that function, you want to say headers dot set, and now we can set the header. The first header is the X Rapid API key, which you can pass here. And then as the second parameter, you need to pass the actual key value. For now, we can leave that hard-coded as a key. We can duplicate that. We also have to pass the Rapid API host, which we can do here, and then paste the article, extractor, and summarizer string. There we go. Now, see this key right here. We want to use it, but you don't want to place it right here within your code, because then if you publish it on the internet, on GitHub, or anywhere else, people will be able to get to your key. What you instead want to do is create a new .env file right in the root of our folder, .env. That stands for environmental variables. And there, you need to start it with a keyword vt, as we're using vt, and then name it however you want to. I'm going to do vt _rapid_API_article_key. And then I'm going to paste the key that I had copied from my Rapid API platform. You can save that, go back to the article, and now you can delete this entire options object, and you can say const Rapid API key is equal to import .meta.env.vite underscore rapid underscore API underscore article underscore key. There we go. And now you can simply paste it right here. Headers.set xRapid API key is equal to Rapid API key, which we're getting from our environment variables. Now, to make this truly work, you have to open up your terminal, press Ctrl-C to stop it from running, and then npm run dev one more time to restart it. This is going to ensure that the changes in your environment variables get picked up. And finally, once we set the headers, we need to say return headers. Great. We have now created our API, we gave it a reducer path, we gave it a base query, a base URL, and we set the headers. What else do we need to do? Well, the only other thing we have to do is create the endpoint. So we're going to say get summary, where we get some parameters, and what is the endpoint we want to call? Well, if we go back here, you can see it is /summarize. So let's do /summarize, and then we want to pass some parameters. You can see that the URL is one of the required parameters. So let's say $URL is equal to, and we're going to pass that to this call through params. So we can say params.article URL. We can say, and we can hard code the length of the paragraphs by saying length is equal to 3. You can, of course, modify that to suit your purposes. It can be longer or it can be shorter. Great. Finally, Redux Toolkit query makes it so easy for us. It automatically creates a hook out of this endpoint. So we can say export const use get summary query is equal to article API. Now, this would be what we would have used if we wanted to call it immediately at the start, but we don't want to call it at the start because we are lazy. We want to call it once we enter a URL and then press the button. So we're going to get something from Redux Toolkit query called use lazy get summary query. This allows us to fire this hook on demand. We don't have to fire it as soon as the app loads, but on demand, once the user enters the URL and presses the submit button. Great. Finally, before we test it out, there was one thing that I noticed while creating this application, and that is that the article URL that we pass might sometimes contain some special characters which are going to cause problems or errors, or in general, unexpected behavior in our application. So whenever you're passing something in the URL, you want to wrap it in a function called encode URI component, like this. This is built into JavaScript, and it says encodes a text string as a valid component of a uniform resource identifier, or a URI. So whenever you pass any user-generated content into the URL, definitely wrap it with this function. With that said, we're now exporting this hook. And don't forget, we're wrapping our app with the provider that contains the store that contains the article API, which means that now we are ready to go all the way back to our components, demo, and then at the top, import the hook that we just created. That is as simple as import use lazy get summary query coming from /services/article. Of course, that is a hook, so we call it as any other hook by saying const. Now, since we're using the lazy query, the first parameter that we get is a function that's going to execute it. So we can call it get summary. And then inside of an object, we get the error or is fetching. So we're going to know what's exactly happening with this URL. And that is equal to use lazy get summary query and we don't have to pass anything to it. That is it. So we now have the capability to know whether we have an error, whether we are fetching, and hey, we have a function to actually call once we click the button to get the summary of an article. Great. That is what we wanted all along inside of this handle submit. So the only thing we have to do now is say const data, to get data back out of it, is equal to await get summary. And we pass in an object where the article URL is equal to article.url. Finally, we have to check if we get something out of it. So we can say if data dot summary. In that case, we want to create a new article. Const new article is equal to an object where we spread the current article, and then we add a summary equal to data.summary, like so. And finally, we can set article to be equal to new article. There we go. And of course, in our case, why not also console log it to see what we're working with? What do you say? Let's test it out. I'm going to open up the console and I'm going to put it on the bottom so we can see everything clearly. And let's enter a URL. Oh, one cool thing. You don't necessarily have to enter article URLs. You can enter a website and then immediately have it summarized for you. So let's enter jsmastery.pro right here and press enter. Oh, the app gets reloaded. That's because whenever you're working with React, you have to add a little e.prevent default. This is going to prevent the default behavior of the browser, which is to reload the application. Once you add it, let's give it another shot. Okay, we clicked it, nothing seems to be happening, but if you go to the network tab and kind of look for that request, it should be there. Let's give it maybe 10 seconds to see if we get something. And while I was speaking, we immediately get it back. We get a URL, and then we have the summary right here, in this case, talking about jsmastery.pro. Wonderful. Now, as you can see, we're currently not doing anything with that URL. So that's going to be our next step. We have to save it into local storage and then display it right below. Let me give you an example of what should really happen. I'm going to go to the finished version of the application, paste the same URL, and press enter. We should get this wonderful looking loader. And keep in mind, this does take 5 to 10 seconds depending on the article because it's actually processing it. It's doing some AI work, and then we should get the summary looking like this. But we should also get this little thing, which is a history button. Meaning once we search for multiple articles, we want to show the last 5 and we want to store them to local storage. So before we actually show the summary here, let's make this part of the application work. To do that, on top of just storing one article, the current one, we also have to store all articles. So let's create a new useState field called const all articles, set all articles, and then make that equal to useState, at the start equal to an empty array. Now, what do we want to do? Once we set a single article, we also want to push it to the updated all articles array. So let's say const updated all articles is equal to an array containing a new article, and then we also spread all articles like this. And then we can say set all articles, and we update it with updated all articles. Hopefully this makes sense. Essentially, we're just pushing the new article to this array. Now, of course, we're not displaying that, but it's good to know that we have them. Or at least we do have the articles until we reload the page. So if you reload it, you lose everything. And that's not a pleasant experience, especially not in modern web development. what happens if you accidentally close a tab or lose the connection? We want to keep access to what we searched. So let's store it into local storage. It's going to be as simple as adding one use effect hook. This use effect accepts a callback function and something known as a dependency array. That dependency array is going to be empty, meaning we want to execute it at the start of our application, as soon as the page loads. Inside of there, we can say const articles from local storage is going to be equal to json.parse local storage dot get item, and then we pass in a string of articles. This is going to give the data back to us. Finally, we have to check if we have any articles from local storage. In that case, we want to set all articles to be equal to articles from local storage. It is as simple as that. Now, this is only going to add it to our state if there are any articles from the local storage, but in here, we're just using get item. We're never actually updating the local storage. So once we add an article, right at the end, we want to do local storage dot set item. We want to update dot articles with a json.stringify updated all articles. And you want to stringify it because local storage only can contain strings. Great. Now, the only way to test this out is to actually implement the JSX for our browse URL history. So that's going to be our next job. But to be able to see what we're developing, let's just one more time add another URL right here. This time, let's go to the master class and let's see what that is about. I'm going to paste it right here and press enter. Of course, we don't have the loading yet, so let's let it load. And while it is doing that, let's just create a new div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex-call, meaning we want to show the elements one on top of the other, gap-1 to give it some space, max-h-60, meaning max height, overflow-y-auto, meaning we want to be able to scroll through the history. Inside of here, we can loop through all articles. By saying all articles dot map, we get each individual article, or we can call it an item, and the index of that item. For each one, we want to instantly return something, meaning you want to use a parenthesis here and not a curly brace. Now, what do we want to return? Well, it's going to be a div that's, of course, going to have a key equal to a template string of link dash index. We want to make it custom and unique. It's going to have an on click equal to, and this is simply going to call the set article, and we're going to pass in the item. So in case you want to get back to a summary of an article you previously visited, you can do that immediately without making another call. Isn't that great? And finally, we can give it a class name equal to link_card. If we save this, we can see a new rectangle appear. But let's populate it with some content. Let's give it a div equal to a class name of copy_btn. This is going to allow us to copy the URL in case we want to go back to it. Inside of there, we're going to have a self-closing img tag that's going to have a source equal to, for now, let's simply say copy. Alt tag is going to be copy icon, and class name is going to be equal to w dash instead of curly braces 40%, h dash instead of curly braces 40%, and object dash contain. If we save this, you can see this great copy to clipboard button. And right below that image and the div as well, we want to simply add a p tag that's going to contain the item.url. And there we go. Indeed, the link that we have here was added to the history. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to flex-1, font-satoshi, text-blue-700, font-medium, text-small, and truncate. In case it is too long, that's going to end it with dots. Great. This is looking good. Now, if we search for more, you should be able to see more of these pop up. But of course, why would we search for more if we didn't yet read the summary of the page that you searched for? So that means that we can jump into the display results, go just above the closing section, and then in here, we can implement the most important part, and that is displaying results. So let's wrap everything in a div, and let's give it a class name equal to my-10, meaning margin top and bottom, max-w-full, flex, justify-center, and items-center. Inside of here, we want to check if we are currently fetching. So we can say if is fetching. In that case, we want to instantly return an image that's going to have a source equal to loader, alt equal to loader, and class name is going to be w-20, h-20, and object-contain. Now, if we're not fetching, we want to check if we have an error. So if we have an error, we want to show a simple p tag that's going to say, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to font-inter, font-bold, text-black, and text-center. Just to provide a bit more meaningful information, let's give it a break tag and create a span inside of that p tag where we're going to do error, !data, !error. So inside of here, we can see the actual error. So if a developer is using the app, they're going to know what to do. To style it a bit, we can give it a class name equal to font-satoshi, font-normal, and text-gray-700. But hopefully, we won't even be able to see this error because it's going to work first try. Now, if we're not fetching and if we don't have an error, we simply want to show the most important part, and that is check if we have the article.summary, and if we do, display a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and gap-3. Inside of there, we want to give it an h2, which is going to say article, and then a span, summary. We want to style this summary a bit by giving it a class name equal to blue_gradient. And we can also style the h2 by giving it a class name equal to font-satoshi, font-bold, text-gray-600, and text-xl. If we save this, we cannot see anything yet, and that's because we misspelled summary here. So if I fix this, we can see article summary. Below the h2, we want to create another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to summary_box. And inside of there, we want to render a p tag that's going to render the article.summary. There we go. This means that we have successfully connected our application to the Rapid API, made a request using Redux Toolkit, and now we're properly displaying that data inside of our application, which means that the state is being transferred all the way from our services right here to our application through this get use lazy summary query. Great. Let's also style this text just a bit by giving it a class name equal to font-inter, font-medium, text-sm, and text-gray-700. This is looking more like it. And with that, we are done with our demo, and we are actually seeing our article summary. But now we wanted to test if our history is going to work. Meaning, if we now search for a different article, is this one still going to remain here and also in local storage? So, for example, let's use this Rapid API website. Let's summarize the summarizer page. We can do that by pasting it right here and press enter. Now we can see this great looking loading. And again, it does take 5 to 10 seconds. Hopefully not too long. And there we go. We can see our summary. The article extractor in Summarizer API is a tool that can extract the body of a news article from a URL and summarize its content using GPT, which is exactly what we are doing with the power of that API, but we're doing it from within a wonderful UI UX developed application so that people can just come to it and get all of the benefits without knowing how to code. And essentially, that's what a SaaS business or a software as a service business is. You provide software to people. The last thing to make this a business is, of course, add payment options. So as I mentioned before, if you want me to turn this into a real business where you can add payments to it and expand it further, just let me know down in the comments. Now, the main question is, can we switch between the history? And we can. As you can see, the whole summary of the previously searched article is saved in the local storage, which means that you don't necessarily have to make another request. You're immediately getting the value out of it. That is great. And with that, the last part we have to do is copy the clipboard button. Right now, if you click it, it just opens the summary. But in case you want to revisit this URL, we're too lazy to kind of copy it and then go here and paste it. You just want to click here and copy it immediately. I'm going to teach you how to do that as well. So we can go all the way down below the handle submit, and we can add a const handle copy function that's going to accept a copy URL right here. Inside of the state, we also want to create a new one called use state, and that's going to be copied and set copied at the start equal to an empty string. Of course, this is supposed to be set copied. Now that we have that, inside of the handle copy, you can say set copied to be equal to copy URL, and then use the built-in navigator .clipboard .write text copy URL. This is what actually makes the copy button work. And then we want to reset the copied after a specific amount of time to be able to show the successful animation. So we can say set timeout, where we have a callback function, where we're going to reset the set copied to false after, let's say, 3 seconds. So now we can put this inside of this copy icon right here. Source is copy. We have this div, and on that div, we're going to add an onClick where we have a callback function where we call the handle copy and paste in the item.url. Now, depending on the state of the copied, we want to show a different icon. If we have currently copied, so if copied is equal to an item.url, in that case, we want to show a tick, meaning a successful copy. Else we show the copy icon. We can also change the alt. And now if we save this and click copy, you can see how we get this success icon. And you can actually paste it in the browser and search for the full version of that website if that's what you want to do. So we made the copy work as well. And with that said, believe it or not, we came to the end of the development of this great summarizer application. Now, you know that here in JavaScript Mastery, I always like to take you a step further, be that landing a developer job through our courses in the masterclass, or teaching you how to deploy this project to the internet so that you can showcase it in your portfolio and get a job. So that's going to be our next step. We can close all of the open files as well as tabs and just open up Netlify. When I have to deploy simple React applications without needing a fully custom domain or speed or anything else, I simply use Netlify. I'm going to teach you how to deploy your application right now using Netlify. Now, if I was deploying this app to be a paid software as a service business, I would have definitely used Hostinger. They are cheap, but credible and allow you to have a custom domain. So, in case you want to use them to have something a bit more professional, the link is going to be down in the description. To get started deploying our app on Netlify, you can click Get Started for free, log in with one of the services, scroll all the way down, and then in here you can drag and drop your site output folder. So how do we get to that? Well, open up the terminal, stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C, and then run npm run build. Vite is going to generate an optimized production build of your application, so we can simply drag and drop it into Netlify. And while I was speaking, it was already done. You can see this new dist folder appear right here. You can click Reveal in File Explorer or Open in Finder if you're on Mac. Finally, drag and drop the dist folder right into here. As you can see, it's going to open the site and your new URL is here. If you click it, you're going to notice that the site is already deployed. Isn't that great? Let's test it out with something like https://jsmastery.pro. You can see that it's loading, but it says, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. An error occurred. The reason why that happened is because we have to add our environment variable here as well. Remember, environment variables are local. So go to Site Settings, Environment Variables, and then add a variable. Import from a .env file. And you can simply paste the contents of that env file here and import variables. It is as simple as that. We can go back to Site Overview. We can now close this, reload the page, and retry it. And one more time, we get, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. But that's okay. This happens when there isn't a lot of content to put into a summary. So in this case, let's try to focus on real articles. I went to medium.com and let's try to go teaching ChatGPT to speak my son's invented language. Okay, that seems interesting. So let's go ahead and copy the URL and paste it right here. As you can see, it's loading, which is a good sign. So we can expand it to see it in its full glory. And in just a couple of seconds, we have a full result right here. Just to check if it's going to work on a website again, let's try it with the masterclass URL. Paste it right here. And it looks like it's doing its thing. Let's take a moment to go through this a bit to see if it really can properly summarize a huge page that we just passed into it. The JSM Masterclass Experience is a 6-month program that aims to help aspiring developers land their dream job. The program is flexible and remote, allowing students to learn on their own schedule from the comfort of their homes. It includes hands-on experience, on-demand learning, and personalized support with a focus on building practical projects to gain experience, exactly as you did by building this while watching me. But in the masterclass, you will do it on your own with the help of the mentors. It requires about 20 hours per week and includes monthly team projects, algorithm exercises, mock interviews, front-end challenges, and more. Students receive one-on-one mentoring sessions, feedback on their code, and access to webinars, Q&As with me, and more. I would say this is a pretty good summary of what we do. With that said, I wanted to congratulate you for coming to the end of this phenomenal video and for building it out with me and deploying it to the internet. Next.13, a React framework so powerful it became the new standard for creating React applications. And recently, its interest peaked, which means that now is the perfect time to build a state-of-the-art Next.13 application to showcase your abilities. In this course, you will develop a modern car showcase platform that leverages all of the latest and greatest of what Next.13 has to offer. A minimalist hero section will be a gateway into our complex search and filtering capabilities that will leverage Next.js's server-side rendering features. Establishing application routes, implementing advanced search and filtering capabilities, handling and displaying data in chunks, optimizing applications' metadata and SEO, creating custom filter, combo box, and modal elements, maintaining a well-organized file and folder structure, embracing the principles of writing clean code, and much more. The entire application is fully mobile responsive. This app is perfect for all car enthusiasts, and due to its complex functionalities and the ability to leverage Next.js's newest feature, it makes for an exceptional educational course you must watch if you want to become an expert Next.js developer. Specifically, we'll be transitioning from client-side rendering to server-side rendering, unlocking the Next.js's full potential. After we develop the application, I'll even teach you how to deploy to the internet so you can share it with your friends, potential employers, and put it on your portfolio. Now, you might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such a great application? You need to know the basics of modern web development using React.js. Other than that, this course is entirely beginner-friendly. If you're completely new to React, I would recommend checking out our React crash course. Then, if you haven't already, watch our latest Next.js crash course first by clicking the card that will appear on the screen, or click the link in the description, and then come back to build your first real Next.js 13 application by watching this video. In the last video, we've revealed that we're working on the ultimate Next 13 ebook that covers everything you need to know to become a professional Next.js developer. This ebook covers the complete Next.js roadmap, essential Next.js concepts, new Next 13 features, extensive guidance on building scalable Next.js projects, and project ideas you can build and deploy to put on your portfolio and get a job. This ebook is the most comprehensive resource we have ever created, so we put it up for sale as a paid premium ebook. Thankfully, as the last time, the first 1,000 people that click the link in the description will get it for free. So sign up right now to find out if you're in the first 1,000. Definitely don't miss out on this opportunity. Alongside building this application, you'll learn the most important technologies needed to make any website: Next.js, Tailwind, Headless UI, TypeScript, and concepts like mobile responsiveness and API management. We're going to start simple and move to more complex concepts. I'll explain every step of the way. If this video reaches 20,000 likes, I'm recording more Next.js 13 videos. Now, before we dive into the project, there's something exciting I need to share with you. The app you'll build today is a light version of a more complete application our masterclass students have built in the program. So after building this Next.js 13 app, you can develop its more detailed web version by joining the masterclass. The JSM Masterclass experience helps junior and intermediate developers fast-track their careers. You will develop real-world applications in a team, which is more challenging than simply following a YouTube tutorial. But this also means that you will learn so much more from the experience. You will use modern tech stacks, get personalized mentorship from senior developers, and get exceptional hiring support. You can graduate in 6 months, land your dream job in the 6 months after graduating, or get your full money back. If you want to apply, click the link in the description or go to jsmastery.pro/masterclass and apply now by filling out a 15-minute quiz. I'll personally reach out to you before we officially begin with the next cohort, so you can be sure not to miss it. With that said, let's dive right into the course. Before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit Rapid API. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only because of Rapid API. We're using their Cars by API ninjas to allow us to get detailed information about every specific unique car model. To use this API, click the Rapid API link in the description, and then you can click Sign Up or Log In. I will log in this case since I already have the account, And once you're in, you'll be redirected to Rapid APIs Hub, where you can find hundreds of thousands of APIs. This was our first step in our video. Now let's create our great car showcase app, and then later on, we'll call this API straight from within it. With that said, let's get started. As we always do on the JavaScript Mastery YouTube channel, we're going to start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. Let's call it car_showcase. You can open up an empty Visual Studio Code window and then drag and drop the empty folder into it. Once you're in, you can go to your top left, View, and then Terminal. This is going to open up the integrated built-in terminal, which we're going to use to initialize our project. As you already know by now, in this project, we are using the latest version of Next.js. So let's set up a Next.js project by running npx create-next-app add latest. And then we can use the / to create it in the current directory and press enter. It might ask you if you want to install create next app. In that case, simply press Y and then enter. Then we're going to get a quick questionnaire of how we would like our app to be set up. So first of all, we have to say, would we like to use TypeScript? And in this case, we're going to press yes. Then it's going to ask us if we want to use ESLint. I'm going to say no. Then Tailwind, of course, we're going to use Tailwind. When it comes to using the source directory, we're going to say no. And finally, we are going to use the app router. Would you like to customize the default import alias? We're going to say no. And that is it. All the necessary dependencies to run our sample Next.js application are getting installed. There we go, the process has been successful and we can run our application by running the npm run dev command. This is going to spin it up on localhost 3000, so simply control-click it to open it. And as you can see, we have this beautiful new starter by Vercel for the new Next.js application. Now let's put our browser and our editor side by side so we can see the changes that we make live. There we go. Let's explore the file and folder structure of a new modern Next.13 application. We're going to have the app folder, which is going to be our central hub for working with our routes and pages. And the only other thing we have is the public for our icons and assets. Everything else we're going to add ourselves. We can start working on our application by going into the app and then page.tsx. Inside of here, we can remove everything that is within the main directory. So just keep scrolling down and let's create a clean slate for ourselves to start working on this great application. If you save it, you should see just an empty screen. Let's start by creating a bit of a layout so we know where what is in our application. First, we're going to give this main a class name of overflow-hidden. And if you're unsure what some of these class names that we add mean, that means that you must be new to Tailwind CSS. But not to worry. Tailwind CSS is a really simple utility-first CSS framework packed with utility classes. But behind the scenes, it is nothing more than CSS. So if you're wondering what a specific class means, simply go to Quick Search and search for it right here. You're going to immediately get the answer of how to use that specific class. So at any point in this video, if you're unsure what some of these classes that I add mean, simply go to Tailwind Docs, go to search, and type it out. You're going to immediately get an answer. Also, I want to point your attention to a great Visual Studio Code extension called Tailwind. Specifically, it is going to be Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. It's going to allow you to hover over specific properties and get the specific styles that it's applying. So you can see the overflow hidden, of course, is applying the overflow hidden style. And with that said, we can start creating the layout of our application. And just to be able to see the code better, I'm going to zoom it out one time so everything fits in one line. Wonderful. Immediately within our main, we can start creating our hero section, which is going to act as an entrance point to everybody wondering what this app is all about. So if we open up the finished site, just so you know, we're building something that looks like this. On desktop devices, we have a nice left side text and then right side image, And if we collapse it to a tablet view or a smaller laptop, it's going to look something like this. So let's go ahead and build this simple hero section so that we can get started with the more advanced functionalities such as search, filtering, and server-side rendering. So let's get started by calling our hero component. Right now, if we call it, we're of course going to get an error saying that the hero is not defined. So what we can do is go to the Explorer, and then we can create a new components folder in the root of our directory, right here. The reason why we didn't create it in the app directory is because with the new Next 13.4 syntax, in here, you only want to put pages, layouts, and specific Next 13 files that are going to be presented as routes in the application. And everything else we want to have outside. So within our components, we can create a new hero.tsx file. And yep, you heard that right. It's going to be TSX for TypeScript. This is one of the first videos on the JSM YouTube channel in which we're using TypeScript. But I know that you've been asking for it for a long time, so here it is. If you're happy about this and if you'd like me to do more TypeScript videos, please comment down below so that I know that you guys are happy we're transitioning JavaScript mastery to TypeScript projects. With that said, inside of here, we can run hrjavascript. This is going to create a basic hero component. And if this didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the ES7 Plus React Native Redux snippets extension installed. So simply install it, and that's going to allow you to simply spin up a functional component. So with that said, in here, we're going to import image coming from next/image. And we can start creating the structure for our hero section. But first, of course, we have to import it within our page.tsx. So what we can do is we can create a new file called index.ts right within our components. And we're going to use this file as a single file that's going to export all of our components so we can import them in a simpler manner within the pages where we're going to use them. So let's simply say import hero from /hero, and then we can say export hero right here. That's going to allow us now to go back into page, and then you can select the hero and press Ctrl space on Windows or something similar on Mac, and it's going to allow you to immediately import it. If that didn't work for you, no worries, you can still manually import it by simply saying import inside of curly braces hero from add/components. That is great. And as you can see, we are now rendering the hero component, which looks something like this. Now, to make the styling of our application just a bit simpler, I've prepared some utility classes that we can use throughout the rest of the project. You can think of this just as a nudge in the right direction, because it's going to allow us to focus on what matters, which is learning TypeScript, learning Next.js, server-side rendering, and more, and not necessarily just focusing on styling. So in the description down below, you can find a GitHub gist that's going to contain a globals.css file. Simply copy the code, go to the app, and then override the current globals.css by deleting it and pasting the one you copied. As soon as you do that, you're going to get an error saying that apply text-black-100 does not exist. And Next.js is right here. It doesn't. And that's because we have added that as a custom style inside of our tailwind config.js. So once again, in the same GitHub gist down below, you're going to find the updated tailwind.config.js. Simply copy it, and then we can override the current one right here. That's going to fix the error. If it doesn't, you might do a hard reload, which is Ctrl, Shift, and then R on Windows, and that's going to fix the error. If the error is still there, simply open up the terminal, press Ctrl C and then Y to stop it, and then finally just rerun it, and then you should be able to see just a single string that says hero on our homepage. We can close the globals, we can close everything, and just jump into the development of our layout and the hero section. To start creating our layout, we can first give our div a class name equal to hero. This is one of those utility classes that we have created, And if you're wondering what it does, you can simply go to our globals.css and search for hero. And then you can see that this is going to apply some flex properties, extra large flex row, usually flex column, gap, relative, and so on. This is going to just make the styling a bit simpler and cleaner. Finally, we're going to remove this text of hero and move down below within that hero div. We're going to create a new one with a class name equal to flex-1, padding top of 36, and padding of X, which is going to apply some horizontal padding. Within there, we can create our primary heading, which is going to have a class name equal to hero __ title. Here, we're using the BEM methodology, where we specify that the hero is the block and then the title is the element within that block. Once again, if you're wondering what any of these classes mean, simply go to search and then find the CSS directives for them to see which styles are being applied. It's primarily going to be changing the font size and font boldness. Inside of here, we can say something like find, book, or rent a car quickly and easily. There we go. And we can use a long dash right here. Simply Google for the long dash and you should be able to find it. And we have a huge heading right away. Below the heading, we're going to have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to hero __ subtitle. There, we can say something like streamline your car rental experience with our effortless booking process. There we go. This is looking good. And then we want to render this button that you can see right here that's going to point to explore cars. But immediately, I want to teach you about reusability and creating components that we can reuse all across the page. You're going to notice that most of the buttons are going to end up being similar. So we want to have one component that can then be abstracted and changed depending on where it is being called. And that's exactly what we're going to do for this button. So let's create a new custom button self-closing component. And of course, if we call it right now, we're going to get an error that's going to say custom button is not defined. So not to worry, let's go into our components and let's create a new custom button.tsx component. There we can also run RAFCE and we can also export it right from our index.ts where we can say custom button and we can also export it right here. Now, if we go back to our hero section, we can double click it and then import the custom button right here by saying import custom button from /custom button. And the error should go away. That now allows us to control click into the custom button and start creating this great reusable component. Inside of our button, we can import image from next/image, as some of our buttons are going to have some kind of icons, as you can see right here. And we can start creating the structure of our button by wrapping everything within a button component. This button is going to have a couple of states. First of all, sometimes the button is going to be disabled. Right now, we're going to simply hard code that to false, but later on, we can modify that. Then, the button can have a couple of different types. It can be a submit button or just a regular button. So later on, we're going to pass this dynamically, but for now, we can simply hard code a string that says button. Then, we want to give it a class name. Now, this class name is going to have a custom btn class, but then later on, we might want to add some additional class names. So we're going to leave this as a template string, so we can add the classes later on. And of course, it's going to have an onClick, which for now we can leave as an empty callback function. We're going to update it with the corresponding logic later on. Now, immediately, as soon as we provided an onClick function, it's going to say that we need to convert this into a client component. And that's great. We can thank Next.js for doing that because by default, all components in Next.js are server-side rendered. They're called server components. But this button is just going to be a client-side component, which is usually the case when you have some browser actions, such as clicks or using hooks. So if you watch the Next.js crash course that we recently posted, then you know what we need to do. If you haven't watched it already, even though you've dove deep into this video right now, I would recommend to pause it, bookmark it somewhere else, and go watch the Next.js crash course, because it's going to make the watching of this video so much more educational if you have the foundations laid out. With that said, what we need to do is use the useClient directive to turn this component into a client-side component, and that's going to fix the error for us. Then we can create a span element within this button, and it's going to have a class name equal to, it's going to be a template string of flex-1, and we're going to make it a template because later on we can pass some additional styles, and we can render some kind of a title of this button. So for now, we can simply say title. And there we go. We can see it right here. Now, how do we turn this into an actual reusable component? Well, the way you do that in React and Next.js is through props. So depending on where you're calling this button, you have to pass some additional props to it. So in this case, we can go back to where we're calling this button and we can pass some props. In this case, that's going to be title, which is going to be equal to explore cars. Then we can pass some additional container styles, which are going to be bg-primary-blue, text-white, rounded-full, and margin top of 10, or MT10 for short. Finally, we need to provide the handle click, which is going to be equal to a function that's going to allow us to scroll. So on top, for now, we can create a new empty function called const handle scroll, which is going to be an empty arrow function for now. And once we click the button, we can pass the handle scroll function. With that said, you're going to notice that if we save it, our TypeScript is going to complain. It's going to say, first of all, you're using some kind of a handle click right here. That must mean that your hero is a client-side component. And indeed it is. So right on top, we can use the useClient directive to turn it into a client component. Then you're going to notice that we have one more error or a warning right here saying that our title property is not assignable to our button. And that's because if we go into our button, we're using TypeScript, but we're not specifying what props can it get. So what we can do is we can create a new file, or rather a new folder in the root of our directory called types. And then within those types, we can create a new index.ts file. Inside of here, we can export and create an interface. An interface specifies how a specific structure should look like, what variables and values should it have. And in this case, we can create a custom button props interface. And it's going to have a couple of things. As we said, it's going to have a title, which is a string. It's going to have a container styles, which is going to be optional, and it's going to be a string. And finally, it's going to have the handle click, which is going to be a mouse event handler, specifically an event handler on the HTML button element. And that's going to look like this. And this mouse event handler has to be imported at the top from React. So that's going to look something like this. And the handle click is going to be optional as well, which means that we can add this question mark because sometimes it's going to be a submit button, so we don't necessarily need a handle click. Now, if we do that, you're going to notice that the error right here should disappear, or rather, it's going to disappear once we actually accept these props into the button. So right here, we can destructure the props. That's going to be a title, a container styles, as well as a handle click. And now we have to specify which props does this component receive, and that's going to be custom button props. And of course, we can import that from @/types, just like so. Now, if we save that, you're going to see we have no errors. TypeScript is no longer complaining, and we are ready to actually utilize these props and turn this into a reusable button. First of all, to our button, we can pass additional dynamic container styles. This is going to make our button look like an actual button. And on the handle click, we can pass the handle click function, which in this case is a handle scroll. And most importantly, we can pass a dynamic title. And there we go. We have our Explore Cars, we have the title, and it is looking great. Now we can go back to our hero section and continue by creating this wonderful image that we can see below. So to do that, we can go below the custom button and below one more div, and then we can create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to hero __ image dash container. Within there, we can create one more container div that's going to have a class name equal to hero __ image. And finally, within, we can have the Next.js image tag that's going to allow us to pass a source. And now in here, we have to pass the path to our actual image. So far, we don't have any assets in our project besides some icons for Next and Vercel, which we don't really need. So please allow me to give you all of the assets we'll be using throughout our project. In the description down below, you can find a new zipped public folder. So simply download it, unzip it, then delete the current public folder, and simply paste or drag and drop the new public folder right here within the root of our folder. There, you're going to have access to a lot of different icons we'll be using, as well as the hero-bg and the actual hero car image, which we'll be using for our hero section. Now, once you have your public folder, it's going to be really easy to specify the source. It's going to be simply /hero.png. Our image tag also needs an alt tag, which is going to be a hero. It's going to be fill, and it's going to have a class name equal to object-contain for it to remain in its aspect ratio. And you can see that the next image must start with a leading slash, which means that we don't want to do the /, it's just going to be /. And our car appears. Now, below our image, we also want to create a new self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to hero__ image dash overlay. And this is going to give it that nice effect that you can see this rectangular shape appear. That is great. Now, our hero is looking wonderful. It is exactly the same as here, but we're missing this simple navigation bar as well as a simple footer. So before we move into the main part of this application, let's quickly add the navigation bar and the footer, not in here in the main page, but rather by utilizing the Next.js's layout. So if we go into the app folder and then to the layout.tsx, you can notice that in here, we can specify what our page is going to look like. Of course, it's a body that's going to show the children, but above or below the children, we can render some different things out. And in most cases, you want to do something like this. First of all, we don't need this font right here. Then you have our metadata, which is incredibly cool because right here, you can simply say car hub or whatever you want to call it, and that's immediately going to change on top right here. Of course, once the error is fixed. And the description can be something like discover the best cars in the world. There we go. And of course, the class of our body is simply going to be relative. We don't need that font right there. And if you do that, you can see the car hub changed on top. And now, what you usually want to do in your applications is show the navbar above the body and the footer below the body. So immediately right here, we can create a navbar self-closing component as well as a footer self-closing component. And then you want to, of course, create them within our components by creating a new navbar.tsx file where we run hrjavascript, and you want to create a footer.tsx file where you run hrjavascript, and we go into the index.ts, and finally we create, or rather we import, both the navbar as well as the footer, and then we can export them right here, navbar and footer. Not footer, it's gonna be a footer. And finally, we can now go back into the layout. We can double click the navbar and then get it imported. Same thing for the footer. So that's going to be import footer and navbar from add/components. If we save this, you can see that we have a simple text that says navbar on top and footer on the bottom, which means that we are ready to control click the navbar to go into it and start creating a really simple navbar layout. To do that, we can import a link coming from next/link, because after all, we're going to use the navigation bar to link to different pages. And then we're going to import the good old image coming from next/image. Finally, we're going to also import our trusted custom button component, because we'll be reusing that reusable component we created before, making our workflow even simpler. Now, for our navbar, we don't want to wrap it in a div. Rather, we want to wrap it in the HTML5 semantic header tag and give it a class name equal to w-full to take the full width, absolute, and then z index of 10, which is going to allow it to show on top of the other content. Then we want to use the nav tag and give it some class names. First, we want to give it a max-w- and then inside of square brackets 1440 pixels. That's going to be the max width. Then we want to set the margin X to auto, make it a flex container, and specify justify dash between. This is going to ensure that the items show on the left and on the right side. Finally, we want to center them vertically by giving it items dash center. On small devices, the padding is going to be 16. Usually padding is going to be 6, and we're talking about the horizontal padding px and px here, and then the py padding vertical is going to be 4. This now allows us to add the link tag, and every link needs to have an href. In this case, it's going to point to /, which is just home, and it's going to have a class name equal to flex, justify dash center, and items dash center. Inside of it, we want to have an image, which is a self-closing tag, and it's going to have a source equal to /logo.svg. Of course, it needs to have an alt tag as well, which is going to be car hub logo, a width of 118 pixels, a height of 18 pixels, and then it's going to have a class name of object-contain to remain in its aspect ratio. And that's going to show this wonderful car hub logo. Finally, on the other side of our navigation bar, meaning outside of the link, but still inside of the nav, we want to create our custom button. And check it out how easy it is going to be right now. We can create a custom button, give it a text, sign in, give it a button type, so btn type in this case, it's going to be button, and give it a container styles equal to text-primary-blue, rounded-full, bg-white, and then min-w- inside of square brackets 130 pixels. Now it's going to complain because if we go into our button, you can see that we don't have a property called text, and I accidentally typed text and not title, which is great because it immediately lets me know, hey, you cannot put text there. But now it's also complaining about a button type. That's because in the custom button props, we don't yet have a button type. So if we go into the custom button props, let's add an additional btn type property, which can be either a button or it can be a type of submit. So that's going to look like this, button or submit. And it can also be optional. So now if we go back, we can now accept that btn type. And we can simply put it right here under type by saying btn type or button. Now, if we close this and go back to the navbar, you can see it's no longer complaining, and we have a wonderful sign in button on top right. With that said, our hero section is looking a bit more complete because the navbar is there as well. And if we open it up and expand it, it is indeed looking great. Now, the next thing we can do is focus on the footer as well, since we're already here. So let's close the navbar and simply go into the footer component. Inside of our footer, we're gonna also import the image tag coming from next/image, as well as the link tag. Import link coming from next/link. Finally, we can start creating the footer structure by giving it a HTML5 semantic footer tag and wrapping everything within it. Now, bear with me, we will have to add a couple of class names to achieve this specific structure where we have a line and then we have a couple of different rows and columns that expand depending on the screen width. So let's create that structure right away. We're going to start with the outer container by giving it a class name of flex, which is going to make it a flex container, and then flex column, which means that the flex children will appear one below another. We want to give it a text-black-100, as well as a margin or MT5 on top. We want to give it a top border, so border-T, and a border-gray-100 is going to be the border color. So now if we go back, we should be able to see a line, but it's barely visible. Next, within the footer, we want to have a div that's also going to have a class name equal to flex. Max-MD is going to be flex-call, meaning on medium devices it's going to be flex-call. Then we want to give it a flex wrap that's going to allow it to wrap the elements no matter the width. Justify-between, gap-5 to provide some spacing between the elements. On small devices, padding X is going to be 16. Usually padding X is going to be 6. And padding Y, meaning on top and bottom, is going to be 10. Within this div, we're going to have another div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, justify-start, items-start, and gap-6. Finally, we can render this car hub image right here by rendering the self-closing Next.js image tag and giving it a source equal to /logo.svg, same as in the navbar. The alt tag can be logo. Width is going to be 118 pixels. Height is going to be 18 pixels. And class name is going to be object-contain. If we now save this and go back, you can see the logo and the line right here. Below the image, we want to have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to text-base and text-gray-700 to make the color a bit grayish. Finally, we can say something like car hub 2023, put a break tag right there, and then say all rights reserved, and then put the and sign, copy, semicolon. This is going to allow us to have that copyright sign right here. We want to go outside of this p tag and outside of the div and create a space for our footer links. So this is going to be a div tag with a class name equal to footer__links. Inside of here, we want to map over all of these different sections, the about, company, and socials, as well as all the links within it. You never want to have this data within your JSX. you want to put it somewhere separate because this is considered business logic and not necessarily what's included in the application. So to simplify our life so we don't have to type it all out, I've created a constants.ts file in the GitHub gist that is in the description down below. So go there and copy it, and then together we can create a new folder called constants. And then within the constants, you can create an index.ts file and paste what you just copied. I want to teach you how to do a proper application, not just put all of this content within the footer itself. So as you can see, this is nothing more than some manufacturers which we're going to use, the years of production, the fuels that exist, and finally the footer links, which are consisted of the title and then the actual links with the URLs. This way you can simply add a new one, delete one, and it's going to be reflected straight in the code. So with that said, we can go back to the footer and we can import those links by saying import footer links coming from @/constants. Then we can scroll down and we can map over them by saying footer links dot map. We're going to have each individual link, and then we can have an instant return by simply putting the parentheses. For each link, we're going to return a div, and that div is going to have a key equal to link.title. Then it's going to have a class name equal to footer__link. Within that div, we want to render an h3, and that h3 is going to render the link.title. That's going to be the category we're rendering. So if you save it, you can see about, company, and socials. And let's make that bolded by giving it a class name equal to font-bold. Great. Now below it, we can do another map by saying link.links.map. And then in there, we're going to get each individual item, and then we can simply return a link element for it. That link has to have a key equal to item.title. It's also going to have an href property equal to item.url. And it's going to have a class name equal to text-gray-500. Finally, inside of there, we're going to say item.title. Now, if we save it, you'll be able to see that all the links show, and we have almost a finished footer. We just need the bottom part right here. Of course, it might look a bit weird like this, but if you expand it, you're going to notice that it nicely wraps to the width of our device. Finally, let's do that last part, which is that line and then privacy policy and terms and conditions. So to do that, we can go below this div with the footer links and then create one last div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, justify-between, items-center, flex-wrap, mt10, border-t, border-gray-100. On small devices, padding horizontal 16, usually padding horizontal 6, and padding vertical of 10. Finally, within it, we can render a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to footer__copyrights-link. And within it, we can simply render the link that's going to have an href equal to / and a class name equal to text-gray-500. And within it, we can simply say something like privacy policy. We can duplicate that link, and then inside of it, we can say terms of use. If we save it, you can see that we have a structure that looks like this, and we're just missing the copyright on the bottom. So right here above our div containing those two links, we can create a p tag that's simply going to say at 2023 car hub, all rights reserved. And we can save it. There we go. Now this fits nicely. We have the all rights reserved and privacy policy and terms of use. And as you can see right here, the privacy policy and terms of use is getting connected to this. It seems like the justify between is not applied. And on the finish side, they're nicely put, one to the left and one to the right. It looks like we have to close this div that we had before on the top right here. So we only have two divs before the footer. We need to remove one and close it sooner. We have to close it after the footer links. So if we now save this, you can see everything is structured nicely because we have a div right here for the footer links, and that is together within this flex justify between, and then the last part is on its own on the bottom. With that said, if we now turn this out to be a full width application, we have a wonderful looking footer as well as a navigation bar, and finally we have the hero section. If we compare the two, they're going to be, I was about to say the same, but we definitely have some differences. So it looks like this shape is not appearing right on our side. It's getting a bit cut out. So let's go ahead and make sure that that shape is right, because that makes this button look so much better than here. So going back to our code to finalize the hero section, we can go to our components and then hero. And here we are using the self-closing div with the hero_image dash overlay. But I've made a mistake. This image should have been closed right here. So one div that's going to get closed is for this image, and then the div is right next to this div, not next to the image. If we fix that and expand it, you can see that now it is looking perfect. And with that said, we are ready to transition to the most important part of our application, which is the car catalog. It'll allow us to search through different models, as well as modify the fuel or the year of the car. And all of this is going to be server-side rendered. So let's get started by collapsing our browser, closing the hero section, and going all the way to our app page.tsx. We are done with the hero, and we're also done with everything in the layout, such as the navbar and the footer, and we are ready to continue with our homepage. Of course, the next part of the homepage, as we discussed, is going to be the car catalog. So, great job for coming this far into the video, and let's get started. To get started with the car catalog, below the hero, we can create a new div, which is going to act as a wrapper div for the catalog. So let's give it a class name equal to mt12 to divide it a bit from the top, and padding-x. Also padding-y. This is going to give it enough space for it to act as its own section. And we can give it a max width so it takes the full width of the screen. Finally, we can also give it an ID equal to discover, so once we click the above button, we can dive into this section. Great. Within this div, we can then create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to home__text-container. And this is going to be, of course, the container for the car catalog text. So right inside of here, we can simply create an h1 element, give it a class name of something like text-4XL and font-extra bold. And within it, we can say car catalog. If we save that and scroll down, you can see it right here. And below it, we can create a p tag, inside of which we can say explore the cars you might like. Okay, this is better already. And right below this div, we can focus on creating the filters. So we can create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to home__filters. Inside of there, we're going to render a couple of things. First of all, we want to render a self-closing search bar component. And below that, we're going to create a div. It's going to have a class name equal to home__filter-container. And within it, we want to have two custom filter components. The first custom filter is going to have a title equal to fuel, and the second one is going to have a title of year. So now if we save this, of course, we're going to have a couple of errors because these components don't exist yet. So let's go ahead and get them created by creating a new component in the components folder called search bar.tsx, run rjavascript inside of there, and we can repeat the procedure by creating the custom filter.tsx, and again run rjavascript inside of there. Now, as we discussed, we can import and export them from our index.ts. So right here, we can do the search bar as well as the custom filter, and we can export both of them, search bar and custom filter. If we now save this and go back, we can now double click and then command or control click to automatically import it from components. If that didn't work for you, you can scroll all the way up and import it like this. Import custom filter and search bar from add/components. And you should be able to see a search bar and two custom filters, which fit nicely in the layout, same as we have it here. Search bar on the left, or in this case on the top, and then on the right side, we have two custom filters. This is looking great. Now, even though TypeScript is complaining a bit because we haven't yet specified the props to this custom filter component, no worries, we're going to do that later. Let's focus on the search bar first. So let's control click to go into the search bar and let's start implementing, first of all, its looks, and then soon enough, its functionalities. Right within the search bar, we can transform our search bar from a div at the start into a form element and give it a class name equal to search bar. We can also give it an onSubmit property, which is going to be equal to handle search. For now, we have to define that handle search above, so we can say const handle search is equal to, and just leave it as an empty callback function. We're going to get back to it soon. Now, as soon as you have an onSubmit, that is a browser event, so we need to transform this into a use client directive. There we go. This is working. And now within the form, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to search bar underscore underscore item. Like this. We're going to have two items in the search bar. The first one is going to be the manufacturer, and the second one is going to be the model. Even though they might appear to be the same, we have gone ahead and added extra functionalities to the manufacturer, where it's not just a search bar. It is something known as a combo box or an autocomplete search, where if we expand it, you can start typing the manufacturer and then you can select them based on the predefined array of manufacturers. So let's go ahead and implement that so-called combo box right away. To implement it, we're going to create a new reusable component, and we're going to call it search manufacturer. Of course, if we now save it, it's going to break because this component doesn't yet exist. And we can create it by creating a new component, search manufacturer .tsx, and we can run rjavascript inside of there, and finally export it within our index.ts. That's going to look something like this. Search manufacturer. There we go. And the error should go away if we export it and then import it properly in our search bar. It's going to be coming from import search manufacturer from /. It looks like it didn't pick up the import properly. An alternative is to just put it within the curly braces and then just get it from /, like this, because we have exported it from that component right here. And it's within the same folder. Now we'll be handling the state of which manufacturer is currently chosen. So in this case, we can import use state from React. Another reason that we need to use the use client component because we're using hooks. And then immediately right here, we can say use state. We can call it manufacturer, set manufacturer, and at the start, it's going to be set to an empty string. And I'm going to expand this just a bit so we can see it more clearly. Now that we have the manufacturer and set manufacturer, we can pass those state as props to our search manufacturer like so. Of course, TypeScript is going to complain at first, but once we go to the search manufacturer and accept those props as we should, it's going to be fine. So right here, we want to accept the manufacturer as well as the set manufacturer. And we have to say that this is equal to search manufacturer props. And of course, we have to define the types for that. So alongside the export interface custom button, we can do export interface search manufacturer props. And of course, that's going to be just the manufacturer, which is going to be a string, and the set manufacturer, which is going to be a function that takes in manufacturer as a string and doesn't return anything. It's just a setter state. Now, with that said, we can here say search manufacturer props and import it from add./types like so. And with that, we can start creating this wonderful combo box. To create it, we'll be using Headless UI. Headless UI contains completely unstyled, fully accessible UI components designed to integrate beautifully with Tailwind CSS. And it gives you a couple of things that you can use, such as menu, list box, combo box or the autocomplete, which we're going to use, modals, and more. So let's look at the combo box or the autocomplete. It looks something like this. You have Wade Cooper, and then it allows you to start typing and then immediately see other people as well. So Headless UI is really great if you want to use some of the components that they offer out of the box. If I'm not mistaken, we'll be using the dialog or the modal, as well as transitions for some animations, and we'll be using the autocomplete. So with that said, let's get started with implementing Headless UI autocomplete. First of all, we have to install Headless UI. And we can do that by stopping our application from running and then running npm install add headless UI/react. Once it is installed, we can simply rerun npm run dev and be good to go. Then at the top, we can import the combo box as well as transition coming from add headless UI/react. Finally, we can start with the layout, and I'm going to collapse this just a bit so everything fits in the screen. We're going to give this div a class name equal to search-manufacturer. And inside of there, we're going to immediately render a combo box component. Within the combo box, we'll have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to relative and w-full. Now, if we save this and reload the page, because otherwise we won't be able to see the changes we make because we reloaded the application, now we get an error saying that you're importing a component that imports client only. It only works in client component, but none of its parents are marked with use clients, so they're components by default. Maybe you should try marking one of these as use client. So right in the search manufacturer, you can say use client. And if we reload it, it works, which means that we can proceed with creating our combo box. The combo box is going to be consisted of a couple of things. It's going to have a combo box button, like this one. Then it's going to have some kind of an input, and then finally another button to submit the search. So what we can do is first, we can render the combo box dot button. We can also give it a class name equal to absolute top dash 14 pixels. Not 140, just 14. Inside of there, we can render a self-closing Next.js image tag. It can have a source equal to /car-logo.svg. It can also have a width of 20, height of 20, a class name of margin left-4, and finally an alt tag equal to car logo. But as you can see, we haven't yet imported the image. So at the top, we can import image from next/image. And if we save that, we should now be able to see this Volkswagen button right here appear, which is great. That's going to be our placeholder, meaning that we can type in different car manufacturers or car makes, whatever you prefer. Next, we're going to have an input. So below the button, we can render the combo box.input. It's going to be a self-closing component that's going to have a class name, search-manufacturer__input. And a really cool thing about Headless UI is that it's built on top of Tailwind, which means that you can simply provide a class name in Tailwind and it's going to work. We can also give it a placeholder. We can type something like Volkswagen, and this is looking good. And we can also give it a display value. This is something you have to provide to an input, and this is consisted of a callback function that gets the value and then displays the value. And since we're using TypeScript, we have to say that the value is of a type string right here. Finally, we're going to have an onChange, and in the onChange, we have to update the value. So let's go ahead and create a new state by first of all importing useState from React, and then we can create a new useState snippet by saying query and setQuery, and that's going to be an empty string at the start. That's going to be the search query. And on the onChange, we can simply say we get an event, and then we can set the query to be equal to e.target.value. So once we change the value in here, it's going to be changed. Now, right now, this is just a regular input, but we want to turn it into a combo box so that once you start typing, it actually gives you some predefined options. So to do that, below the combo box, we can create a new transition. That's going to just provide us some animations as well. And a transition has to portray itself as a specific element. And in this case, we don't want to add additional elements to the DOM, so we can simply import fragment from React, and we can say transition will act as a fragment, like so. Then on that transition, you can provide additional properties that are gonna animate it. So we can do something like leave is equal to transition, ease in, and duration 100. This is going to make sense soon. We're gonna say leave from opacity 100 and leave to opacity 0. And then after leave, we have a function that's going to simply clear the query. Now within this transition, we can put some elements. And in this case, we're going to put the combo box dot options. Again, we're talking about these options right here. In our case, it's going to be different car makes. So before we go ahead and add some styles, let's first map over all of the options. It would have been simpler if I called these makes instead of manufacturers, but since we started calling it that way, let's stay consistent. Now, in this case, we want to filter out through the shown manufacturers, but we only want to show the ones that the user is searching for. So if we start typing something with an A, we don't want to show a B and W, which starts with a B or doesn't even contain an A. So first of all, we have to get a list of all the manufacturers and then filter it depending on the search query. Where are all the manufacturers? Well, we can import them by saying import manufacturers from add constants. If you remember correctly, I provided you with a list of all the manufacturers. And if you're wondering where I got this, I simply went to ChatGPT and I said, hey, give me a list of all car manufacturers. And thankfully, you have to make a check. They have to correspond with the API we're going to use soon. So in this case, we have the manufacturers, but we need to filter them out based on our query. So we can say const filtered manufacturers is equal to query is equal to an empty string. So if query is equal to an empty string, then we're going to return all manufacturers. But if it's not, if query exists, then we can do manufacturers dot filter. And then to a filter, you pass a specific item, and then you provide the conditions based off of which you want to filter it. So let me first indent this a bit more nicely so you can see what's happening. So we're first checking if we have a query. If we don't have a query, return all manufacturers, else return the manufacturers which we're going to filter in the following way. Here, we want to say item dot to lowercase dot replace. And in this case, we want to replace all the empty spaces. We can do that with a regular expression where we have s, which is an empty space, plus, and then g, global. And we want to replace all the empty spaces with an empty string. And then we want to check if the search query we have, or rather if the manufacturers we're filtering through include the query that we have, which we also lowercase, just to ensure that we're searching everything as lowercase. And then we also replace that query with the same regular expression. So we are removing empty spaces from the query, removing empty spaces from the manufacturer list, and we're ensuring that everything is in lowercase. Great. Again, we had to do some detailed extra work, but this is to ensure that whatever our users search, be that Volkswagen with a lowercase v or with an uppercase v, or even if they put some spaces before or after it, it's still going to work. So we always have to be careful of what people are searching for. Great. So now we have this, and we can, first of all, close this properly by giving it one more parenthesis. And then we can utilize the filter manufacturers to show some options. So within the combo box options, we can first show an empty option, meaning if we don't have any filter manufacturers. So we need to make a check for that by saying filtered manufacturers, and we're going to not do the dot map first, but rather we're going to check the length and check if the dot length is triple equal to 0, and if the query is not equal to an empty string, meaning if it exists. In that case, we want to show that empty option. So we can say and then show the combo box option like so. And it's going to have a value equal to query and a class name equal to search-manufacturer __ option. And it's going to say something like create and dynamically query. So we want to let people know that they can search for something meaningful, like so. And this is the case right now because it doesn't exist. So if you search for AA, nothing's going to appear. So this is only going to be the case if we don't have anything. But if we do, so we don't want to use the end here. We want to turn this into a ternary at the end. So if we have nothing, then we show nothing. Otherwise, we're going to loop through all the possible options. So here we can say filter manufacturers dot map, where we're going to get each one of these items. And then for each item, we want to return something. Specifically, we want to return a combo box dot option. Since we're mapping over it, each option needs to have a key, which is going to be the item itself, and it needs to have a class name. Now, combo box option allows us to pass a function as a class name where we can destructure the active tab. That's going to allow us to turn the options as a template string so we can style the active option differently from the non-active option. All the options are going to be relative, and they're going to have a class of search manufacturer __ option. But for active ones, we can provide additional class name, such as bg-primary-blue and text-white, And for non-active ones, we can have a text dash gray dash 900. There we go. So now if we save this, we're going to see that we have a couple of errors. First of all, we're missing one parenthesis right here to close the combo box. Secondly, our combo box option also needs a value, which is going to be the currently selected item or the manufacturer. And then within it, we want to show something. Maybe for now, we just want to show the item to show what it is. Now, if we save this, we're most likely going to have some more errors. And we do. It says right here that we have the unexpected token div at the search manufacturer, which is all the way at the top, which means that something is not properly closed. So in here, we're closing this, we're starting a new one, and then we have to properly close it at the end. There we go. Once we fix that, we can see that we have our search. And if I start typing A, thankfully you can see all of the options that include the letter A in them. If we start adding more letters, for example, we want to go for Audi, we can do AU and then only one option appears. So this is looking great. And now that I think about it, we don't even need this create because in our case, we cannot create anything. So the only thing we have to do is just filter through them. So if we do this, it's going to simplify our code significantly. And if we save it, it should still behave and work in a similar fashion. If we search for something that doesn't exist, it's not there, and else we get the options. Great. So of course, whenever you take some code out of somewhere, you have to know how to make it work and how to adapt it to your own needs. Great. Or we could have simply taken this, which is the final example from the code. And you can see it's quite similar to what we have. In this case, it might be cool also to show nothing found. That's going to be up to you. But in this case, we want to style our options just a bit differently to match our design. So right here, instead of simply rendering the item, we're going to show some different things. Let's do this. And now bear with me. See how they're doing it on the final website. Instead of simply rendering a div, they have this weird structure right here. Since this is a built-in component, they implemented some additional logic into it. So you can open a block, then open a function like so, and then right here, destructure the selected and the active. And that's going to allow you to know which one of these is currently selected or active. So within there, we can simply return a React fragment and then start rendering some code. So let's do that right away. Within this fragment, we can see what the combo box or the headless UI team did themselves, and we can copy their example all the way from the top span to the bottom where they close the fragment. And we can paste this code. Now, if we save it, you're going to see that we're going to have some errors, or at least I would hope we would. Maybe when we start typing. Yes, you can see their example is done using people. But in our case, our example is going to be using cars. So in this case, we're not going to do person.name. We're going to simply do an item because that's our car manufacturer. And we have a span right here at the bottom indicating which one is currently selected. We don't necessarily have to show an icon, just a span is enough. Now, if we save this and scroll down and start typing, you can see that we have some options, but we cannot really see what's happening inside of here. So let's look into that together. The reason why we cannot see anything is because we're never returning it. As you can see right here, I put a curly brace instead of a parenthesis. So right here, I'm gonna remove that and simply show a parenthesis at the end as well, which signifies an immediate return. And now we can see all the car brands. And if we select one, and we're gonna know which one is currently selected. So this is looking great to me. Let's test it a few more times by starting to type something and selecting. Wonderful. With that, our combo box is getting much closer to being done. But of course, right now, it's not yet doing anything. It's just allowing us to browse through all of the cars in a really nice manner. But of course, we have to pass that data along somewhere to be able to search for it and make use of it. For that, the combo box accepts a couple of properties. It accepts a value, which is going to be equal to the manufacturer, and it accepts a onChange property, which is going to be set manufacturer. Now, if we save this and try it out one more time, there we go, Volkswagen is selected. And even though we cannot see anything, now we're selecting the value and the state within the search bar is getting updated, which is all that we need. That's going to allow us to later on actually filter through the cars data that we have. Wonderful. Now, it might not make sense to proceed creating the other part of the search if we don't have anything to filter yet. So what do you say that we immediately jump into fetching the data from the API, fetching all of these great cars, and then we'll have something to filter. So for now, we can close all of the currently open files and get started with fetching all of this great data from Rapid API. More specifically, we'll be using Cars by API Ninjas. It has only one endpoint, and within it, it allows us to do everything we want. So what you can do is you can click subscribe to test. It is completely free. It's going to lead you to this subscription page, and you can subscribe to the basic plan with 3,000 requests a month, which is going to be more than enough for our needs. There we go. Once you subscribed, you can go back to endpoints and you can start exploring what properties can you pass to the API endpoint. We can filter out everything from the model to the make to the minimum city mileage per gallon, maximum city mileage per gallon, and we can do a lot of stuff right here. Cylinders, transmission, year, drive, fuel type, limit, and so much more. But for now, let's make a test endpoint to see how the data that's going to get returned looks like. It looks like each car has 12 different properties, and it looks like we're getting 5 cars per page. We can definitely modify that later on. That's just the default limit. So this is looking great to me. Now we can go back and we can actually make a request to this API based on the keys that Rapid API provided us. So simply click copy code right here, collapse the browser, and then create a new folder called utils in the root of your folder. This stands for utility functions. Within it, you can create a new index.ts file. And for now, simply paste what you copied right here. This is going to be everything that we need to make that request. And now that I look at it, we don't necessarily have to use Axios. We can simply use the good old fetch. There's nothing wrong with Axios. We just didn't install it in this case. So let's proceed with fetch. I'm going to override this. And now we have the good old fetch right here. Now we have the URL, we have the options and everything. Let's go ahead and create a function that we'll be able to use to make a call to that API. That's going to look something like this. Export, async, function, fetch cars. For now, we can leave the params empty. Later on, we're going to pass some props to it. And inside of here, we can provide the headers for Rapid API. And the headers are within the options. So simply copy them. And right here, say const headers is equal to, and then paste the headers right here. That's going to be the X Rapid API key equal to this key right here, and then X Rapid API host equal to the URL of the API. Then we want to target a specific endpoint. You can see here we have the base URL. So let's go ahead and copy this URL, paste it right here, and we'll be able to slightly modify it. So we can say const response is equal to await fetch, and we want to fetch this specific URL. By default, it is a GET request. Now, we don't want to just fetch the main one where the cars is always set to Corolla. We want to be able to modify it. So for now, let's simply fetch all the cars, and then later on, we're going to pass additional properties. Of course, for this to work, we have to provide a second parameter to our fetch, which is going to contain the headers equal to headers. That's going to allow us to get this key in there as well. Now, of course, your key right here is going to be different because you copied it from your own Rapid API account. Finally, to parse the response as JSON, we can say const result is equal to await response.json, and then we can return the result, which are the actual cars. And we can delete all of the things that we copied before from Rapid API because now all of it is contained in this nicely packed fetch cars function, which is a so-called utility function because now we can reuse it across different files. First of all, let's go back all the way to app and then page.tsx. Inside of here, we want to make use of all of those cars. So what we can do is right on top below the home, we can say const all cars is equal to await fetch cars. We can import those fetch cars from add/utils. And believe it or not, Next.js allows you to put the page as asynchronous. So we can simply say export default async function home. And you can use the await right here. That's pretty cool, right? Now, let's see what do we get back from all cars by simply saying console log all cars. If we save it and go back to the browser and reload the page and inspect, open up the console and reload the page, are we going to see anything? Nope, nothing's there. What happens if we open up our terminal? We can see an error saying invalid parameters trying to call this API. So if we look at the API documentation, you can see that all of these fields are optional, but they do provide in that model. So let's go back to our utils index.ts and let's provide a question mark model is equal to Corolla, just to test it out and see if we get anything back. Again, nothing is going to be in the console right here, but the data is actually going to be inside of your built-in Visual Studio Code terminal. You can see all the different Toyota Corollas right here. Isn't that cool? Now you might be wondering why that is the case. Well, that's because every component and every page by default in Next.js is a server-side component. So this is actually being fetched on the server, which is why the console log is coming right here. If you converted this into the use client component, then it would be shown on the browser, but we don't want to do that if we don't have to. So we have all the cars, and now we can focus on showing them down below. So let's go ahead and do that right away, going below the search bar, going all the way below the home filters, and then creating some space for where we're gonna go over the cars. First, we have to check if all of the data is empty. And we can do that by saying const is data empty is equal to, if not, array dot is array all cars, meaning if it's not an array, or if all cars dot length is lower than 1, or if not all cars. So if any of these is true, that means that our data is indeed empty. So we can use that as a check down below. So if not is empty data, in that case, we can return a section. And here we can say we have cars. Else, we can return something else. And that's going to be a div. And this div is going to render an h2 that's going to say something like, oops, no results. And we can render the message that we get from the API by saying all cars question mark dot message. Now, even though we cannot see this right now, let's give it some class names. For example, home underscore underscore error dash container. And then to this h2, to make it a bit more stand out, we can give it a class name equal to text dash black, text dash XL, and font dash bold. Wonderful. Now, in this case, we do get we have cars because we saw those couple Toyota Corollas right here. So what do you say? Let's go ahead and show them all on the screen. So within this section, we're going to have an additional div right here. And that div is going to have a class name equal to home __ cars dash wrapper. Inside of there, we can simply put a dynamic block of code, say all cars !map, we get each individual car, and for each one, we return a car card component that looks like this. That car card is going to accept a car as a property, and let's just put it in a new line so we can more clearly see what is happening over here. It looks something like this. We have a section where we map over the cars, and then for each car, we show the car card component, and then we pass the car data to it. Hopefully, all of this is clear so far, but now you can notice that we have an error because the car card doesn't exist as of this moment. So what we can do is go to the components folder and create a new car card.tsx. We can run rafce. Once again, export it as all the other ones so far. So just rename it to car card. And if we do that, we can now import this car card on top right here from components. And if we save it and reload, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 Toyota Corollas. Even though we don't know which ones those are, we can see it by the data. Now is our job to get into the car card and actually render the meaningful information about that specific card, such as the price per day, the name, whether it's all-wheel drive or front-wheel drive, if it's automatic, and what is it miles per gallon. Great. So let's do it right away. Our car card is going to utilize the use state field to be able to manage the open state of the modal that's going to pop up. And therefore, by default, since we're using hooks, it's going to be a use client component. Alongside the use state, we're going to also import the image coming from next/image. Now, we already know that we're passing the car into our car card, so we can accept it as props. But since we're using TypeScript, we also have to specify the type. So we can go all the way to our types folder, and inside of here, we can create an interface for the car props. Something like export interface, and then car props will do the trick. Of course, how do we know which props does our car have? Well, we can go straight to the API documentation and check out the demo of the results right here and simply copy all the properties. And we can paste them right here. Now, of course, we have to add commas. So right now I'm holding the Alt key and clicking with my mouse, and that's going to allow me to simply add semicolons at the end of all of these lines at once. And instead of the actual value that we have to specify the type of the value. So the city mile per gallon is going to be a number. Then we're going to have the string, of course. Then we're going to have a number. And we can repeat this process where I can immediately select all the numbers, holding the Alt key, and put that out as number. And we can repeat the procedure with all the strings as well. And that's going to look something like this. And we immediately have our car interface. That's going to be of so much help because we'll never be able to miss a specific property. For example, if we start typing city mpg for miles per gallon, it's going to say, hey, that property doesn't exist. You only have this one. Great. Now we can go back in here and we can utilize those props. We can create a new interface, which is going to be called car card props, where the car is going to be equal to car props, like this. And the only thing we have to do is now say car is car card props. And we're just missing the car props, which we can import from add/types. Great. Later on, we'll also be using our custom button, which is going to come from /custom button. And with that, we are ready to start creating the main structure of our car. So immediately right here below, we can destructure the main car's properties. That's going to be city, MPG, year, make, model, transmission, and drive. And that's going to be equal to the car. That's going to allow us to simply say year instead of car.year. Now we can see that it's complaining that the year doesn't exist on a car, and that points my attention to this missing property, which I unfortunately missed. So I'm going to add the year at the bottom as well and turn it into a number. And with that, we are good to proceed. So our car card is going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to car-card group. And we can go back to our app and you can see that this is going to give us a nice looking element or a div for our card. Immediately within it, we can create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to car-card __ content. Immediately inside of there, we can create a new h2, and this one is going to say make, and then it's going to say model. That's going to give us the full car name, let's call it that way. And we can see that all of these are Toyota Corollas. And let's give it a class name of car-card __ content title. This is going to make it look just a bit better. Finally, we can dive below this div and create a new p tag. That p tag is going to have a span element that's going to render the car rent. That's interesting. So later on, we could convert this application in a car renting app. Right now, we don't have the information about how much each car costs. So we're going to play around a bit and try to calculate the price of the rent of the car based on the year or the mileage. So if we go back to our folder called utils, we can create a new utility function. And that's going to be export const calculate car rent. As you can see, I simply pasted it here, and you will be able to do the same by simply copying it from the GitHub gist down below. This is nothing more than just setting up an imaginary rental price per your car based on the base price, mileage factor, age factor. We calculate it, and then we come up with a specific price. You could have used ChatGPT to create a similar function as well. That's going to allow us to export this function and go back and then utilize it right here, where we can say const car rent is equal to calculate car rent, and we can pass in city MPG and year, and of course don't forget to import calculate car rent from utils. And now we can show the car rent right here within the span element. That's going to be 54 for most Toyotas, funny enough. What we can do is style it a bit. So we can do something like on this p tag, give it a class name equal to flex, margin top of 6, text is going to be 32 pixels, and font is going to be extra bold. Now to this span, we can give it a class name equal to self-start. This is going to align self on the start, text-14 pixels, and font-semi-bold. And finally, we can duplicate this span below. This time, instead of car rent, we can say / per day. And then instead of self-start, we can do self-end, and we can do font-medium. And this is going to show the price per day. Now, I noticed I made a mistake right here. The car rent should have been in between those two spans, and the $sign should have been in the first span. So we have a $sign here, car rent in the middle, and then the span with the day right here, which gives us something that looks like this. So it's going to be $price per day. There we go. Looking great. Now below that, we want to show our image. So that's going to be below the p tag. but the image is going to come from another source. So what we can do for now is simply do a wrapper for that image. And now we can focus on showing the image. The image is going to come from another API. So for now, we can just do the wrapper for that image and a demo image for all cars, and then we're going to fill in the details later on. So in here, we can give it a class name of relative, w-full, h-40, margin y3, and object-contain. That's a wrapper for the image. And then we can render the self-closing image in there. And for now, for the source, we can put the /. Let's go into the public just to see what's there. And then we could do the hero PNG. I think that's a car. So we can do just source /hero. And let's give it a width of something like 50 and height of 50, just to see how that's going to look like for now. We can also give it an alt tag equal to car model. We can give it a fill and a priority, meaning that it's going to load first, and a class name object-contain. If we have fill, I don't think we need the width and the height. So if we save this, we have this great looking demo car model for now for all of these Toyota Corollas. As I said, car images are coming from another API, so once we fully finalize the car and the search, we'll be able to add real images. Now let's go to the div below to create all the additional information, such as the automatic, all-wheel drive, and miles per gallon. For that, we can give this div a class name equal to relative, flex, w-full, and margin top of 2. To divide it a bit from the image. We're going to have one more div inside of it that's going to have a class name equal to flex. And then on group-hover, we're going to make this completely invisible. Yep, that's a property. Visibility is going to be hidden. This is going to allow us to show the button instead. Then we're going to do w-full and justify -between, as well as text-gray. And inside of there, we can have a final wrapper div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, justify-center, items-center, and gap-2. Inside of there, we can show the steering wheel image by rendering a Next.js image tag with a source equal to /steering-wheel.svg. We can give it a width of just 20 pixels, as well as a height of 20, and the alt tag equal to steering wheel. And below it, we can render a p tag, and this p tag is going to have a class name equal to text-14 pixels. And we can check the transmission. So if the transmission is equal to A, then we can show automatic, else we can show manual. If we now save this, you can see this great looking steering wheel and it says automatic. Now, if we duplicate this 2 more times, we'll be able to have 2 more icons. The second one is going to have the tire image, so tire.svg. It can also say tire here, and it's simply going to render, instead of a p tag, drive.to uppercase like this. If we save it, you can see FWD for drive. And the last one is going to be a gas SVG, and that's going to render the city_mpg mpg. So that's going to be how many miles per gallon it spends in a city. Great. And we have our great looking car card. Now, if we go down one div and then one more div, we can focus on creating that button that's going to show up. So we can create a div for the button. It's going to have a class name equal to car-card__btn dash container, and within it, we can render our own custom button component. That custom button is going to have a title equal to view more. It's going to have container styles equal to w-full, padding y of 16 pixels, rounded-full, and bg-primary-blue. If we now save this and hover, you can see it looks good, but we also have to change the text styles. So let's do text styles. And that's going to be equal to text-white, text-14 pixels, leading-17 pixels, and font-bold. Now you can see that TypeScript is already complaining because so far we haven't used text styles, and it's going to complain even more because we want to give it a right icon. So something like right-arrow.svg, as it is right here. We haven't made that happen yet on a reusable button, but that's what reusable components are for. You can style them depending on the context where they show. And finally, we're going to have a handle click that's going to open up the modal. So we can say set is open is set to true, which we don't yet have. So at the top, we can create a new use state snippet that's going to say is open, set is open, at the start set to false. Of course, indicating the modal state. Great. Now let's dive into our custom button. And let's first change the custom button props. Right now, we obviously don't have the text styles. So at the bottom, let's add text styles. Specify that it is optional and make it a string. We also have the right icon, which is going to be optional and also a string. Later on, we're going to have the is disabled property, which sometimes can be true. So that's going to be a Boolean. And now we can go back to our custom button, accept these additional properties, such as text styles and right icon, and we can utilize them. The text styles are going to happen here next to flex 1, where we can simply render the text styles. If we save that, you can see the text is now white. And the last remaining thing to do regarding this button is to add an arrow. So right below the span, we can open a new dynamic block of code and say if right icon exists, then render a div that's going to contain a class name of relative width or w-6, h-6, and we can render a self-closing image. That image is going to have a source equal to right icon, an alt tag equal to right icon, a fill, and a class name equal to object-contain. If we save that, you can see it appear right here. This is looking great. And of course, if we click it, nothing happens yet, but soon enough, we're going to show a modal that's going to give us more information about this specific car. So if we go back from the custom button and the types and the calculate car rent back into our car card, the last thing to do is to showcase .car modal. So right below this div with a custom button and below one more div, meaning right here near the end, we want to create a car details component. And if we save it now, of course, it's going to break. But that means that now is time to create a new component. So right click, new file, and let's call it car details.tsx. We can run RAFCE, export it as we usually do. That's going to be car details. And go back and import it at the top. Right here, you can do car details from /car details. And we have to pass a couple props to it. We have to know, are the car details going to show or not? Which means that we have to pass the is open state equal to is open. And we need to be able to modify that state, meaning close the modal. So we can pass the close modal function that's going to have a call to set is open is set to false. It's going to toggle it off. And then, of course, we want to pass the car is equal to car. So we pass over all of the details about a car to car details. Now, as you can see, the car details currently complains because it's not accepting those props. So let's control click the car details, accept all of those props properly, and let TypeScript know that it has nothing to worry about. So what we can do is create a new interface right within here, car details props. And what do we need? We need the is open state, which is going to be a Boolean. We need a close modal, which is going to be just a function that's not going to return anything. And check this out. We can use another interface we created before. Car is going to be equal to car props, which are coming from our add types. Isn't that cool? We are reusing all of the car properties within another interface and then adding two additional things. TypeScript really is extensible. And now we can simply accept them, is open, close modal, and car. That's going to be of a type car details props. Wonderful. And with that, we are ready to start creating a model that's going to look like this. If you pay really close attention, you're going to notice that it doesn't open instantly. There's a transition that happens. It takes about a couple hundred milliseconds and then it opens. So we're going to achieve that transition using the headless UI transition property. So let's get started with creating this phenomenal modal. We can start by importing the image tag, which we've used many times so far, from Next/image. Next, we're going to need to import a fragment coming from React. We're going to also need to import a couple of things from the headless UI, for example, a dialog and a transition from headless UI/React, and don't forget to put the @ up front. Now, the transition is to add that animation, and the dialog is the modal that you can see that opens when you click on View More. And with that, we can start creating the structure of our car details, car modal, dialog, however you want to call it. So first, let's wrap everything in a React fragment. Then we're going to create a new transition. This transition is going to have a tag of appear, meaning it's going to show up. And then on show, we want it to show when it is open, once we open the modal, and it's going to act as a fragment. Here we go. Now, within that transition, we want to open up a dialog. That dialog is going to show as a div, and it's going to have a class name equal to relative z10 to appear on top of things, and it's going to have an onClose property, which is going to be equal to close modal function, which we're passing to car details. Within that modal, we're going to have something known as a transition.child. And this is going to be the backdrop. So within the transition child, we can render the self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to fixed, inset 0, bg black, and bg-opacity-25. If we save this, you're going to see that it's going to complain because it wants you to transition this over to the use client because headless UI uses use client. So if we fix this, you can see that now it works and you have this backdrop visible. Of course, on top of the backdrop, we want to show some other things. But first, we want to make this backdrop appear slowly. So to this transition.child, we're going to add some properties. It's going to be as a fragment, and when it enters, it's going to enter with an ease out, duration 300. It's going to enter from opacity 0 and enter to opacity 100. When it leaves, it's going to leave with the ease in and duration 200. It's going to leave from opacity 100 to opacity 0. I really love the way how they put the starting and the ending position, and you can do that for each and every property. So now if we reload the page and you click view more, you can notice how it slowly appears. And you can close it with the escape key on your keyboard. Now, of course, we don't want to just have the backdrop. Below the transition.child, we want to create a real dialog modal. So right here, we can give it a class name set to fixed, inset 0, overflow, -y-auto. And inside of it, we want to create a new wrapper div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, min-h-full, items-center to center them vertically, justify-center to center horizontally, p-4 for padding, and text-center. Inside of there, we want to render another transition.child. As a matter of fact, we can copy the one we had above. So you just have to close it again. It's going to be a fragment, ease out, duration, opacity, but alongside opacity, we also want to change the scale from 95 to 100. This is going to make it appear like the dialog is expanding while it opens. If you pay close attention to the finish side, you'll see how it expands from 95 to 100. It's barely noticeable, but it is there. And then we want to remove the scale from 100 back over to scale 95. There we go. And within it, we want to have something known as a dialog panel. So let's create a new component, dialog.panel. This dialog panel is going to have a button within it, and this button is going to have a type equal to button. It's going to have an on-click equal to close modal, and it's going to render the image that's going to have a source equal to /close.svg, an alt tag equal to close, a width equal to 20, a height equal to 20, and a class name equal to object-contain. If we save this and open up the modal, we can see an X appear right here. It's hard to notice it. That's because we don't yet have the actual modal card. But let's create it. So we can style, first of all, this dialog.panel by giving it a class name equal to relative, w-full, max-w-lg, max-height, or h-90vh. So we never wanted to take the full height of the screen, only 90%. Overflow-y-auto, transform, rounded-2xl, and then BG white. Now, if we save this, we cannot see anything yet, but if we reopen it, you can see some kind of a modal. Now, let's give it a text-left, shadow-xl, transition-all, flex-call, and gap-5. If we save this and reopen it, again, nothing really happens, but soon enough, as we start adding all of the elements, it's going to start making more sense. For now, let's style the button a bit by giving it a class name equal to absolute, top-2, right-2, z-10, w-fit, p-2, bg-primary-blue-100, and rounded-full. This is going to make it look like this, although now everything disappears, so we cannot see anything. We're going to look into this as soon as we add some more stuff to our dialog panel. So going below this button, we want to create the div that's going to serve as the actual content of the final card. And to that wrapper div, we can give a class name equal to flex-1, flex-call, and gap-3. Inside of there, we can have a wrapper for the image. So it's going to have a class name equal to relative, w-full, h-40, bg pattern, bg cover, bg center, and rounded-lg. If we now save this, we can finally see something because now it's taking a height of 40, which is 10 rem or 160 pixels. So the card got some height and therefore it is visible. We can also see the close button, which fully works, and it slowly animates in. Now, for now, inside of here, we can render the same demo car image as we did before. So let's scroll all the way up in the car card and let's copy this image right here and go back to car details and paste it within that div. This is going to render the car, as you can see here. Now we can go below this div with the BG pattern, still staying in the other div that we have created. And we're going to create a div for 3 smaller images down below. So right here, we can give it a class name equal to flex and gap-3. And we can create a div for one of these 3 images. It's going to have a class name equal to flex-1. And immediately we can just copy the image that we have right here and paste it. You should be able to see 2 of these images appear really soon. Not yet though. Alongside flex1, we also want to give it relative, w-full, h-24, bg-primary-blue-100, and rounded-lg. Now you can see the other car. It's taking the full width because it has flex1. But now if we duplicate this div 2 more times, we should have 2 additional images right here. Of course, now it's all the same car, but soon enough, we're going to be able to show different images from different positions of every single car brand and type. Wonderful. So what we can do right now is go all the way down, 1, 2, 3 divs down, still staying within dialog panel, because now we can focus on adding the additional content right here. First, we want to show the name and the brand. So right here, let's create a div. It's going to have a class name equal to flex-1, flex, flex-call, and gap-2. We're just making some space and ensuring that the elements are going to show one below another. Then we want to create an h2 element, and within it, we want to render the car.make as well as a car.model. And you can see Toyota Corolla right here. And finally, we can change the class name equal to font-semi-bold, text-XL, and capitalize. This is going to make it look just a bit better. Now, below this H2, we can start adding all of the other content. And you might think it's going to be a real pain in the ass to add every single little line, but of course, we're going to map over it. So let's first create a container that's going to have a class name equal to margin top 3 to divide it a bit from the title, flex, flex-wrap, and gap-4. And within it, we need to wrap over all of the car properties. Now, the way in which we're going to do that is going to be really interesting. We know that we have our car, right? And if we look into the car type, the car is going to have all of these properties. It's going to have class, combination, cylinders, displacement, drive, and so on. And we have a specific value corresponding to each one of these so-called keys. So a car is going to be an object with keys and values. And this is one of the rare occasions where we don't simply want to show the values, but rather we also want to show the keys. Now, how do you get the keys of an object? Do you know that? This is a plain JavaScript question. So really try to put some thought into it and think about how can you get the keys of an object? Usually you need values. Well, you do it using the object.entries. You pass in an object to the object.entries, and that returns you an array of key and value pairs or properties of an object. Then we can do a .map And then we can get, if we do array destructuring right here, the key as well as the value. And then we can instantly return a div for each one of these key value pairs. And that looks like this. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, justify dash between because we want to show the key on the left side and the value on the right side, gap dash 5 to give it some space, w dash full, and text dash right. Finally, the key is going to be the key. Then inside of that div, we can render an h4, and here we can just render the key. And below that, we're going to render a p tag where we can render the value. And as soon as we save that, you can see all of the properties appear immediately. Now let's make this look just a bit better. First of all, to our h4, we can give it a class name equal to text-gray because it's not as important as the value, of course. And then we can capitalize it. Again, a really cool property from Tailwind right here, text transform, capitalize. We can also remove the underscores right here. So what we can do is say key.split by the underscore and then dot join with a space. It's a little detail, but it makes a big difference. Finally, let's give this p a class name equal to text-black-100 and font-semi-bold to make it stand out a bit more. Now you can see that we don't have enough padding on this card. So if we go all the way up where we declare the initial dialog panel, it looks like we missed some padding right here. So let's see where is it missing from. It looks like a couple of things are wrong right here. So we have the overflow y auto, then we have transform, rounded-2xl, bg white, and then we can also add a p-6, a padding of 6. If we save that and click again, this is going to look like a completely different card. Then it's text-left, but I also missed a shadow. It's going to be a shadow XL, not XSL. So if I fix it, if we reopen it, it's going to have a small shadow on the bottom, making it appear like it floats on top of the screen. And I think everything else is good. Now we have a wonderful looking car details page, or in this case, just a modal or a dialogue, however you want to call it. But that's good. We can open it. We can also go for the Toyota Corolla wagon, and that's looking great as well. We just have a bit more information about the details of the car. Now, we've been staring at these Toyota Corollas this whole time. Well, at least the title says it's a Toyota Corolla. So let's just go to our API a bit, which is in utils, and let's try to go for something a bit more interesting. So if we go to fetch cars, let's try to change it to a modal, and let's see if they have some Carreras. That might be a bit more interesting. So that's going to be a Porsche. And there we go. We can see some different models right here, 911 Carrera, and we have a couple of different variations of them. Yeah, this is the all-wheel drive, as you can see, and the top one is the rear-wheel drive. But still, now I'm assuming that the images of these Porsches would look a bit different than they look right now. So I think now is the perfect time to tap into the second API of the day and properly get it to show the front side as well as all the other sides of our vehicle. So to do that, we can now close the car details, close the car card and the page as well, and then go to utils. This is where we're going to tap into that second API in the same way that we tapped into the first one. So we can collapse these functions and create a new one called export const generate car image URL. And it's going to accept a car, which is going to be of a car props right here. And later on, we're going to also pass it an angle because we can angle those images. So that's going to be an optional property of a type string. And of course, we're going to open up a function block. and we have to import our types into our utils index.ts. Great. Now let's set up the call to our second API. To start using this API, you can go to IMAGIN.studio /car-image-API. And when I say they have a lot of cars, I really do mean it. I mean every single make and every model family for that make in all the different colors. So this is pretty crazy. It is a paid API, but you can sign up for their free trial by clicking the Get Access Now. You need to enter your company email address and then you will get additional instructions. So feel free to use your company email address to get a free trial. Once you do get the key, feel free to store it right here as a comment because we're going to use it later on. And if something goes wrong with getting this key, I'm going to show you how I got mine. So right here, first we need to specify the API endpoint. That's going to be const URL is equal to new URL, and we're going to pass a string of https://cdn.imagine, that's going to be imagine without the E, .studio/get image. And it's going to be studio with an O here. Now, if you control click it, you can see that for now, it gives you an empty model because it doesn't know which model or make or model family are you looking for. So now we can append additional information to this API to be able to get the data. First of all, we're going to destructure the make, the year, and the model from the car that we're going to pass to this function. And then we can say URL.search_params.append, and we need to append a customer, which is going to be equal to your key right here. So if you manage to get a key with a company email, feel free to put it here. In case you didn't, I'm going to show you mine. It's going to be hrjavascript-mastery. And now you're going to have the key. And keep in mind that by the time that you're watching this video, it is possible that this key gets expired. So I'm going to leave the entire generate car image URL with the always updated key in the GitHub gist down below. So simply visit it and you can copy this entire function. Now we're going to pass some additional properties such as URL, search params, .append, and we can append a make. And a make is coming from our car model. And now we can duplicate this many different times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After the make, we can provide a model family. And we can do that by getting the model.split. We're going to split it with one space and get the first element out of it. That's going to look something like this. After that, we want to get the zoom type. It's going to be set to full screen. We want to get the model year like this, which is going to be set to, it has to be a string of year. And finally, we want to get the angle of the car, which is going to be a dynamic angle property, and it has to be within a string as well. Finally, once we form that URL, we simply want to return it as a string like so. Great. Now we can call this generate car image and see what kind of URL it will spit out. So let's go to our, first of all, app, and then the page, and then car card. In the car card, this is the first time we're using that demo hero image, but this time we want to utilize a real one. So we can see those great Porsche 911s. Inside of the image, we can call a generate car image URL as a function. And of course, you have to import it coming from add/utils. Once you do, you have to pass one property to it, a car. That's it. And if you save it, and we get an error. That's because the hostname cdn.imagine.studio is not configured under our images in next.config.js. So let's go to our next.config.js. And inside of here, we can add images object, And we can specify domains as an array where we're going to say cdn.imagine.studio. And if we save that, we might need to reload our application because we changed the next.config.js. And once it reloads, hopefully it's going to work. Okay, the moment of truth, we're going to scroll down, and there we go. Beautiful car images appear right away. This is looking great. Now, if we open it up, we again have our demo images. So now we can go into our car details, and there, instead of calling the same old hero image, we can again call our new function, which is going to be right here. But as a matter of fact, we can just select the entire string of hero.png, and we can open a Control F or Command F if you're in Mac, and then press this arrow and then say, curly braces, generate car image URL. We pass in a car, and then we're going to pass the angle, which is going to be the second string. That's going to be right here. Now, if we save this, you can see how it's going to change it. Oops, I'm going to go back because we forgot the second curly brace to close it, and click this right here. And there we go. Now, it's not going to be the URL. It's going to rather be the car as the first parameter. So I'm going to fix this in all cases. There we go. And we have to, of course, import this function from /utils. Now, if we save this, you're going to see that we have cars. It's looking great, but we want to pass the angle for these different ones. So for the first one, we don't have to pass an angle at all. For the second one, we want to pass an angle of 29. Then we want to do 33. And finally, we want to do 13. I found these angles to work the best. If you save it, you're going to see a car from completely different positions, and it truly is looking wonderful, and it makes a big difference in this application. Again, all of these are the same, but once you have a variety of different cars, it's really going to make your app feel more polished because these are professional images. Just to see if the images are working fully, we can go back to our utils, and then inside of there, we can change the model. Since we don't have the search implemented yet, we're going to have that soon. For now, we can do it manually within the API call. Let's do something from Audi, like a Q3. If we save this, you can see Audi Q3 Quattro, and the images haven't changed, but they did now. So we just needed to wait for a second or needed to reload, and now it's looking good, and we can see the images appear from all sides. This is looking great. Now that we're properly fetching the cars and that we have the images and the details for the cars and everything else, we are ready to go back, we could put it that way, to our search. So if you remember, we have a search bar here, which works to change the manufacturer, but our search is currently not doing anything. So once we update the search, we want to update which cars are we showing by making another fetch to our Rapid API. So let's do that next. And then we're going to focus on adding the modal filtering as well, right here. And finally, the filters for the fuel and the year to make it even more precise. And of course, we're diving into the server-side rendering here, so we're going to see how that works. Wonderful. With that said, let's go back to finalize the search now that we have all of these wonderful cars. The only thing we have implemented within our search bar right now is this search manufacturer component, but we also need some kind of a button to submit that search. So let's create a reusable search button self-closing component. And in this case, this component is going to be reusable only for the search bar file, so we don't necessarily have to put it within the components folder. Rather, we can declare it right here above by saying const search button is equal to just a immediate return arrow function. Inside of there, we can create a button, and that button is going to be of a type is equal to submit because we want to submit our search form. and we can pass some class names. We're going to make this dynamic by creating it as a template string. Give it a minus ml-3, meaning it's going to jump into the input just a bit, and a z index of 10. And later on, we'll have to provide some additional classes depending on where we're calling the search button from, so we can pass the other classes as well, which can be a prop right here, other classes. So right here in the search button, in this case, we can create a prop called other classes. And here we're going to put it on small devices. It's going to be hidden. This is for the initial search button. Great. And now, of course, since we're working with TypeScript, we have to say that the other classes are going to be of a type. Other classes is a string right here. There we go. This is great. And now within the button, we're going to have an image where the source is going to be /magnifying-glass.svg. The alt tag is going to be magnifying glass. Width is going to be 40. Height is going to be 40. And class name is going to be object-contain. And of course, we have to import the image coming from next image. So just import it right here. And if you save this, we should be able to see something, but no, it's not there yet. The search button. It could be because we're in the small window. So if we expand it, no, nothing appears right here, although it should be there. So let's go back and let's see where our search button is. We have the search manufacturer, we have the search button, we pass other classes, and then we show it right here. If we check the finish site, we see that we don't even have it right here at the end. But if we expand, then it's still at the end of here. So yeah, it's going to be after the model, not necessarily immediately after the search. So this is looking good for now. Now, below our search button and below our div, we're going to create another div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to search bar __ item, as we had it above, but this is going to be for the second input. So inside of here, this one is going to be just a bit simpler. We can render the image. This image is going to have a source equal to model-icon.png. It's going to have a width of 25, a height of 25, and a class name equal to absolute w-20 pixels, as well as a height of 20 pixels, and a margin left of 4, as well as the alt tag equal to car model. If we save this, now we have this second icon right there, and we can create a new input tag right below. That input is going to be of a type is equal to text. It's going to have a name equal to model, a value equal to model, and this is something that we haven't yet created. It's going to be within a state. So alongside the manufacturer state, we'll have to keep track of the model state as well, at the start set as an empty string. Now, of course, we need to be able to change that model as well. So it's going to have an onChange property where we get the event, and then we call the setModel e.target.value. It's going to have a placeholder, and since we had a Volkswagen right here as the make, we can do something like Tiguan for the model, which is the model, and then the class name is going to be search bar __ input. If we now save this, we can see that now we have a complete make and model search, and we can also now reuse this search button right here, and to it we can pass the other classes equal to sm hidden, like so. So we can see it on medium devices, but just below, we're going to duplicate it one more time below this div, and here we're going to say max sm hidden. So we're going to show them in different places depending on where we have them. And it looks like I misspelled the hidden here. So if I fix it, we should only have one. And if I expand, this is looking good. If I bring it to mobile size, now we have one for each, exactly how it should be. Wonderful. We can bring it back to this size and we can try to make this actually work, right? That's the whole goal. Well, to do it, you might think that we'll have to make a new API call from the search bar whenever something changes, but that's not going to be the case. The only thing that we are going to do is we're going to change the URL parameters on top to something like make is equal to, let's do Volkswagen, and then the model is equal to the Tiguan. That is great because then Next.js is going to make a server-side call for us and get the data to us. The only thing we have to do is change the parameters. So to be able to do that, we're going to jump into the handle search function. Here, as a parameter, we get an event, which is of a type react.form event and HTML form element. Specifically, we have to do it like this, and we have to make sure that we have React imported at the top. Now, inside of this function, first we want to do e.prevent default, because the default behavior of the browser is to refresh once we submit the form, but we're working with React and Next.js, so we don't want to do that. Now, in case we don't have the manufacturer or the model, we want to throw some kind of an error. So we can say if manufacturer is equal to an empty string or a model is equal to an empty string, we can return maybe some kind of an alert that's going to say, please fill in the search bar. So now if we click, we get an alert. But if we actually have some data, then we need to update the URL bar to look something like this. And to do that, I'm going to create a new function called const update search params. It's going to take two params, the model, which is a string, and a manufacturer, which is also a string. And then we have to form the new URL and how that's going to look like. So first, we can say const search params is equal to new URL search params, and we pass the current window.location.search. So if there was something else before, we need to know it and store it right here. Then we want to update it or delete it. If we have a model we want to check out, then we can do the search params .set model and model. If we don't have a model, we simply want to delete the previous model that was there. And we can repeat this with the manufacturer. So if we paste it below, just replace every model to manufacturer. There we go. Finally, once we got the new search params, we can say const new path name is equal to a template string of window.location.path name, then a question mark, and then what do we add to it? Search params .to string. So you can see what we're doing here. We're taking the current path name, appending all of these search params to it, and coming to the final path name or the final URL, and then we can do a router.push, and we can push the new path name. Of course, this router is undefined because it's coming from Next.js. So at the top, we can say import use router coming from Next navigation. And then we need to call it as a hook, const router is equal to use router, like so. And now, if we save it, we will be able to click search and it should append specific properties on top. So let's go ahead and give it a shot by saying something like Audi. And then what do we have? We have maybe a Q5. So let's press search. Nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? Because we're never calling the update search params. So we can call it once we handle the search right here by saying update search params, and we're going to pass in model but we want to make sure that it is to lowercase and manufacturer also to lowercase, just to ensure we don't have any inconsistencies. So to this function, we pass a model to lowercase, manufacturer to lowercase, and it will end up looking something like this. If we now save it and press search one more time, as you can see, it updated the model to Q5 and the manufacturer to Audi. And the next step I'm going to show you is how, as soon as you update the params, Next.js is going to automatically refetch the data. To do that, we have to go all the way back to our page.tsx where we're fetching the cars in the first place. So what we can do is we can try to get all the data from search params. How does that look like? Well, in Next.js, you can immediately extract all the search params straight from props of a specific page right here. And then in the fetch cars, we can pass all of the options by saying object, where we can pass the manufacturer, which is equal to search params.manufacturer. We can pass the year, which is equal to search params.year. We can pass the fuel equal to search params.fuel. We can also pass the limit equal to search params.limit and a model equal to search params.model. Now, in case we don't have any search params, we can also provide default values for all of these. So we can say, or it's going to be an empty string, or for properties like year, we can do something like 2022. And for limit, we can do 10. This is how many cars are we going to see at the start. Now, if we save this, you're going to see that we have an error or a warning from TypeScript saying that fetch cars didn't accept any properties or didn't expect any params. And that is true, because if you check it out right here, you can see that it's not expecting any. So TypeScript really saves us right here saying that, hey, expected 0 arguments, but got 1. What are you doing with this? Well, what we can do next is go into our utils and modify the fetch cars so that it accepts filters. And filters is going to be equal to filter props. So this is something that we have to create in the types. So going all the way to our types, we can create the filter props by saying export interface filter props. And we're going to pass exactly what we had before in our page. We can copy all of these properties, paste them here, and instead of passing all of the search params, we just have to provide their type. In most cases, it's going to be a string, but we also have 2 numbers. A year is going to be a number, and a limit is going to be a number as well. So now we have the filter props. If we go back to the utils, we can now import the filter props from types, and now our fetch cars knows what it is expecting, and it's no longer complaining. So now we can actually utilize this function to fetch the right cars. How are we going to do that? Well, we can append it all to this response. You can use something similar to what we did with this approach. I think this is a bit cleaner, but an alternative is just to turn this into a template string, and then you can pass all the parameters you want. For example, cars, and then you pass a make, which is going to be equal to manufacturer. And then you pass a make, which is going to come from filters, which we need to destructure at the top. So we can say something like const manufacturer. Let's also get the year, the model, the limit, the fuel, which is coming from, or rather is equal to, filters. And now right here, we can just use it. We can say make is equal to manufacturer. Let's keep going. We can say and year is equal to year. And model is equal to model that we're going to pass in. And limit is equal to limit. And finally, and fuel type is equal to fuel. Again, make sure to use the underscore for the fuel type. Now our API is going to respond to whatever we put into the search, and immediately you can see it worked. We can try with some other make. For example, let's do BMW and let's go with something like M8. If we now search, it scrolls all the way to the top, but you can see the parameters have changed. But if you scroll down, you can see the BMW competition, and you can see that all the images and everything else is working as well. Wonderful. With that, all of this is being done on the server side. We are just changing the search parameters, and Next.js is refetching it immediately by taking those search params and making a call. Now, you might have noticed that when you search for a specific brand or make, the website scrolls all the way to the top, which breaks the app's usability. Now, with all of the latest and greatest technologies, you cannot always win. You get some, you lose some. And that's how real web development is. I wanted to include this part in here to show you that this is not a bug in our application. It is a bug in the new Next.js 13.4, and there's already an issue on GitHub open for it. I'm going to expand this just so you can see. On the official Vercel Next.js GitHub repository, there's an issue reported that the scroll position is reset when search params are updated. A couple of people have presented their bugs and described it right here. Before 13.2.4, updating search params was working as intended. The client state was kept and scroll position was kept too. Later on, that's not the case. So in here we have a couple of examples where the application scrolls all the way to the top, even though that shouldn't be the case. These guys are creating some kind of a form application, and when you update the state, it scrolls all the way to the top, breaking the application's usability. Similar case happened to me as well. So you can see my bug report right here. I showcase how and what is happening in our finished application. It's the same thing. So by the time you're watching this video, it is possible that this issue is fixed, in which case you will be able to find an updated explanation down in the description. Maybe you'll have to add some kind of a parameter to the router.push command that's going to keep the scroll, or maybe it's going to work by default. We're going to keep you updated in the description down below. In case that is not fixed, there's going to be a link to this GitHub issue where you can come in and you can upvote it as well, or you can even add an additional comment requesting this to be fixed. That's going to be up to you. But I just wanted to keep this real for you guys and wanted to point out that developing software, especially phenomenal tools like Next.js, is not easy. So sometimes it will take developers some time to fix these specific bugs. But again, no worries. Here in JavaScript Mastery, we always try to show you the latest and greatest stuff. And later on, I'm going to show you how we can create a fix for this solution, although there will have to be some drawbacks to it. But still, we're going to make it work without it scrolling all the way to the top. Before we implement that additional solution, which is going to be a great lesson on shit happens, let's try to find an alternative solution. Let's first finish the custom filters as well as the show more button on the bottom right here. And then I'm going to show you how to apply a fix. So with that said, let's go back to the development by putting this on the right side. We can close the issues and everything that we don't need and go back to our current application. We're currently in the page, but we might want to move below our search bar now onto our custom filters. So let's control click into the custom filter component and let's start implementing it. Our custom filter is going to use state hook for something we'll need, as well as a fragment component coming from React. And by default, since we're using a use state, it's going to have to be a use client component. Alongside using use state, we're going to also import the image coming from next/image. And we're going to import the use router coming from next/navigation. Finally, we're going to use some things from headless UI, so we can import. That's going to be a list box, as well as transition coming from add headless UI/React. Finally, in our custom filter, for now, we are passing just the title, but we're going to have to pass one additional prop, which is going to be options. So you can see that if we click the first one, we have 3 things, and on this one, we have a bit more. So we'll have to pass an array of these available options for each one of these filters. And that's not going to be tough. We can simply say options is equal to, and the first one is going to be fuels. And immediately it's going to recommend us to import the fuels from constants. And in the second time, it's going to be years of production, which we can also import at the top. That's going to be fuels and years of production coming from /constants. And if we go into it, you can see that alongside manufacturers, we have some options as well as the options for the fuels. Great. Now, what we can do is we can go back to the custom filter, and now we know which props are we accepting. It's going to be a title, and it's going to be options. And that's going to be of a type which we are yet to create. We can go into the types, index.ts, and create a new interface right here, export const interface, or rather it's going to be just the interface, not const. Export interface custom filter props, which is going to have a title of string, and options, which is going to be, now bear with me, we're going to create an interface within an interface. So that's going to be option props, an array of option props. And what is option props? Well, we can create a new export interface, option props, which is going to have a title of a string and a value of a string as well. And now we're utilizing this. We're saying it's going to have an array of title and value pairs. Great. Finally, we can go back and here we can say custom filter props, and we can import it from /types. Great. And we can start creating the JSX of our filter using headless UI. So going back to our unfinished application, we can wrap everything in a div that's going to have a class name equal to w-fit. And inside of it, we can create a list box component. Inside of the list box, we're going to create a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to relative w-fit and z index of 10. Inside of that div, we want to create a list box dot button, and we can give it a class name equal to custom dash filter underscore btn. If we now save this, you can see that the custom filter should go away, and it does. There's nothing there. But if we add a span element that's going to say something like filter, you can see 2 filters appear right here. Now we can create a new state at the top that's going to be created by using the use state snippet, and we can call it selected as well as set selected, and then we can get the options and use the first one. So if it's fuel, the first option in the fuel is going to be just fuel, and year is going to be a specific year on there. Now, what we can do is then we can update that selected field by automatically passing the values to the list box. You can read more about this in the headless UI documentation. The way it works is just like a regular select element, where you pass a value equal to selected and an on change parameter, where we have a callback function with an event, and then you can simply do set selected and pass the event, and that's going to update the value. Now in the span, we want to show what is currently selected, so we can do selected dot title, and that's going to look something like this: fuel and year. We can of course give a class name to that span, such as block and truncate in case it's too long so it still fits on the screen. And below the span, we can render an image. That image is going to have a source equal to /chevron dash up dash down dot svg. It's going to have a width of 20 as well as a height of 20 and a class name equal to ml-4 object contain. And we can give it an alt tag equal to chevron up and down. And therefore you can see that this is now a filter and you can click on it to expand it. Of course, it's not gonna work yet, but we're gonna make it work really soon. And it looks like I misspelled it right here. It's gonna be custom filter, not builter. So if we fix this, it's going to look so much better. Now, below the list box button, we wanna create a transition. This transition is going to slowly open up the menu options for the other pickers that we can choose. So a transition. That transition is going to act as a fragment, like so. And once it leaves, it's going to leave with a transition of ease in and duration 100. It's going to leave from opacity 100 and leave to opacity 0. That's going to look something like this. You can notice how the opacity changes and it looks like it's slowly opening and closing. Great. Now, if we go down, we can put something inside of that transition, and that something is going to be a list box dot options. It's also going to have a class name equal to custom dash filter underscore underscore options. And we can map over the options by saying options.map, where we get each individual option, and we instantly return one single list box option that looks like this. Inside of there, we again have that similar statement where we can see which one is currently active or selected. So we open a new dynamic block of code, call a callback function, and then within parameters, right here, we can destructure the selected, and then we know which one is currently selected. And then we can instantly return something, and that something is going to be a span element. That's for now going to say just the option.title. If we save this, you can see everything is working, and we have 3 different options for fuel and many different options for the year. Now let's go ahead and style this a bit and also make it actually work. So we have to provide a key with the list box option, such as the option.title, because we are mapping over it. And we can give it a value, which is going to be equal to option. Finally, we can style it just a bit. We can expand it here so we can see how it looks like. And then we can give it a relative position, cursor-default, select-none, padding Y2, padding X4 to give it some horizontal space. And then we can choose whether it is active. So for this, we need to turn it into a template string, like so. And then we can see if it is active, then give it a bg-primary-blue, as well as text-white, and then else, just give it a text-gray-900. Now, if we save this, it's gonna break because the active is not currently here. And the way we get to active is, this is really cool. Since this is a custom component from Headless UI, it allows you immediately within the class name to know which one is active. So how does that work? In the class name, believe it or not, you put a callback function like so that returns the styles, but then within the parameters, you can destructure the active state. And then you'll be able to know, is it currently active or not? So if we go down, you can see this looks good now. We can select them. And if I select gas, you can see that is the currently selected one. This is good. Same thing for the year. So now we have our options. The last part is just to style those options just a bit. So on the span, we can give it a class name equal to block and truncate. And now if it's selected, we can just make it a font medium. So we can do the same thing right here, where it's going to be a template string. And we can say if selected, then we can give it a font-medium, else we can give it a font-normal. And that should look something like this. If we select gas, you can see that maybe we cannot see it because it's hard to see because it's blue, but this one has just a bit more boldness on it. There we go. This is looking good. And that is it when it comes to our filters. But of course, we're not yet changing anything. So this is changing the selected state. And now is our turn to use these values in the same way that we used our search to update the search parameters. That's good for a couple of reasons. As the last time, it's going to help us with server-side rendering. And another reason is that if you want to share a specific set of filters or search to your friends, you don't just have to send them, for example, carcatalog.com, and then they have to implement the search themselves. You can send them a complete URL that's going to automatically for them filter the cars that you want to show them. That's the benefit when you have those e-commerce or similar types of application. You want to share a specific link and it's going to be server-side rendered. So what do we have to do? Well, we have to update the parameters of the search bar. So that's going to be const handle update params is equal to a function where we need to get our current path name. And then we have to update it. So what we can do is say const new path name is equal to, and then finally we want to do router.push and go to that new path name, which is then going to trigger server-side rendering. Now the router is not defined, so we can define it on top by saying const router is equal to use router. And now the only thing that's left to do is to figure out the current path and the search params, and then append the new currently selected ones. So doing that is going to be quite similar to what we have done with our search. So if we go to our search bar, you can see that we had right here, update search params. So we can copy this entire thing and then go back and then paste it here. Now, in the search, it was a bit more complicated because we had a couple of things. Here, it's going to be simpler. The only thing we have to do first is get the current search parameters, and then we simply have to call the dot set, which is going to look something like this. Search params.set, and we want to set the type of the search, which is going to be either fuel or year, and then we have to give it a value. To be able to know these, we can accept a type, which is a string through params, as well as a value, which is a string through params as well, and we can set them. Once we set them, we can simply navigate to const new path name, which is going to be a combination of the path name plus all of the search params, and then we can simply route. Now, this is a function that we can reuse a couple of times. It's not specific. So what we can do is we can copy everything from here to here and move it into a utility function. That's going to be inside of utils and then index.js. And right here, next to generate car image URL, we can export const update search params. And we can now just create a function that's going to accept a type of string and a value of string. And we can open a new function block inside of which we can pass the const search params, new path name, and then we can simply return the new path name. That's going to allow us now to reuse this update search param function inside of our custom filter. So we can say const new path name is equal to update search params, to which we pass the title as well as the value. And where is the value stored? Well, the value is going to be stored in the event where we update it, right here. So instead of passing the type and the value immediately, what we can do is we can get the event, which is going to then contain the title, which is going to be of a type string, and it's going to contain the value, which is going to be of a type string. That's the case because we're going to call this function right here within the onChange of the list box. If you check this out, after we set selected, we can handle update params and pass the event, which then holds the e.value. Finally, we can call the update search params with a title, and finally e.value.toLowerCase. And that is it. Of course, we have to import the update search params from utils. that's going to come from here. And then we simply push to the router.newPath_name. Now, if we save this and try to switch to gas and press, you can see we scrolled all the way to the top. Again, that same bug. But now you can see that fuel equal to gas is appended to our search query. So now if you see, all of these are gas. And for example, let's see if there are some M8s that are not gas. I doubt it, but let's check it out. And we have no results, which means that this works. Let's go back to gas. And let's also try to go for year, something like 2022. And we have a couple 2022s. So this is looking great. That means that the filters work. And now the filters are done as well. The last part to do this is to add a show more button. As you can see on the finished site, we have about 12 cars at the start. And then if you click show more, again, it scrolls to the top. But if we go down, you get more cars to check out. So we're going to implement that pagination or lazy loading, however you want to call it, using similar principles that we've used with the search and the filtering. So if we go back, that's going to happen at the end of the page.tsx, because that's where we have all the cars. So below the cars, now we need to implement the way to just show more. So what we can do is we're checking if the data is empty. And if it's not empty, we're showing all the cars. So what we want to do is below the div containing all the cars, we want to show a new component called show more. That's it. And of course, that's going to break the app right now. But we can go to our components and create a new component called show more.tsx. We can run rafce and we can export it from our components. That's going to look like this, where we have show more. And finally, we can now import it right here. That's going to come from add/components, show more. And if we now save the file, if we scroll all the way down, you can see the show more button, which now is not a button, just a text, but soon enough we'll be able to do it. Before we go into it, we have to pass a couple of props to it. The first one is going to be a page number. It needs to know where we're currently. And the way we can do that is get the search params dot page number or 10, which could be by default. And then we need to divide that number by 10 because we're showing 10 cars per page like this. And that's going to give us the current page number. The second thing is next. Does the next page exist? Unfortunately, the API doesn't give us the total number of pages, so we have to do it manually. And we can do that by checking the search params dot limit, or 10 by default, is greater than all cars dot length. If that is the case, then it must mean that we don't have any new cars to show. Now that we know which props are we passing to the show more button, let's control click it to go into it, and let's start implementing it. Inside of here, we're going to make this component into a use client component because it's going to modify some browser functionality, such as routing. So we can immediately import the use router hook coming from next/navigation. And we can immediately get the props. It's going to be the page number, as well as is next, which is going to be equal to a specific type. So we have to pass an interface inside of the types. And that's going to be export interface, show more props. The page number is going to be just that, a number, and is next is going to be a Boolean. Great. We can go back and we can simply put this as a type of show more props coming from add/types. We can immediately initialize const router on top by saying const router is equal to router. And then later on, we're going to have a function that we're going to use for navigation. So we can say const handle navigation. And for now, we can leave it as an empty function. The JSX of the show more button is going to be pretty simple because we're going to reuse our custom button. So first, let's create a wrapper for it by giving this div a class name of w-full, flex-center, gap-5, and margin top of 10. Then we want to check, is there a next page? If there is, if not, is next is true, then we want to show a custom button. And it's going to be a self-closing component, which we of course need to import right here on top. And we need to pass a couple of props to it. The title is going to be show more. The btn type is going to be button. The container styles is going to be bg-primary-blue, rounded-full, and text-white. And finally, on handle click, it's going to handle the navigation. And now if we save this and scroll all the way down, we should be able to see something, although we don't see it yet. That's because we have a lot of different filters. We have an M8 filter right here, which means that there aren't more pages of M8 models. But if we remove this and just go to the home page and scroll all the way down, you can see that we have more cars. And if you click it, nothing's going to happen. But once we implement the handle navigation function, you'll be able to see how we can show more cars. Implementing the handle navigation is also going to be pretty simple because thankfully before we have created a utility function that's going to come in quite handy right here. We're going to say const new path name is equal to update search params. And you already know where that is coming from. Add /utils. And then we can pass the limit as the new param. And then we need to update it with the new limit. So the way we can do that is create a const new limit variable, which is going to be equal to page number plus 1. And then we're going to increase the limit. If you remember correctly, the initial limit is 10. If we go to the second page, the number is going to be 1. That's going to be 1 plus 1 is 2. And therefore, the limit is going to be 20, 30, 40, and so on. So we just want to update the limit to the new limit. And the update search params accepts a string as the second parameter. So we have to either wrap this in a string constructor or simply wrap it in a template string like so. Finally, we can use the router.push to push the new path name. And by itself, this should make it work. So let's expand our website to check it out. I'm going to reload the page and ensure that there are no additional parameters in search. We can currently see 12 cars right here. And if I click show more and scroll all the way down, we can see that this was the last car before. And now we have a list of new cars that shows. And you can see that the limit changed to 20. Now, if we click show more once more, the limit remained 20, which is weird. But if you click once more, it's 20 again. So something doesn't seem to be right with the way we're changing the limit. So let's look into that together so we can go more than just the second page. We are passing the page number through props from the page.tsx right here, where we say search params.page number. No, that is not a property. Search params.limit is a property. So we want to get it right here at the start, read that value, pass it over, and then it's going to know that it's currently 20, but we want to move it to 30. So now if we click once more, show more, it's going to be 30, 40, and so on, and we'll be able to see a new list of cars, which is looking great. Of course, that scroll to the top alongside the filters, search, and now even the show more is really annoying, but we'll try to find a way to fix it really soon. With that said, if you look into our app, it's looking much closer to what we have on the finished website. It has the car catalog title, it has the search for the make and the model, as well as the filters for the fuel and the year, and finally, it has the show more button for the pagination. We have implemented the different images for different cars. So we have the BMW M8 competition here, 2022, and also a Mini Cooper, which we get different images for. This is looking great. And with that, we're slowly approaching the end of this phenomenal project. We have the navigation bar. We can check how does the mobile app feel and look like. And it's looking phenomenal. It is completely mobile responsive. And the pagination is on the bottom. So the only thing that's remaining to do is to fix this current bug in the Next.js 13.4 and try to find an alternative solution. And don't worry, we're going to do that right away. And try not to look at it as a pain in the ass, but rather as a lesson. As I said, by the time that you're watching this video, it is possible that this is already fixed. So definitely make sure to check out the description and check out that latest issue for the new updates. But even if it's not fixed, it is a good thing, because the only alternative solution to this is to transfer the code to client-side rendering. So now we have everything with the new Next.js 13.4 server-side rendering. But we're going to show you how to transfer it to client-side, which is going to show you a clear differentiation between server-side code and client-side code rendering. This is going to strengthen your foundation on how and when to approach server-side rendering. If anything, think of this as an extra lesson to really see the benefits of server-side code. So with that said, let's convert this to client-side to show you the differences and to fix these annoying bugs that we currently have. Let's collapse our browser to the right side of the screen, and let's close all of the currently opened files. First, we can collapse everything and dive into the app page.tsx. Here is where most of the changes are going to happen, because this is the component that's going to be transitioned from a server-side page to, unfortunately, a use client page. So this is no longer going to be server-side rendered. So let's explore the differences between the two. In this case, it's no longer going to be an async function, so just export default function home, and we also cannot get search parameters from here. With the client-side approach, it's going to be more similar to your typical React application. We cannot fetch the cars right here immediately. Rather, everything is going to be spread through more use states. So let's create all of the use states that we're going to have. I'm going to create a use state snippet. And the first state is going to be all cars, set all cars, and that's going to be equal to an empty array at the start. Then we can create a second use state snippet called loading, set loading, and that's going to at the start be set to false. Then we can create all the different search states that we're going to have. So we can say use state snippet, manufacturer, and set manufacturer at the start equal to an empty string. Then we can create another, which is going to be for the model. So model, set model, and then an empty string. Finally, we need to have our filter states. And if you're wondering, how am I creating these states so quickly? Well, I start typing use state, I click use state snippet, which allows you to use a tab key to traverse through different parts of this. So first of all, you say fuel, you press tab, and then immediately you can specify the default value, which is going to be an empty string. So let's keep this going. We also need a state for year and set year at the start, set to 2022. And finally, we need to get the limit, which is the pagination state. So that's going to be use state, limit, set limit at the start equal to 10. And I can see that I didn't even import use state. So we can import it at the top coming from React right here. And now that we have all of those states, we're going to also use a use effect hook. It accepts a callback function, and it's going to be executed whenever any of these parameters change. So whenever fuel changes, the year, the limit, the manufacturer, or the model change, we're going to recall our use effect, which we also have to import at the top from React. Now, inside of here, we want to call a function that's going to refetch the cars. So we can say get cars. And this is a function that we can create just above the use effect. Const get cars is equal to an async function where we're going to do something similar to what we did before. So maybe I shouldn't have removed the initial fetch for all cars because we need something incredibly similar. So right now, I'm going to go all the way back by holding Control and then Z, just to remove all of those states. And you can do the same, but be really careful. And now I can copy the fetch cars and hold Control-Shift-Z to go all the way forward. It's going to be something similar on Mac as well. So within the get cars, we want to do what we were initially doing in the server-side approach, where we do const all cars, or rather we're going to call it a result in this case, await fetch cars, and then we pass all of these additional options. But no longer are these going to come from search params, rather we're getting them immediately from the state. Once we get the cars, we can simply set all cars to be equal to the result. Again, this might be something that you're used to if you were working with React for a long time. Also, a good practice here would be to copy this and remove it and put it within a try and catch and finally block, which looks something like this. The code that we have goes into the try. In the catch, we can simply console.log the error. And then in the finally, we're going to set the loading to false. And initially, we're going to set the loading to true. So we want to have some kind of a loading state because Next.js is no longer doing that for us. So now we have all of the states and we are fetching the cars. And if we now save this, we haven't saved in a long time, and go back, you're going to see that we have some kind of errors because we're still referencing search params here on the bottom. So no longer this is going to be search params. Now we immediately have the limit in the state. If we save it, we get a couple more errors, but it looks like we're good. Believe it or not, we can see all the cars. So now we're back at status quo. We're back at where we started, where we can see all the cars. We're fetching them client-side now, but we are not utilizing the set states. So now we cannot modify anything using these things right here. So that's going to be the next step. In the search bar right here, we'll have to pass some states down. And that's going to be set manufacturer is equal to set manufacturer. And we're going to also pass the set model is equal to set model. We're passing it true. In the filters, we're going to have to pass the set state. So in the custom filter, we're going to pass the set filter to be equal to set fuel. And for the second one, we're also going to pass a set filter, which is going to be equal to set year. Then below the all cars.length right here, we no longer have this is data empty. So what we can do is we can say if all cars.length is greater than 0, like this, then we display all the cars. And also below this div, we can render a loading tag. So we can say if we are loading, we're going to show our loading right here. That's going to be a div that's going to have an image. And that image is going to have a source equal to /loader.svg, alt tag equal to loader, width of 50, height of 50, and class name equal to object contain. The div itself is also going to have a class name equal to mt16 to divide it from the top, w-full, and flex-center. Now, we haven't yet imported the image, so let's import the image from next image right here at the top, and that's good. Now, if we reload, we should be able to see some cars loading right here. And we also have to change the show more button. To the show more button, we're going to pass the page number, which is going to be just limit divided by 10. The isNext is going to be if limit is greater than all cars.length, and then we can simply pass the set limit to it as well, because now it's a manual state. That's all that we need to do in our page, but now we have to dive into the search bar, into the custom filter, and into the show more to be able to make these work with the client-side approach. And now we can go into the search bar and accept the set manufacturer as well as set model. You can see that these names clash with our current states that we have here. So let's rename our manufacturer to search manufacturer and search model. And let's also rename their setter functions to set search manufacturer and set search model. Now you can notice that we have the name clashing here. So let's rename our manufacturer to search manufacturer, and we can rename all of the instances of this variable by simply pressing the F2 key on Windows at least, and you can simply type search manufacturer. You can repeat the procedure with the set manufacturer to set search manufacturer, and repeat the process with the model, search model, and this is going to be set search model, like so. So now you can see that here it's going to say search manufacturer, search model, search model, search manufacturer. And we no longer want to update the actual URL params. The only thing we want to do is set them to the state. So now we can say set model is equal to search model, like so. And repeat that for the manufacturer. Set manufacturer is set, and then we pass the search manufacturer. Great, so this part is now good. And then we no longer need to use this function to update the search params, so we can delete it. Now, keep in mind, we have to pass the data to the search manufacturer subcomponent because it is the one that's actually changing those values. So here we can pass the selected as the search manufacturer and set selected as the set search manufacturer. There we go. Finally, we can modify the input for the model. It's no longer going to say set model. This time it's going to be set search model right here, and ensure that the variable is search model right here. And we now can go into the search manufacturer to modify these values. No longer we're getting the manufacturer and the set manufacturer. Now we're simply renaming them to selected and set selected, which make more sense. So here in our combo box, we can pass the value as selected and on change set selected. There we go. So now if we try out the search, it should be working. Let's try with Audi and click search, and we get an error, which is okay. It says set model is not a function on search bar line 33. So if we look into 33, it's going to be here. We have a set model, and it looks like I missed the curly braces, which we need to destructure the params being passed into the function. So if I fix it and try to go with something like Aston Martin and click search, it actually works. You can see that the images change and the titles change as well. And let's try to go for a specific model. Let's try to search Vantage. So I'm going to pass that as a model right here. And we can see that there is only one. So that means that the search for both the manufacturer and the make work. And as you saw, this time, no longer do we have an issue where it just scrolls all the way to the top of the page. Now we can immediately see the changes live right here, which is great. Now let's fix the fuel and the year as well. So for that, we have to go to the custom filter component. And then in the custom filter, we're getting an additional parameter, which is set filter. And the only thing we have to do is no longer update the params right here. So we can delete that part as well as delete the use router. And instead of handle update params, we simply need to set filter like so. Now, if we save this, this should be working. So if we change the fuel to electricity, we don't have any Ferraris that are electric, but if we try to go back, it doesn't seem to work. So let's try that one more time by removing everything from the search query. And let's try to go with something like, let's do something different this time. Let's do a Chevy and search. Okay, that worked. The image is changed. And now we can switch to electricity. No cars. What about gas? No, the gas didn't seem to work. So let's go check out if we're properly updating the filters. In the page, we have the get cars that update when the fuel or the year change. So in here, we can console log the fuel or the year and see how does that look like. As a matter of fact, why not console log all of them to see what the current state of the properties is? So I'm gonna open up a console and reload the page. Immediately, we have a warning for the key prop, which is okay. But now, if we try to do the same thing we did before, that's going to be a Chevrolet. And let's try to see if it gets updated. If I expand it just a bit, we have the search here. Yep, that's good. The values are updated. And now we can change to gas. As you can see, the title and the value seem to be gas. That's from the fuel that we can see right here. And then we have the additional properties of year and everything else. So it looks like for the year, we get just the year. But if we try to change it again, now it turns into this object key value pair where you have the title and the value, not necessarily just the value which we need. So let's fix that. The only thing we need to do to fix it is here in the set filter, we need to say e.value, which then should update it properly. So now if we go back, scroll down, go for something like Chevrolet one more time, and check the electricity, it's going to go to none, back to gas, and we are good. Now let's try with something we had before, just to verify it is working. So let's go back to Audi, search. This is looking good, and the images appear one more time. Let's see if Audi has some electric cars. No results for the Q5 2015, but if we reset the year, nope, still nothing. So, yep, this is looking good to me. If we go back, we have some cars. Wonderful. The filters and the search are working, and the last thing that we have to do is going to be the show more. So if we scroll all the way down, we should have a show more button. Right now we don't because we are just searching for it, but if we reload the page, the button should be right here at the end. And if we click it right now, it's not going to do anything. But if we go into it right here in the show more, we can now make it work by accepting the set limit property. And instead of pushing to this new route and updating the params, the only difference we have to make is set limit to be equal to new limit. And no longer we're using the router. This is the only difference. So now if we save this and click show more, you can see how immediately the cars appear and it's not scrolling all the way to the top, which is exactly what we want. Wonderful. And with that, we have successfully converted the app from server side to client side. Again, just use this as an educational lecture on the differences between the two. As you saw, the new Next.js way where we simply call the fetch cars immediately on top based on the search params was, in my opinion, cleaner. With the client-side approach, you're going to have a lot of states and you'll have to manage it all manually and then refetch it using the useEffect hook. Another thing that you can notice is that now if we switch some parameters like fuel to gas or year to 2022 and maybe go for something like an M8 right here, you're going to notice that no longer does our URL change. So now if you want to copy this URL and share it with your friend, when they reload the page and come back, they're going to be back to all the regular cars and not the search that you had. And also, since it's client side, it should be a bit slower. But again, take it as an educational lesson to see the differences between the two. In case you want to revert it to server side, you'll be able to see that in our code base, there's going to be a couple of branches right here. There's going to be the main branch with the server-side code, and then the client-side version. So if you want to see the differences from the two versions, immediately checking them out in the pull request right here should be possible. So this is going to allow you to see all of the differences between the two, how we had to add all of those states, remove the search params way, and then manually fetch the cars. But hopefully the Next.js team fixes that small bug of changing the scroll position when we change the URL parameters. With that said, we came to the end of this phenomenal build and we are ready to get it deployed to the internet. So let's do that next. We've created this application using Next.js, and Next.js is owned and created by Vercel. So we're going to use it for deployment. Go to vercel.com and click Start Deploying. Then continue with your GitHub. Next, in here, you'll be able to see all of your GitHub repositories, which means that now is the time to deploy our project to GitHub. So go to github.com and then create a new repository. I'm going to call it cars_showcase. And I'm going to leave it as public. Next, create a repository. Back in our code, we can stop the terminal from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. We can clear it and then run git init. Git commit -m initial commit. And we must not forget git add before and then git commit -m initial commit. Finally, we can do git branch -m main, copy the following command, git remote add origin, and finally git push u origin master. That's the only thing we need to do to push our repository to GitHub. Once it's there, you can go back to Vercel and immediately it's going to show right here. So you can just click import. Now, in case you use some environment variables, you'll have to copy them from your .env and put them right here into environment variables. In my case, I put the keys in the code, so I can just go ahead and click deploy. It looks like I have to navigate to my other account right here. And I'm gonna just try to click deploy again and hopefully everything goes right. And there we go. The deployment process has started. Let's give it a few minutes and I'll be right back. It looks like the build has failed. And if we checked it out, that's because now we're getting all of the TypeScript errors that we didn't necessarily fix in our application when we were converting it to client side. For now, just to go through this quickly, I'm going to go to next.config.js. And then within here, below images, we can say TypeScript. And there, we can say ignore build errors is set to true. Now, of course, we have to commit this. So we can do git add, git commit -m, ignore errors, and then git push. This is going to push it. And immediately we can reload the page. And you can see a new ID is going to be added to our project name, which is when you can click deploy. And there we go. Our application has been deployed and this is looking great. So let's click it. And that's going to open it right on this URL, which means that the application is now live. So if we scroll down and try to go with something like Audi, and let's do something like A4 this time and click search, you can see it is actually working. The images are getting reflected. And let's see if there are any electric ones. I don't think so, but if we go back, it works. And you can also change the year to something like 2022, and that works as well. Wonderful. With that said, we've came to the end of this phenomenal build where we had an extra lesson of discussing the differences between client-side and server-side rendering. And hopefully with this, now you can see the benefits of Next.js's server-side rendering. As I mentioned in the intro, this application was a lighter version of the application that our masterclass students have built. Here is the final design. As you can see, it is much more comprehensive and it allows you to actually add your own cars, not just fetch them from the API, search them based on filters, and then see card details, and finally run them. This is going to, of course, allow you to implement full CRUD functionalities, turning this into a full stack Next.js or MERN application, whatever you prefer. So if you're with us in the masterclass and you encounter an issue such as that bug in Next.js where we had an issue with the scroll position, we would be there for you to help you immediately solve it and ensure that you learn as much as possible from the process. So if you're sure you want to become an expert software engineer, join us, graduate within 6 months, get your dream job within another 6, and get all the support from the mentors, or you get your full money back. The existence of React Native makes React one of the most valuable skills to have. It's crazy that about 75% of your knowledge from learning to make websites can carry over to building mobile applications, which is precisely what you'll learn in this video. The first part of this video is the ultimate crash course on React Native. We'll start by going over the benefits of React Native and why it became such a popular choice for developing both iOS and Android applications. Next, we'll dive into Expo, a tool that'll allow us to get our application up and running in no time. After that, we'll cover the fundamentals of React Native. We'll discuss its different elements, how it compares to React.js, code structure, and styling. By the end of this course, you'll have a good understanding of the basics of React Native, and you'll be able to create your own app using this powerful tool. Immediately after, we'll put your skills to the test in the JavaScript mastery style by building and deploying a React Native application. That's the only way to retain and expand your knowledge. The application you'll build is called Jobit. It's a 3-screen application with elegant UI UX that lets you dynamically fetch data from the JSearch Rapid API, allowing your users to browse developer jobs from the most popular platforms such as LinkedIn, Indeed, Glassdoor, and more. To make your app truly great, we'll also implement the job details page, custom hooks for fetching data, dynamic styling with the style sheet, responsive design across all devices, search functionality, pagination, custom screen headers, and much more. By building this single React Native app with me, you'll get the knowledge to build any mobile application you can imagine. You'll also deploy to the internet so you can share it with your friends and potential employers and put it on your portfolio. You might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such a fantastic app? This course is entirely beginner-friendly. Think of this as your first introduction to the world of React Native. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex concepts as we go. I'll explain every step of the way. Alongside building this application, you'll also learn how to develop visually appealing UI UX designs, fetch data from an external API and integrate it, implement search and pagination functionality to improve the performance and user experience, create custom hooks for fetching data from APIs, allowing you to reuse them through your entire application, use style sheets to dynamically apply styles to components based on their user input. And finally, you'll learn how to write clean, organized, and maintainable code with proper architecture following the best practices for React Native development. Before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit Rapid API. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only because of Rapid API. We're going to use their JSearch API that allows ultra-fast and simple job search for jobs posted on LinkedIn, Indeed, Glassdoor, ZipRecruiter, and more. To use this API, click the Rapid API link in the description, and then you can click Sign Up or Log In. I will log in this case since I already have the account, and once you're in, you'll be redirected to Rapid API's hub, where you can find hundreds of thousands of APIs. This was the first step in our video. Now let's create our React Native application, and then later on, we'll call this API straight from our app. If this video reaches 20,000 likes, I'm recording a second React Native app. With that said, let's dive straight into the crash course. First on the list, React Native history. Before React Native, developing mobile applications for multiple platforms was daunting. You had to write separate code bases for each platform, which resulted in slower development cycles and higher costs. But with React Native, you can write a single code base that works on both iOS and Android, which saves time and makes you a more efficient developer. One of the reasons React Native has become so popular is that it allows you to use native components, which result in better performance and a more seamless user experience. React Native is used by big companies like Facebook, Instagram, and Airbnb to build their mobile applications. React Native advantages. On top of the cross-platform compatibility and native components, the benefits of React Native are also hot reloading, which allows you to see the changes you make in real time, making the development process faster and more efficient. Strong community support, ensuring the framework continually evolves and improves. And finally, it's easy to learn. If you're familiar with JavaScript and React, you can quickly learn React Native and start developing mobile apps, which is exactly what we'll do today. Expo. In this video, we'll use Expo. You're familiar with tools like Create React App or Vite, right? Well, Expo is just that, only for React Native applications. It provides many tools and services that simplify the development process and help you build your apps more easily. One of the biggest benefits of using Expo is its simplicity. With Expo, you don't have to worry about configuring your development environment or dealing with native dependencies. Expo takes care of all of this for you, so you can focus on building your app. Expo also offers pre-built components and APIs for navigations, gesture, camera, maps, and more. Overall, if you're new to React Native or want to develop your apps quickly and easily, Expo is an excellent choice. It simplifies the development process and allows you to focus on what matters. In this video, we'll use the latest and greatest of what Expo has to offer. They recently launched a fantastic new routing system called Expo Router. Expo Router takes a different approach to handling navigation by using a file-based routing system that is simpler and more intuitive. So instead of relying on complex configuration files, you can define navigation routes using a file system structure, just like in Next.js. You simply create a file, and that's it. Your route is set. I'll show you how to use it really soon. Alright, let's jump into the exciting stuff. We've already talked about the benefits of React Native and how Expo can make your life easier. Now it's time to delve into the code and see how it all works. If you worked with React.js before, you'll find that React Native uses a similar syntax. But of course, there are some differences you should be aware of. In this part of the video, we'll explore the ins and outs of React Native code. We'll examine how it works, how it looks like, and how it functions, and compare it to React.js to help you grasp the similarities and differences between the two. In just a couple of minutes, you'll have solid understanding of React Native's fundamental components and how to use them. When coding in React Native, you use JavaScript just like you use in React.js, but instead of rendering HTML elements, you'll be rendering native mobile components. Take a look at the basic React Native component example. In this code snippet, we're importing two important components from the React Native library, namely view and text. And then we create a functional component called app that returns the text component wrapped inside of the view component. What's interesting here is that we're using the JSX syntax, which makes it easy to create and visualize our components in a more HTML-like way, or something we're already used to in React. Now, let's take a closer look at the text component. While in React.js, we use P or H tags for text, in React Native, we use the text component instead. It's pretty straightforward. The text component is used to display text in the app, and you can style it using the same CSS-like syntax as in React. You can set the font size, color, and weight using the style prop. Now, let's talk about the view component. As the name suggests, it's used to create a container or view for other components. Think of it as a box or container that holds other components. It's similar to the div element in HTML, but with some added functionality specifically for mobile apps. The view component is often used to create layout structures for other components. It has a number of props that can be used to control its appearance and behavior. One thing to note is that the view component uses Flexbox layout by default, which makes it really easy to control how its child components are laid out within the container. That means that you can use Flexbox properties like flex direction, justify content, and align items to achieve the layout you want. Now, at this point in time, I think you're ready to add some interactivity to your React Native app as well. Well, you can now get excited because we have some awesome touchable components that can do just that. These components are perfect for creating buttons, links, and other interactive elements in your app. So, in React Native, you don't have a button, you have something known as a touchable opacity. So, if you're looking to create a button or another interactive element that fades in opacity when pressed, you can definitely use the touchable opacity component. Think of it as a cousin to the button component in React, but with even more room for customization and flexibility. What you can see on the screen is an example of how you can create your own button component in React Native. Now, let's go to a couple of other components, such as Activity Indicator. It's used for showing a spinner or a loading indicator in your app. And of course, it's fully customizable, which means you can customize the size and the color of that spinner by setting the size and color props. Now, we have two really important components on our list. That's going to be a flat list component, which is used for rendering long lists of items that need to be scrolled efficiently. It's like a map function in React, but it has extra features like optimized scroll performance and item separation. Now, the question is, when should you use a flat list and when should you use a map in React? For larger lists with smooth scrolling, go for flat lists. For smaller lists, map function can do the job. There's also another thing called a scroll view. It is like a magic box that can hold multiple components and views, providing a scrolling container for them. It is like overflow scroll in HTML, allowing you to easily navigate through a list of items or a large amount of content in our app. By using scroll view, we can make sure that the users can easily explore all the content, making the app more intuitive and user-friendly. And finally, we have a safe area view. It provides a safe zone to render your app's content without being covered by the device's hardware like the notch, home indicator, or status bar. This ensures that your content is displayed within the visible area, making your app more accessible. So, this was just a quick preview of some of the most popular components we'll be using in React Native apps. As you saw, they have interesting names, such as touchable opacity, flat lists, and so on. But if you know what to do in React, you're going to get used to React Native pretty soon. In a nutshell, React Native and Expo together offer a lot of components and elements that we could explain forever. But luckily, we won't do that. On this channel, to help you understand React Native better, I've created an awesome app that covers all of the fundamentals and essential features you need to learn as a beginner. So instead of going through this like a school presentation, let's get started by learning in the JavaScript mastery way by building this great React Native app together and putting everything into practice. After building this mobile app, you can develop its more comprehensive web version by joining the masterclass. The JSM Masterclass experience helps junior and intermediate developers fast-track their careers. You will develop real-world applications in a team, which is more challenging than simply following a YouTube tutorial. But this also means that you'll learn so much more from the experience. You'll use modern tech stacks, get personalized mentorship from senior developers, and get exceptional hiring support. You can graduate in 6 months, land your dream job in the 6 months after graduating, or get your money back. If you want to apply, click the link in the description or go to jsmastery.pro/masterclass and apply by filling out a 15-minute quiz. I'll personally reach out to you before we officially begin with the next cohort so you can be sure not to miss it. Let's dive straight into the code. To begin creating our great React Native application, we can start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop called React Next.js_native_jobs. And we can drag and drop it into an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once we are in, we can go to View and then Terminal. That's going to open up Visual Studio Code's great integrated terminal. Once we have that ready, we can open up expo.github.io/router/docs. Just recently, Expo came out with its router, bringing the best routing concepts from the web to native iOS and Android applications. So we're going to use their quick start to create our new React Native application. So from here, just copy this command, go back to your Visual Studio Code and paste it. That's going to be npx create-expo-app add latest-e with router. Let's add the / to create it in the current repository and press enter. And for that, we of course need to install the Create Expo app latest. So let's press Y and then enter. This process is going to take about a minute, so I'm going to pause this video and I'll be right back. And there we go. In about a minute, your project is ready and we can now run our application. But before we do that, let's go ahead and check out our file and folder structure. Right now, the only thing we have is the gitignore, app.json, Babel, and the index.js. Almost nothing is there because we're going to create most of the things from scratch. So let's start by creating a new empty app folder. Inside of the app folder, we're going to have the index.js file, as well as the _layout.js file. These are the two most important files in a React Native application. Inside of the layout, we can import something known as a stack coming from expo-router. A quick Google search leads us to create our first layout route in app_layout.js, which is exactly what we have done. And now we have to import the stack and simply return it. Later on, we're going to use that stack to link to all other pages in our application. So we're going to do import stack from expo router, const layout is equal to an arrow function that's going to simply return a self-closing stack component. And of course, we have to do export default layout. Great. Now we're going to go to the index.js, and inside of there, we're going to import view as well as the text coming from React Native. We already talked about these in the intro. You can view the view as a div and the text as a regular p tag. And in here, we're going to create a const home is equal to a functional component where we can return the view like this. And then inside of the view, we're going to have a text that's going to say home. And we can do export default home. Great. Now that we have our app and the layout, we can focus on installing a couple of additional dependencies. As you can see, most of the Expo and React Native dependencies have been installed for us, but we're going to need just a couple more. So let's go to View and then Terminal, and let's run npm install expo-font. We're going to use this to add a custom font, Axios, which we're going to use for API requests, and then react-native-.env. This is an external package that's going to allow us to work with environment variables. And let's press enter. Great. The dependencies have been installed. What we can do now is run the application. And we can do that by simply running the command npm start. So let's do npm start. And now it's actually going to build and compile the application, and we'll be able to scan it immediately with your phone so you can see it and test it in your own hand. So let's wait until the Metro bundler starts, and you'll be able to see how easy it is. There we go. So you can immediately get the QR code, or you can also open it right in the browser by going to this URL. For now, I'm going to go to the QR code. And the next step you have to do is to install the Expo Go application on your Play Store or on the iOS store. So by going to expo.dev/client on your phone, or simply by going to the App Store or Google Play Store, you'll be able to download the Expo Go application, which makes it so easy to test our React Native applications. Once you download it, you can simply open the camera app on your iPhone or the Expo Go app on your phone, and then simply scan the QR code and click Open in Expo Go. As you can see, this is going to start the application, and apparently there's going to be a problem. So for some of you, this might work right off the bat, but in my case, it looks like the Wi-Fi is blocking the access from my phone. So let me show you an alternative solution. We can press Ctrl+C to stop the server from running, and then I'm going to show you an alternative command you can run to make your app work on your phone. For that to work, we first have to run npm install -g expo-cli, and you can press enter. This is going to globally install the Expo CLI package, which we're going to use from now on to run our application. Once the package installs, you can run the expo-cli start --tunnel command and press enter. This is going to run the Metro bundler in a bit of a different tunnel mode, which is going to allow us to check our application from our phone. So let's wait until the Metro bundler starts, and we should be able to see that same QR code we saw before. And once again, you can open it on your phone and go to your Expo Go app. This time, it's going to say opening the project. It's going to bundle the JavaScript bundle, as you can see right here at the bottom. It's bundling it as we speak. And in less than a couple of seconds, you should be able to see your Expo React Native app right in your hand on your phone. And there we go. The bundle is complete, 100% done, and we can see our index and the home appear right here, which means that we have the bare bones of our application up and running on our iPhone or on your Android phone. Great. With that said, we can now close the package.json and open up the Explorer. Now, we only have our app, which is great, but to speed up our workflow, I've already prepared for you a couple of extra folders and files. They're going to make our learning process so much simpler because you won't have to worry about some nitty-gritty details. You'll be able to focus on what actually matters, which is coding the logic of a React Native application. So, to allow you to do just that, I prepared a starter code for this React Native jobs project. You can find it linked down in the description, and you can download and unzip it. Inside of that zipped folder, you'll find 4 additional folders, and you can slowly bring one by one to our great application. First of all, we're going to bring our constants folder into here, and you can press copy folder. Inside of the constants, you're going to see some simple things such as icons, images, themes, and index. These are just some helpers that we're going to use to make the development of our application simpler. After constants, we're going to also get our styles. So once again, you can copy that folder right in here. And in here, we have the styles for the search page of our great application. After the styles, we're going to bring in assets. Inside of assets, you can see all of the fonts, icons, and images that we're going to use to our great application. And finally, and most importantly, we're going to bring in the components folder into our application. And now you might be thinking, oh, look at that components folder. It is full of additional folders and files. Am I going to build anything by myself or not really? Well, you will. You will build absolutely every single little detail by yourself, because if you look into any of these components, such as home, nearby, you can see that it contains nothing. Inside of here, we just have an empty function, and it's the same thing for every single other component. The only thing I provided you is the file and folder structure, which you can learn from right here by looking at it, but every single file is actually completely empty. It contains absolutely nothing besides the styles. So as you can see, the styles will be provided. You can still learn from them, but the actual logic, the JSX, the React Native elements, everything else we'll be using is going to be written 100% by you, and you're going to create this entire React Native application by yourself. So now that we have the app, assets, components, constant, and styles, we are ready to dive into developing our great application. Of course, we can start straight from our app and then index, which is our actual home page. So inside of here, we're going to have a couple of imports. We're going to first import the use state coming from React. We're already used to this, right? After that, we're going to get the view as well as a scroll view, and finally the save area view coming from React Native. These are React Native components. And then finally, we're going to also import the stack as well as the use router coming from Expo router. Think of this as a library similar to React router. After that, we can import a couple of constants. These are going to be colors that we're going to use throughout our application. We're going to have icons as well as images, and then some screen sizes, like so. And all of that is coming from /constants. And if you're interested to see how these look like, you can always jump into constants and, for example, colors. And you can see that we have a couple of predefined values, such as primary, secondary, gray colors, fonts, sizes, and so on. Great. After that, we're going to import a couple of components, which for now are completely empty, as you already know. We're going to import the nearby jobs, as well as the popular jobs. We're going to import the screen header button, BTN, as well as the welcome screen. And all of this is coming from /components. We can even put it in a new line, just so we can see everything clearly. Make sure that all of these are spelled properly, so that when you hold Control or Command, you can click into it and go into that specific component. As you can see, they're all completely empty. Great. Now we can define our router by saying const router is equal to the use router hook, like this. And we can start with creating our layout. Inside of here, we're going to wrap everything not in a view, but rather within a safe area view. If you remember the intro, the safe area view allows you to show the content safely without any notches or home buttons or anything appearing over it. And we can apply some inline styles, such as flex is equal to 1, as well as background color is equal to colors.light white. And we can save that. Inside of there, we won't show the text saying home. Rather, we're going to render the stack.screen like this. And that's going to be a self-closing component to which we can pass some options. It's going to be a parameter of options, which is going to be an object to which we can provide a header style. And that header style is going to be an object with a background color equal to colors.light white. Now, if we save this, we can still see home on the screen. So what you'll have to do sometimes, and you'll have to trust me on this one, I want you to take your phone in your hand and shake it, literally shake it around, and you're gonna see a menu appear. Yes, that's right. To allow for regular use of your application, you can always test it out. But if you want to get to extra options by React Native or Expo, you can shake it and you're going to get an extra menu appear right here. For now, we want to click reload right there. So see what I just did? And therefore, we're going to get an error. The error is saying that we cannot get /constants. So apparently, we have an issue with this import, even though it's properly pointing to all of these properties. So where could the issue be? The index is in the app and all of the other files are right here. So what if we try to dismiss this error? Still, we cannot see anything. If we reload it one more time and reload JS, still the same thing. Now, we can open up the console and see that it says that none of these files exist, even though they do. So what we can do is we can try pressing R, which is going to reload the app, and still the same thing. So let's stop it from running by pressing Ctrl-C, and then let's run the Expo CLI start tunnel one more time. Maybe we made a lot of changes to our file and folder structure, so it got stuck a bit. So let's simply run the Metro Bundler one more time, use our camera or Expo Go app one more time, and then we can scan the QR code one final time, and hopefully the changes and new files will be there. There we go, the QR code is there. I'm gonna scan it, open in Expo Go, opening project. It's building, And hopefully it's going to build not to an error, but to our regular screen. And that is it. We can just see the index right there, which is exactly what we were supposed to see because we don't have anything there. But the most important thing is that we don't have any errors. So now we can proceed with the development. Right below our header style, we can also provide the header shadow visible. And this is going to choose whether to hide the elevation shadow on Android or the bottom border on iOS. And it's really cool that it even tells you here what it's going to do based on the operating system. So let's set that to false. And there we go. Now you cannot see it. Now what we can also do is we can add an additional property called header left. And that's going to be an arrow function that's going to immediately return the screen header btn as a self-closing tag. This is a component we are yet to create. And we can also pass the icon URL equal to icons.menu. And we can also give it a dimension equal to 60%. Next, we can add a comma right here and duplicate this below and change this to header right. And there, we're going to give it the icons of profile and dimensions of 100%. Great. Now you can see that we have screen header button on the left side, the index in the middle, and then the screen header button on the right side as well. And we can also override the header title to be just an empty string. That way you won't see the index in the center. Great. Now let's focus on adding something below the navigation bar. That's going to be a scroll view, meaning you'll be able to scroll through it. We can also give it a prop called show vertical scroll indicator and set that to false because we don't want to show it. Users already know that they can scroll it up and down. Inside of the scroll view, we can also give it a regular view. And that view is going to have a style property equal to flex is 1, as well as padding is equal to sizes.medium. Now, if we save this, you won't be able to see something because this view is currently empty. So in that view, we can render a self-closing welcome component. Right now, it simply says welcome because it is empty. Later on, to that component, we're going to pass some props as well, but for now, it can look like this. Below the welcome, we're going to also have a popular jobs self-closing component, as well as nearby jobs. So we can change this to nearby jobs. And now you can see that popular jobs doesn't exist. That's because it has a lowercase j. And if we fix this, you can see we have screen header btn, welcome, popular jobs, nearby jobs. Everything we need to get started. So what do you say that we get started from top to bottom? First, starting with the screen header btn. You can control click it to go into that component. And then right there, we can implement it. These are going to be buttons. So we can import from React Native a touchable opacity. We learned that in React Native, a button is a touchable opacity. And we're going to also get the image tag. Now, inside of here, we're going to simply return a touchable opacity component. And inside of there, we're going to render the self-closing image tag. The image is going to have a source equal to icon URL. And that's something that we're passing through props while calling the screen header button. You can see the icon URL here alongside the dimension. So let's pass the icon URL, get it from props, the dimension as well. And finally, later on, we're going to have the handle press functionality as well. Now, if we save this, you can see that we have this menu icon, but it's not looking that good. So we can call the resize mode equal to cover. That's similar to regular React Native with CSS properties. And we can also give it a style equal to styles.btn image or img, and we can pass in the dimension. If we save this, you can see that we have one extra parenthesis, but if we fix it, we should be able to see the menu above, although it is gone. So we might need to provide some extra styles to our touchable opacity as well. Styles such as styles.btn container. And if we save that, we can see our great menu icon on top. Also, if somebody presses the button, we can see on press is equal to handle press. So if you want to do something once this button is clicked, you can do that. Now, it looks like on the right side, we don't have anything. So apparently it cannot get the image we're passing right here. Icons.profile. Yep, that's because the profile is not an icon, it's actually an image. So here we can say images.profile, and then in here you can display your user's profile image. With that said, our so-called navigation bar on our mobile app is now done, and we can focus right on the welcome part of the application. So to focus on the welcome component, we can close the screen header button, and then hold Control and click welcome. That's going to be the next component we can start focusing on. We can first import the useState hook coming from React. But this time, since our welcome component is going to be a bit bigger, we're going to have a couple of React Native imports. So let's put them each in a new line. We're going to need a view, which is just a div. We're going to need a text, which is a p tag. We're going to also need something known as a text input, which is an input, a touchable opacity, which is similar to a button, an image, and finally a flat list. So these are all different native mobile components. In this component, we're going to also import the use router hook coming from expo router. Great. Now we are already importing the styles, and we're going to also import some constants. So let's get the icons as well as the sizes coming from //constants. Great. Now, inside of here, we can immediately declare our router by saying const router is equal to router. And we can start creating the layout of our welcome component. First, we're going to have a view, and then within that view, we're going to have another view. This view is going to have a style equal to styles.container. And if we save it, nothing's going to happen because currently it's empty. So let's add a text element that's going to say, hello, Adrian. This can be your name right here. And we can apply a style equal to styles.username, like so. And that's going to make it a bit bigger. We can duplicate that below. And here you can say, find your perfect job. And there we can change the style to be equal to welcome message. This is going to be a bit bigger because that's the more important thing, finding a perfect job. Now, below that view, we're going to create another view. And inside of this view, we'll want to have a search. So we can give it a style equal to styles.search container. And within that, we're going to have another view. And that view is going to have a style equal to search wrapper, or rather styles.search wrapper. Now, within that, we're going to create a text input component, like so. That text input, if we save it right now, is going to be a basic, really bare bones looking input. But if we give it a style equal to styles.search input, we're going to see that the font family DM regular we're using in this style is not a system font. So this is where we dive into using custom fonts. Now, to implement a custom font, we can go all the way back to our underscore layout.js. Within here, we're going to import that new font. So we can import a couple of things, such as we can import a use callback hook coming from React. We can also import a special utility function called use fonts coming from a library called expo font. So if you want to use custom fonts, you have to have this library. And then we're going to import everything as splash screen coming from expo-splash-screen. And in this case, we simply want to do splash screen dot prevent auto hide async. This makes the native splash screen remain visible until hide async is called. So when the app is initially loading, this is going to make the splash screen visible. Now, inside of the layout, we want to do something on top, and that is load the fonts. So we can say const fonts loaded is equal to a hook call of use fonts, and now we need to import them. We're going to do the DM bold is equal to require /assets / fonts / dm sans bold.ttf. It's already inside of our assets. And we can duplicate this 2 more times. We want to also get the dm medium and also change this to dm sans medium. And we want to also add it right here. We want to do the regular as well and change it to dm sans regular. Great. Now we have our fonts and we have to load them onto the screen. And we can do that by saying const on layout root view is equal to use callback, to which we need to pass an async callback function like this. And then we want to check if fonts loaded, then we want to await splash screen.hide async. So we only want to show our homepage if the fonts have been loaded. And this on layout root view also requires a dependency array, and that's going to be fonts loaded. So you can think of this as a use effect, really similar. Finally, we're going to say if no fonts loaded, then we want to return null. And if the fonts have loaded, we want to return a stack with the on layout function equal to on layout root view. There we go. So the only thing we've done here is we've ensured that the fonts will be loaded. Looks like I had to properly spell this. That's going to be on callback, or rather use callback right here. And there we go. So now we can actually use this newly created fonts within our application. Going back to welcome, we can now pass the value to this search, and the value is going to be a new state field that we have to create. And the value for now is going to be just an empty string. Then we also need to have an onChange property. That onChange is going to be just an empty callback function for now. We're going to implement the logic later on. And then, of course, what would an input be without a placeholder that can say, what are you looking for? And there we go. Great. Now, once somebody types something in, you can test it on your phone. If you click it, it's immediately going to open up the keyboard, which is great. So we are really creating a native mobile application. Now, below this view containing the text input, we can create a touchable opacity. That's going to be a component that's going to contain the image. And that image is going to have a source equal to icons.search. There we go. So essentially, we can click it to search for the term that we entered above. We're going to add a resize mode equal to contain. And we're going to also add a style equal to styles.searchBTN image, like so. That's going to make it look a bit better. Now it's hidden, but that's because we didn't apply a style to the touchable opacity, which is going to be styles.searchBTN. There we go. And on press, we also later on will give it a handle click. For now, we can pass in an empty callback function. Great. So this is already starting to look like a great application. Now we can go below the view inside of which the touchable opacity is, and then we can create another view. This one is going to be for our flat list. So inside of here, we're going to actually show jobs. So there we can say style is equal to styles.tabs container. And then inside of it, we can show our flat list. As we discussed before, you use a flat list when you have more data to render. So in this case, we can show the data, and the data is going to be one of 3 types, which we can declare on top. Const job types is equal to an array of full-time, part-time as well, and also finally that's going to be contractor. Great. So now we can actually pass the job types to our flat list, and we're going to pass them as data. Data is equal to job types. And if we save this, we cannot yet see anything because we also have to add a render item, which is going to have a callback function that specifies how each item should look like. So inside of there, we can destructure each individual item or a job that we're going to pass into it. And then we have to say how that's going to look like. Well, each card is going to be a touchable opacity because we'll be able to click it. So it can look like this, and it can have a text element inside of it that's going to render the actual item or the job. Now, if we save this, you can see full-time, part-time, contractor. That's already looking better, but let's also style it a bit. So to this touchable opacity, we can pass a style equal to styles.tab, and then we can pass active job type as well as the item as the second parameter. And this active job type is something we'll be able to switch between. So if we scroll all the way up, we can create a new use state field, and we can say active job type, set active job type, and at the start, it can be full time. Now, if we save this, you can see 3 different touchable opacities, which you can actually click. So by clicking this, we'll immediately go to the search. Same thing if we typed something above. That is great. Now, let's also style it a bit more. So what we can do is we can also give it an on press. So once we click on some of these, we want to call a callback function, and we want to set active job type to the item that we clicked. And then we also want to call the router.push and push it to /search and then /item. Of course, this is going to be dynamic. So it's going to be a template string. Now, if we save this and click one of these, you can see we get unmatched route. That's because this route doesn't exist yet, but we will have it soon. But just so you know, this is going to point to the search page that we're going to create later on. Great. Let's also style the text a bit by giving it a style equal to styles.tab text. We can pass the active job type as well as the item. And if we now save this, you can see that the only contractor is clicked because that's the selected one right now. And if we click full time and go back, the full time is the selected button. Great. Also, in the flat list, you also have to provide another prop. So if we go right here where we have additional props, we can say key extractor is item pointing to the item. If you hover over that, it's going to say that this is used to extract a unique key, similar to what we're doing in React Maps. Great. We also have the content container style. So we can specify that the column gap is equal to sizes.small. And also add the horizontal prop, you're going to see that these pills are going to appear one next to each other. So this is already looking so much better. And also, if we had more, since this is a flat list, you can move them around. So if you add a couple more, you'll be able to see all of them. Now we have the search, and we also have these select fields. Of course, as you can see, the on press is pointing to search, which we don't yet have. And above the on press is not really doing anything because we don't yet have the logic for it. But no worries, we're going to focus on the UI first, and then we're going to do the logic. With that said, the UI UX part of our welcome screen is now done, which means that we can go back to the index and we can go to the popular jobs. This is where we'll actually be able to show the most popular jobs from the API that we're going to fetch. So now we're diving into the exciting stuff. Let's get started by creating our popular jobs component. To get started with the popular jobs, we can first import the use state hook coming from React. Then again, we'll be using a couple of other components from React Native, so let's import them as well. That's going to be view, text, touchable opacity, and then also the flat list, but this time also the activity indicator. So we're using something new and something old as well. Great. After those imports, we can also import the use router coming from expo-router. And we can also import some styles, which we already have, as well as importing some constants, such as colors and sizes, coming from // constants. Great. Now, we're going to also import some common components, which we're going to use later on, such as the popular job card. So right now we're in the popular jobs, which is going to be the entire segment, but this is going to be the popular job card. And that's going to come from //common /cards/popular job card. Now that we have that, we can also define our router by saying const router is equal to use router, and we can get started with creating our layout. First of all, we want to wrap everything in a view that's gonna have a style equal to styles.container. Then we're gonna have another view inside of it, and that view is going to have a style equal to styles.header. Inside of that header, we're going to have a text element that's going to say popular jobs, and it's going to have a style equal to styles.header title, like this. And we can save it. Now, sometimes React Native is not going to pick up the changes, so just shake your phone and then click reload. And then we should be able to see the new changes that we made. There we go. We now have popular jobs. And let's also add a touchable opacity right here that's going to say show all. And this is interesting. It says that we need a text element within a touchable opacity. So let's create a new text element that's going to say show all. And we can also give it a style equal to styles.header btn. So now we have popular jobs and show all. That is looking great. Finally, below this entire view, we're going to have another view, and this is where our actual jobs will go. So we can give this a style equal to styles.cards-container. And inside of there, we first want to check if we are currently loading. So for now, let's create a demo is loading state, which we're going to simply set to false. Now, to utilize it, we can open a new dynamic block of code where we can check if is loading. Then we want to show the activity indicator. So this is a React built-in spinner that's going to show us that we are loading. It's going to be the size equal to large and colors equal to colors.primary. Great. Now, if we're not loading, we might have an error. So if we do have an error, we're going to show like a text that's going to say something went wrong. And for now, we can also define an empty error to be set to false as well. And finally, if we don't have an error, we want to render the famous flat list component. And that's going to look like this. If we save it, you can see that we have no errors. If we quickly turn is loading to true, you should be able to see this great looking spinner, and that's going to be different depending on your operating system. So on iOS, it looks like this. On Android, it might look a bit different. Now I'm going to turn this to false so we can create the actual list. The most important part of the list is the actual data. So for now, we can create something that looks like this, where we just have the numbers, because we haven't yet fetched the real jobs from the API. So for now, we can do something like 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's just going to be numbers in an array. The second most important thing is how we're going to render that data. So we can have a render item property that's going to have a callback function that looks like this. And then we can choose what do we want to render for each one of these items. In this case, we want to render a popular job card. Now, to get the data for each one of these popular jobs, we can destructure it right here within the callback function. So we're going to get the item, and we can pass the item as item to the popular job card. If we save this, you can see that we do get 4 popular job cards. That's because this is always returning a text of popular job card, no matter what data we pass to it. We also said that we need to give it a key extractor, same as we do in React. In this case, it's going to be item .job_id. This is going to be one of the keys once we actually pass the real data. For now, it's going to say that each key in a list should have a unique key prop. And right now we don't unfortunately have that, but we will once we fetch real data. Now we also want to give it a content container style equal to a column gap of sizes.medium. And we want to make it horizontal, same as we did for these pill buttons on top. So now we can see we have those 4 popular jobs and we can even move them around. This is phenomenal. So if we do something like 5, 6, 7, 8 and save it, you should be able to move these around with your finger. And of course, we're going to make these cards look so much better. So now might be the perfect time to actually dive into API data fetching so we can get the real data for our jobs. To do that, we're going to create a new custom hook. So you can go straight to the root of your folder, and then we can create a new hook folder like this, hook. Inside of there, we're going to create a new use fetch hook.js like this. There, we're going to import use state as well as use effect coming from React. We're going to also import Axios coming from Axios. And that's all that we need for now. Then we can say const use fetch is going to be equal to a regular arrow function. We can define a couple of states by saying use state snippet is equal to data, set data at the start equal to an empty array. Then we can define a new one by saying const is loading, set is loading at the start equal to false. And then we can add an error saying set error, use state, and then we're going to set it up as null at the start. So we're just preparing ourselves to later on populate these pieces of data, which is great. So finally, now is the time that we go back to Rapid API and get our key and the endpoint to make a call to the JSearch API to fetch back all of these amazing developer jobs. So let's do that right away. And we are back on Rapid API's hub. Inside of there, the API we want to go for is JSearch. There we go. It immediately pops up right here. The creator of web search is keeping this API up to date. It is verified as well, and it was last updated 2 days ago. What we first want to do is go to pricing. Inside of here, you can see that I'm a paid member of this API, but for you, it's going to be completely free. You can subscribe to this basic plan that's going to allow you to make 500 requests a month. In case you want to go over that and really make the best of this React Native application, you can always update to the Pro plan. I even spoke with the OpenWeb Ninja, and if you send them an email and said that you're coming from this video from JavaScript Mastery, they're even gonna give you a bigger discounts for the paid plans. But with that said, you can subscribe and then we can go back to endpoints. The endpoint we'll be using right here is going to be search. So for now, we can click test endpoint just to see what data does it give us. As you can see, the demo query was Python developer jobs, and immediately you get 10 jobs back with all of the data we need. So how to use it? Well, go to code snippets and let's copy this entire options part right here. Once you copied it, you can simply paste it right here below our use states. Const options method is get. The URL is going to be this one, but we're going to make it just a bit dynamic by turning this into a template string. And we're going to change this API based on what we want to do. We're going to reuse this use fetch hook, first of all for search, and then later on for the job details. So that means that we have to have a changeable endpoint, just like so. So the endpoint is going to come as a prop to our use fetch hook, looking like this. Great. Now, in the headers that we have right here, which we can bring a bit up below the URL and add a comma, these headers contain your API key, which is not something you want to leave right here for everybody to see. So you can copy this API key, move it from here, and we want to use that as a special environment variable. So let's go to our file explorer and let's create a new .env file at the root of your directory called .env. There you can say rapid_API_key is equal to, and you can paste your own key. Don't use this one, create your own. Trust me, you have a lot of free requests to make. Great. With that said, we now need to reload our application because the environment variables have changed. So it might even say it right here. Not really, but let's refresh it just to be sure. So press Ctrl C to stop the server, and then rerun the command expo CLI start -- tunnel. That's going to make sure that the changes that we make to our env are reflected in our application. So let's wait until we see a QR code. We can scan it and be right back. And there we go. I'm back, but just to be sure, I'm gonna also reload the application to be certain that we have the latest and greatest of our data. Now we're gonna get an error because in here we don't have a key. It's currently empty. So what we can do is we can create a new variable at the start, const rapid API key is equal to, and now we can get the real API key by saying import inside of curly braces, rapid_API_key is coming from add env. And now we can set the key to be equal to this key we're getting. We should be able to use it just like this, but I found that sometimes it doesn't get it if we don't mention it sooner in our app right here. So instead of referencing this variable, we can reference this newly created variable we have created, rapid API key right here. Also, here we have the statically typed parameters. Page 1, number pages 1, and query is Python developer in Texas. But we want to be able to pass a dynamic query to this API. So for now, we can say that params are going to be equal to an object where we spread the query that we pass into this hook. So next to the endpoint, we can also pass a query to make it dynamic. Great. Now, if we save this, nothing should change because we're not yet using the useFetch in our code, but let's just keep developing it for now. Now that we have the options, we can create a new const fetch data is equal to an async arrow function. And we can first set is loading to true because once we start fetching, we want to load it. After that, we want to open a dynamic try and catch block that looks like this. Try catch with the error. And also we're going to have a finally. So whatever happens, we want to do something at the end. Now, while we're trying to fetch it, we can say const response is equal to await axios.request, and we're going to pass in the options to it. Once we get the response, we want to set the data to be equal to response.data.data. And we also want to set is loading to be set to false. Now, if we have the error, we're going to simply set the error to be equal to error. And we can also alert there is an error. Great. And finally, we want to set is loading to be set to false. Now, we have this fetch data function, but we're not utilizing it. So below it, we can create a new use effect block where we're going to simply call the fetch data function like so. There we go. And we don't have to have anything in the dependency array. Finally, I noticed that there were some problems with trying to refetch the data. Sometimes once we click it, it wasn't properly loading. So what I created is a new refetch function. So that's a function called refetch, which is equal to an arrow function. And there we can set is loading to be equal to true. And we simply want to refetch the data if necessary. So we have that at our disposal as well. Now, with all of that done, the most important part of the useFetch is to actually return some data. So at the bottom, we can return an object that's going to contain the data, the is loading, the error, and the refetch. And we can now utilize this function from within our popular jobs and elsewhere as well. So with that said, we can now import it by saying import useFetch coming from ////hook. /use fetch. Keep in mind we called it hook without an S, so just so you know. And finally, we can utilize it in our code. We no longer have to have these dummy values of is loading and error, because now we can destructure the data, the is loading, as well as the error dynamically from the use fetch hook. Of course, it takes in two parameters. The first one is the endpoint. In this case, it's going to be the search. And the second one is what we want to pass for it. We're going to pass in the query as React developer. And we're going to also pass the num pages is equal to 1. Finally, what we want to do is we want to console.log the data to see what we get back. Now, as you can see, React Native is complaining about this add env directory that cannot be found. So even though we installed the React Native environment variables, it's still not picking it up. To ensure this is working for all of you across all of the different devices, instead of utilizing this add env, we're simply going to put the key straight inside of here. So you can delete those imports. And right here where it says key, you can go back to your Rapid API documentation and copy your key from here. Finally, you can simply paste it and replace it there and add a comma. If we now reload that, go back, shake your phone just a bit and reload, hopefully now it's going to be good. And there we go. Now we have object is not a function, which is coming from popular jobs. So where could that be? And that's coming from React popular jobs. So straight from here, object is not a function. And that could be that we're trying to use this use fetch function as a function, right? But if you go to it, if you go to this file, you can notice that we forgot, or rather I forgot, to export this function. So right at the bottom, we can do export default use fetch. There we go. And this should already be so much better. So to get started with the popular job card, we can import a couple of things from React Native. We can import the view, the text, the touchable opacity, as well as the image coming from React Native. Finally, our entire card is going to be some sort of a button. It's going to be a touchable opacity because once we click it, we can visit that job details page. To that touchable opacity, we're going to provide a style equal to styles.container, and we want to pass the selected job as well as the item. And on press, we want to call an empty callback function that's going to call the handle press function and pass the job we want to press. If we save that, we can see some white divs appear right here. Now, inside of that touchable opacity, we're going to create another touchable opacity. Yes, you can do that just like you can nest divs within divs. So here we can create that touchable opacity and give it a style equal to styles.logo container. We can call that as a function and pass the selected job as well as the item. Inside of there, we simply want to render the image. That's going to be a self-closing tag. And it's going to have a source equal to an object where the URI is equal to item.employer_logo. And if we save that, you can see that now we have empty boxes right here. We also want to give it a resize mode set to contain. And we want to give it a style equal to styles.logo image. If we save that, you can see the logos appear right here. We have some great companies and some are empty because maybe they don't have logos. So in case they don't have it, we want to definitely show some kind of a placeholder logo, but we're going to do that soon. Great. Now we can go below our touchable opacity, which is our image, and we can create a text property where we can simply render the item dot employer_name. If we save that, you can see the name of the company appear, and we can style it a bit by giving it a style equal to styles.company name. And we can also give it a special property, number of lines is equal to 1. So it's going to appear in one line. There we go. This is looking so much better. Now we want to add more information about the job, not just the company logo and name. So below this text element, we can create a new view. It's going to have a style equal to styles.info container. And below it, we want to create a new text element that's going to have a style equal to styles.job name, to which we're going to pass the selected job as well as the item. And we want to simply say item.job_title, React Native Developer, lead React developer. This is looking great. We are already getting all of the positions. And you can notice this one is a bit longer. Let's find it. There we go. So what we can do is we can give it the same thing we gave to the above text, which is number of lines is equal to 1. So now it's going to automatically make it fit one line, which is wonderful. Below that text, we also want to create another text, which is going to have a style equal to styles.location. And we want to render the item.job_country. And if we save that, we can see the US, all of these are based in the US now, but later on you'll be able to search for different countries as well. And believe it or not, this is it for our popular jobs card. And we can even click them, but right now they're not pointing anywhere. Later on they will. But overall, this is looking great. Now, the only thing that is still bothering me is that some of these don't have the actual image. So we need to make a utility function that's going to check whether the company actually has a company logo. To do that, we can go to our File Explorer and create a new folder called Utils, short for utility functions. Inside of there, we can create a new index.js file. Now, on the internet, I found a helpful function that can check the image URL and show us whether the image actually exists. It essentially tests it and it gives us a 200 if it works. Now, down below in the description, inside of the GitHub gist, you can find the code for the check image URL function, and you can simply paste it right here. Once you do that, you can come back to the popular job card. We can import the check image URL that's coming from /////utils. And now, instead of rendering just the employer logo, we can do some conditional checking. We can check image URL and pass the item employer logo. We can put this in a new line. If it gives a true response, then we indeed can render the item.employer_logo. If it doesn't give a true response, we can render a string of a default dummy job post. So we can do it like this. And you can find this string also in the GitHub gist down below. It's going to simply point to a logo that looks like this, job. There we go. But now we have a different problem. It's saying that it cannot get check image URL from ////utils. So let's save it, go there, and we can indeed see that it is here. So let's try to simply shake our device and reload the application. And unfortunately, still the same thing. So whenever you add some new files, React Native development can be tricky because sometimes it doesn't get it right away. So let's open up our terminal, press Ctrl+C, and let's rerun our server by running expo CLI start tunnel. And then you can simply rescan the QR code. Again, I know this can be a pain in the ass from time to time, but we are developing mobile native applications for both iOS and Android, so there are definitely a lot of gotchas here, and we can be thankful for React Native for allowing us to do that. Great. Now let's scan this QR code with our camera app. And once you do that, it's going to reload it and it's going to refresh it. And there we go. Now, if a job doesn't have a logo, it's going to have this demo job logo that we are showing. This is looking great. And with that said, we are done with the popular job card. We are done with the use fetch as well. And we can go back to index and create the most important part of our app, which are nearby jobs. Essentially, that's going to be a similar thing we have right here with the popular jobs, but rather they're going to be shown in a vertical list instead of a horizontal one. So we'll be able to scroll through them. So let's go into the nearby jobs and let's start implementing it right away. Now, it should be much simpler because we have already created the use fetch function, which we can simply reuse right here. Great. So on that note, to get started with our nearby jobs, we can go back to index, jump into the popular jobs, and simply copy and paste everything we have right here. That way, we're going to get a great slate to start the work off of. On that note, we can get back to index.js, move into the popular jobs, copy everything, and paste it right into the nearby jobs. Now, there will be a couple of things we'll have to change and modify, which is normal, but this is going to provide us with a nice starting point to start our work. In this case, we won't need a flat list, so we can remove that from here. We just need view, text, touchable opacity, and the activity indicator. Okay, so that fits in one line right here. We don't need the use state hook, and also we're going to need the use router. The styles are going to come from nearby jobs.style. We're going to need the colors. We don't need the sizes. And instead of the popular job card, we're going to need a nearby job card, which we can also switch right here to nearby. And also right here, nearby. We're going to use that same old hook. We can change this to nearby jobs, as well as in the export right here at the bottom. And in this case, we won't need the selected job and the handle card press. The only thing we need is the router and the call to the use fetch function. So now if we save it, we need to make some modifications to our JSX as well. We can keep the container, the header, but instead of the popular jobs, it's going to say nearby jobs. And we can leave this as show all. Now, we need to check if we are currently loading. If we are, we want to show the activity indicator. Else, we want to show the text something is wrong. And in this case, we won't be using the flat list. Rather, we'll simply loop over the data. So let's remove the flat list. And let's do the data ?.map, where we get each individual job. And we want to return a nearby job card for each job that we have. And now you can see we have two loadings, the popular jobs and the nearby jobs. The popular jobs render in a horizontal list, whereas the nearby jobs render right here, one below another. Now we can pass all of the data we need into the nearby job card by saying job is equal to job, key is equal to, let's do a template string of nearby dash job dash, and then job ?.job_ID. And finally, we can also provide the handle navigate function, which is going to be a callback function calling the router.push, and we want to push it to a template string of /job-details /job.job_ID. There we go. And if we save this, nothing's going to change immediately, because now our turn is to dive into the nearby job card and then implement its UI and UX design. So with that said, let's get started with the nearby job card. Believe it or not, the nearby job card is once again going to be similar to the popular job card that we had right here. So let's jump into the popular job card. Let's copy the entire thing and paste it to the nearby job card. There are going to be just a couple of things we have to change. So at the top, the imports can remain the same. Then we need to import the styles from the nearby job card.style, and then the check image is going to remain. In this case, we're not passing the item, we're passing the job as well as the handle navigate. And then also we're going to call it nearby job card, and we're going to also export the nearby job card. Now, inside of here, we're going to have a touchable opacity that's going to have a style equal to styles.container. It's also going to have an onPress that's simply going to call the handle navigate. So this even fits in one line. There we go. And right now we have an error saying that the selected job doesn't exist. That's entirely fine because we don't need it at all. The styles for our second touchable opacity are simply going to say styles.logo container. The image is going to check for the image, but it's not longer going to be an item. It's going to be a job.employer logo and then job.employer logo here as well. After that, we also have to change a couple more things. That's going to be a log image right here. It looks like there was a typo in the styles, so you can switch this to logo image in the nearby job card and then back to logo image as well. And then below the second touchable opacity, it's going to be a bit more simple. We don't need this company name. We just need a view that's going to be a text container this time. It's going to be a text where we're going to simply have the style.job name. And then we want to render the job title. And below that, we want to render the job type as well, which is going to be job underscore employment underscore type. And here it's going to be job underscore title. So now if we fix this and reload our application, it's loading the popular jobs and the nearby jobs. And there we go. You can see that here we can scroll horizontally and we can see all of our great jobs. But now we can also scroll our app as we usually would. And we have a list of all of the jobs in a vertical list format. So it's a minimal adjustments. You can see that it's also the same photo right here as we have it above. And it's same information, but just in a different format, which allows us to show more jobs. You can think of these as popular jobs, as the top rated ones that should get more attention. And then the ones below are going to be some regular jobs where there isn't a lot of info that we need to share. But with that said, believe it or not, the UI and the UX for the entire home screen has been developed. If we go here, you can notice that we have the welcome, we have the popular, and we have the nearby. Now what we'll have to do is we'll have to focus on the job details page, because if you click on a job, you get unmatched route. So now is the time that we add a route for the job details page where we'll be able to read about much more information about a specific job. So back in the app, we can create a new folder called job-details. And then within that file, we can create a new file called, it's going to be square brackets, and then within it, the ID. This is a dynamic route that's going to be different for every other job. Inside of there, we can run RAFCE to quickly create a new file, and let's call it job details. And export the job details here as well, and let's save that page. If we do that, come back and click it again, it's still going to say unmatched, but maybe if we reload our terminal one more time by pressing Ctrl+C, and then if we run it one more time by running expo CLI start tunnel, maybe it's going to recognize the new page that we have created. So let's simply scan the QR code one more time and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back in the app and I'm gonna click the first job right here. And we still get unmatched route. So let's try to reload by shaking our device and clicking reload. That might be able to fix it. So it's gonna rebuild the JavaScript bundle. And now we can select a new job. There we go. So now at least we get something. And it looks like I used a div right here. But of course, a div doesn't exist in React Native. So we have to import a text element coming from React Native. And now we can turn this into a text. And we again click on one of the nearby jobs. Indeed, we have a new page where we can see the job details ID. So now it's our turn to implement the job details page. Let's get started. To get started with the job details page, we can first import a couple of components from React Native. These can be a text element, a view, safe area view, a scroll view as well, an activity indicator, and a refresh control. This is a new and interesting component we'll use. Now let's also import a stack, a use router, and a use search params, which is coming from expo router. Now we're going to also get something from React, and these are going to be the use callback hook as well as the use state hook. Great. Now we can move to the local imports. We're going to use a couple of components in this file, such as a company component, job about component, job footer component, job tabs component, and a screen header btn component, as well as the specifics component. And all of that is coming from // components. And as we always do, we can also import the colors, as well as the icons and sizes coming from // constants. And finally, we're going to import the use fetch hook that we have created from // hook/use fetch. Great. And now we have our job details. Inside of here, we can initialize our params by saying const params is equal to use search params. This is going to allow us to get the specific ID of the job details page we're on. And we also want to get the router by saying const router is equal to use router, and then we call it as a hook. But now that we have the ID from params.id of the jobs we want to look at, we also want to fetch the job details data for that job. And thankfully, we have already created a hook that does that for us. So we can say const data is loading, error, and refetch is equal to use fetch. But this time, we don't want to get the search endpoint. We want to get the job-details endpoint. And we also want to pass in the job_ID, which is equal to params.id. So now this data is going to be populated with the job details data. Perfect. Now we can start creating the JSX of our page. First, we're going to wrap everything in a safe area view because we want to ensure all parts of our page are visible. We're going to also give it a style equal to an object where flex is equal to 1 and a background color is equal to colors.light white, like this. And we also want to inside put a stack.screen. Now it looks like our changes are not being reflected, so I'm going to shake my device a bit and I'm going to hit reload. There we go. Now we need to click on a job to get to the job details, and there we go, it is simply empty. Now inside of the stack screen, as props, we can pass options. That's going to be an object where the header style is going to be set to background color is colors.light white. You can see that changed the color right there. Then we're going to also add a header shadow visible is set to false, which is going to remove this line. Also, header back visible, and we're going to change that to false as well. So now there's no back arrow. And finally, we can do the header left. On the left side, we want to have a callback function that's going to show the screen header btn, which is a self-closing component. And inside of there, we can show the icon URL to be icons.left. Dimension is going to be set to 60%. And then finally, the handle press, the only thing it's going to do is it's going to call the router.back like this. And we can save it. You can see now we have our custom back arrow. And we also want to do something on the right side. So we can duplicate this header left, change it to header right, change the icon to icons.share, and remove the handle press. So if you want to, you can implement this later on. The share button is going to be right at the top, right? And of course, we also want to remove the header title. So we can do it just like this by putting it as an empty string. Wonderful. Now that stack screen is going to be a self-closing component, which we can have right here. And then below it, we can create a React fragment, inside of which we're going to have a scroll view like this. That scroll view is going to have a property called shows vertical indicator, which is going to be set to false. We don't want to show it. And it's also going to have something known as a refresh control, which is going to be equal to a refresh control component, where we can say refreshing is equal to refreshing. And also on refresh, we're going to set the on refresh function call right here. So this refreshing right here is going to be a state that we can create on top. So right here, use state, refreshing, set refreshing, at the start, set to false. Sometimes we just don't get data at the time that we need it, so we might need to refresh to be able to see the data. So now if we go back, you can see on refresh doesn't exist, and that's because that's the function that we're going to create soon later. So we can say const on refresh is equal to an empty function. For now, we can leave it like this, but that's going to be implemented really soon. So if we do that now and click a job, we should be able to see nothing. So now is the time that we start adding something to this scroll view. Inside of the scroll view, we want to know if we are loading. So we can say if is loading, question mark. Then we want to show, of course, an activity indicator. And that's going to be a self-closing tag with a size is equal to large and a color equal to colors.primary. Now we get an error because we have to have the other part of the ternary as well. We're going to check if we have an error. So if we do have an error, we can show a text element that's going to say something went wrong. Then we need to make another check, and that's going to be if data.length is triple equal to 0. In that case, we can render another text saying no data. And finally, if we are not loading, if we don't have any errors, and if we do have data, in that case, we can return a view component inside of which we're going to display all of the details. So that view can have a style equal to an object where the padding is equal to sizes.medium and where the padding bottom is 100. If we save that, there should be nothing because we're just preparing to add content. So inside of here, we're going to have a self-closing company component. So this is where we're going to show the data about the company, and we're going to pass some props to it. After that, we're going to show the jobs tab, or job tabs rather, like this, and to it, we can also pass some data later on. So the reason why I'm doing this, the reason why I separated everything into components is to keep our job details page clean. We don't want to have a lot of lines. Already we will have a lot, but we don't want to have too much. So that's why you can separate everything into new components. Now to this company component, we can pass a couple of props. That's going to be company logo is equal to data0.employer_logo. And we can duplicate that a couple of times. For the second one, we're going to pass the job title, which is equal to data0.job_title. Then we can pass a company name, data0.employer_name. And then we can have a location, which is going to be equal to data0.job_country. And now we're passing all of those props to the company page. So let's move in there and let's implement its layout. This is going to be our usual component where we're going to have a view, a text, and an image. we're importing some styles, and we can also import inside of curly braces icons coming from dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash constants. And we can also import the check image URL utility function that we have created before. Now, inside of the props, we are getting the company logo, the job title, the company name, and finally, a location. Everything is going to be wrapped in a view that's going to have a style is equal to styles.container. Inside of that view, we're going to have another view that's going to be used as a styles.logo box. So that's where the image is going to be. That image is going to have a source equal to, we first want to put it inside of an object such as URI, and then we want to call the check image URL, and we want to pass the company logo to it. If that is true, we can render a company logo. If it is not true, if it doesn't have it, then we can render that placeholder string that you can find in the GitHub gist down below. That's going to be that same logo company image that we had before. So there we have it. And we also want to give it a style equal to styles.logo image. And there we go. We have this default logo. That is great. Now below that view, we want to create another view. And this view is going to be for the text that's going to contain the job title. So text with a style equal to styles.job title, and then we render the job title. Of course, we can style the view itself a bit by giving it a style equal to styles.job title box, like this. There we go, just to provide some spacing. Finally, below that view, we're going to have another view, and that view is going to have a style equal to styles.company info box. So this is for more information, where we can render a text that's going to render a company name, and it's going to render a slash after it because we're going to show a country as well. For now, we can give this company name, if we spell it properly, we can give it a style equal to styles.company name, and we can save it. We can see signify technology. And now below this text, we can add a view, and that view is going to contain an image, a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to icons.location. The resize mode is going to be set to contain, and the style is going to be styles.location image. So this is simply going to give us this little pin on the map. And then after that, still within that view, we can create a text element that's going to render the location like so. Of course, we want to style it a bit by giving it a style equal to styles.location name. And we also want to style the view inside of which the image and the text are by giving it the style equal to styles.location box. And if we save it, we have a great looking company detailed page. Wonderful. At least the first part, the details about the company. Now, below that, we want to show some job tabs. And these job tabs are going to be something like about, qualification, responsibilities, where we can read more information about that specific job. So right at the top of our job details page, let's scroll up and let's create a new variable called tabs is equal to an array where we have about the job, we have qualifications, and finally, we're going to have responsibilities as well. There we go. So we have these three tabs. And of course, we have to create a new useState field that's going to be called active tab. So we need to know which tab is currently active. The first one that's going to be active can be set to tabs 0. That is going to be the about section. So with that said, we can scroll down and we can pass some props to our job tabs. So we can pass the tabs prop, which is going to be equal to tabs. We can pass the active tab equal to active tab. and then set active tab equal to, I think you can guess it, set active tab. And with that, we can control click into the job tabs and we can start implementing the actual tabs. That's going to be fairly simple as well. We're first going to import a couple of things from React Native, things such as a touchable opacity, of course, the view and the text, and then the flat list as well to render those tabs. Finally, we're going to also import some sizes for paddings and such coming from constants. Great. Now our tabs are already getting some props because we passed them. So that's going to be tabs, active tab, as well as the set active tab. Great. And we can return a view with a style equal to styles.container, inside of which we can render a flat list. That is going to be a self-closing element that has to have the data prop equal to tabs. And on top of data, we also need to have a render item property where we specify how we want to render those items by creating a callback function. We get the item data right here if we destructure it. And now each item is going to be a tab button. That tab button is a self-closing component which we can create right here on top by saying const tab button is equal to an arrow function with an instant return. To that tab button, we can pass over the name equal as item, and we can also pass the active tab equal to the active tab. And finally, we can pass the on handle search type, where we can set that to be the active tab, meaning we are searching for that specific thing. Now, of course, we have to return something for that tab button. So for now, we can simply leave that as a touchable opacity, where we have a text element that's going to say the name of that tab. And of course, we have to get something from props, what we just passed, that's going to be name, the active tab, as well as the on handle search type. And there we go. We can see about, qualifications, and responsibilities. Soon enough, we'll be able to switch between those. Now, if we go into the flat list below the render item, we need to make it horizontal. So right here, we can make them appear next to each other. We want to say shows horizontal scroll indicator set to false. And we also need to give them a key by saying key extractor is equal to item, pointing to the item. And then we want to give it a content container style equal to an object where the column gap is equal to sizes dot small divided by 2. Now they're going to be divided. And finally, we have to now style the actual tab button by giving the touchable opacity a style equal to styles.btn, to which we pass the name and the active tab. So now you can see the first one is active, the other two are not. And we also need to give it an on press, on handle search type. So now once we click it, it's going to become activated. And finally, we can style the text by giving it a style equal to styles.btn text, and we pass in the name and the active tab. That way it's going to know whether it's active or not. And there we go. We can actually switch between these three really great looking tabs. Now, of course, we're going to focus on the content that lies within them. So to do that, we can jump down and we can go below our job tabs into something that's going to be dynamic and that we're going to call display tab content, and we're going to call it as a function. This, of course, does not exist yet, but we're going to declare it right here above. So we're going to declare a new function, const display tab content, which is going to be an arrow function. and it's going to have a switch case. We want to call a switch that's going to have the key equal to active tab, and then we're going to have a couple of different values. Active tab can be qualifications. The second case is where the active tab is going to be about, and then the third case is where it's going to be responsibilities, like so. So now we have three different cases that we can return some logic for. Let's first focus on qualifications. If we are on the qualifications tab, we can return a component that we are yet to create called specifics. And it can be a self-closing component that's going to have a title equal to qualifications, and it's going to have points equal to data0.job_highlights, !qualifications, and we can have a special new JavaScript operator, !, so if that doesn't exist, we can simply show NA, meaning no data. Great. So now if we save this, and if I open the job details page, you can see about is turned on, and we cannot seem to see anything yet, even though we are returning the qualifications. But right now we're on the about, not on qualifications. So let's switch to qualifications, and we can see specifics. That means that we are actually passing the data, and we are rendering the specifics, but we're just not showing anything in there as of now. So we can dive into the specifics component and actually render the data about the qualifications for this job that we have. To do that, we can get the view and the text coming from React Native, get the styles, and get the title, as well as the points from the props, because we're passing them right here. Then we can have a view that's going to have a style equal to styles.container. And right below that, we can have a text element that's going to render the title like so. We can see qualifications and then colon. We can also give it a style equal to styles.title. Okay, that made it a bit better. And now below that, we can have a view that's going to have a style equal to styles.pointsContainer. And inside of there, we want to simply map over the points. By saying points.map, we get each individual item and the index. And for each item, we want to return a view that's going to have a text element with a style equal to styles.point. And that's going to be a self-closing text element. And we want to have another text element that's going to be a text with that's going to render the item property. If we save that, we can see a little dot right here and then NA. So let's also provide a style to this view by saying style is equal to styles.pointWrapper, and key is equal to item plus index to make it unique. Okay. Also, this is not going to be a text, it's going to be a view that's going to show that dot. And also the text is going to have a style equal to styles.pointText, like this. Now, if we go back and if we click on a specific job and go to qualifications, we can see NA. That means that maybe the data is not being properly fetched. So let's try to go to some other job as well. And we again see NA. Let's go for this Upwork full-time job. And we have NA. That means that we're not properly fetching the data for these points. So let's look into it. We're trying to do data0.job_highlights.qualifications. And that looks good to me. But the API called this with a capital Q letter. Why is that the case? I'm not sure, but they did. So if we save this, we're gonna actually get full job data. In this case, it's just be fluent in English. But if we go to some other job, such as this senior React developer, we can see a list of full qualifications that they have. Wonderful. With that said, the first tab is done and we can move on to the About section. So if we are on the About, we want to return the job about. And we can provide the info to it. So we can say info is equal to data0.job_description or no data provided, like this. And we can save that and jump into the job about functional component. This one is going to be even simpler. The only thing we have to do is destructure the info, give a style to this view equal to styles.container. This text is going to render about the job, and we can give it a style equal to styles.head text, like so. And then we can render a view that's going to have the style equal to styles.content box. And finally, inside of it, we want to render another text that's going to say info. And we can also give it a style equal to context text, and we can save it. And now if we go to the about, it breaks because the context text doesn't exist because it's supposed to be styles.context text. And now if we go into a new job, immediately on the about, we have the full description about this specific job. And just to show you, it's going to be different for every single one. So we have the job description for Upwork. We also have for this company right here. Looking great. As you can see, writing apps in React Native is just using some views, some texts, and then applying some styling. But overall, this is looking great so far. So let's go back from the about, close the specifics, and now let's focus on responsibilities. So thankfully for us, responsibilities is going to look the same as the qualifications. So the only thing we have to do is copy the specifics, paste it right here under return, and then change the title to responsibilities. And instead of passing the qualifications, we're going to simply pass, you can guess it, responsibilities. That is great. Make sure to have the capital R right there. And now if we go into a job, we can see the about section, we can see the qualifications, and the responsibilities are NA in this case. But if we go to a different job and go to responsibilities, it's still NA. So it's possible that we misspelled something. Yes, we did. I spelled it responsibilities, but it's supposed to be responsibilities. And I need to change it all over the place as well. So there we go. Now I spelled it properly and we should be good. So if we hit responsibilities, we can see them. We can see the qualifications and the about the job as well. This is looking great. So now our entire job details is almost done, but we're going to also add a button at the bottom so we can actually apply to that specific job. That's going to lead us straight to the browser. So it's actually going to open up a page of this exact job in the browser, and then we can apply directly there. So let's focus on doing that right now by scrolling a bit down, going below this display tab content, which we recently did, below the scroll view, and there we're going to render the self-closing job footer component. The only thing we have to pass to it is a URL that's going to be equal to data0 $job_Google_link. So this is going to give us the actual link of that job where we can apply, or if that is not the case, we can go to https://careers.google.com/jobs/results. This is only if the job link does not exist, but that should not happen often. With that said, we can now control click into the job footer and implement it as the last part of our job details page. But as you can see, everything here is within the scroll view. That's really important to note. The scroll view ends here. So everything that you can see is going to be here. You can scroll through it. But now the footer, as you can see, remains on the bottom because it's outside of the scroll view. Just a thing to know. Now we can start focusing on implementing this great looking footer. And implementing the footer won't be any tougher than implementing our qualifications, about, or responsibilities. The only thing we have to do is import a couple more elements from React Native, such as the touchable opacity, the image, and for the first time so far, something known as linking. We can also import some icons that we have saved in our assets, coming from ../../constants. And we already know that we're passing the URL to our footer as a prop. With that said, we can give this view a style equal to styles.container. And immediately inside of there, we can render a touchable opacity. Within it, we're going to render the image that's going to have the source equal to icons.heart outline. The resize mode is going to be set to contain, and then the style is going to be equal to styles.like btn image. And if we save that, you cannot see anything yet, but if I give this touchable opacity a style equal to like styles.like btn and save it, you can see this heart icon appear at the bottom. Now, we won't do the functionality for this right now, but if you want to, you can implement something similar to local storage, but for React Native applications, and then like the jobs that you want. Great. But more importantly, below that touchable opacity, we're going to have another touchable opacity. And this one is going to render a text element that's going to say apply for job. That's what matters. That text is going to have a style equal to styles.apply btn text, like so. And also to that touchable opacity, we can pass a style equal to styles.apply btn. And you can see how great that is looking. But if we click it, nothing happens right now. So let's give it an on press. It's not an on click, it's an on press. And we can say linking dot open URL, and we pass the URL we want to open. So now if we save this and click apply for job, it's going to open that specific job listing wherever it is posted, on Google Jobs, LinkedIn, Glassdoor, or so on. And then you can directly apply right there. Isn't that great? With that said, our entire job details page is now complete. We can first find the job that we want, read more about it, get the qualifications, and get the responsibilities, as well as see the type of the position and the name, the company name, what is the country of that company, and then we can apply for that job. Isn't that great? Now, right here, we can click on jobs, we can see their job details, but what we haven't yet implemented is the search functionality. So right here, when we type React, we want to be able to click and get only React-related jobs, or maybe something else. That's going to be up to you. So let's close all of the currently open files and go all the way to our index, which is the home page. And now we have to pass some props to the welcome, because in the welcome we have all of these little buttons, and we have the search as well. And there we can do the logic for the search. So let's do that next. To our search, we need to pass our search term and the handle click button. So right here at the top of our homepage, we can create a new use state field called search term, set search term, and at the start, it can be set to an empty string, just like so. Now to our welcome component, we can pass a search term equal to search term, a set search term equal to set search term, and finally a handle click, which is going to be equal to a callback function that's going to check if the search term exists. So if search term, and only if it does, it's going to do a router.push. So it's going to push to a dynamic string of /search, and then search term. So we're going to re-navigate to the search page, which we haven't yet created. Great. So that's what we're doing right now. And now we can utilize that within the welcome component by going into it. And we can accept the props we just passed. That's going to be the search term, the set search term, as well as handle click. Great. Now, where are we actually going to use that? Well, of course, inside of our text input. The value of the text input is going to be the search term. And then on change handler, we're going to get the text, and we simply want to set search term to be equal to text. In React Native, you don't have to do that e.target.value. In here, you immediately get the value. Great. Now, also, I think we have a button right here where we set active job type. There, we're already redirecting here. So I think we should be good to go. So if we save this file, now once we click the search button, we should actually re-navigate to the search. Or not yet. We are going to change the input value, but we have to change this search icon to actually do something. So right here, we have to use this handle click that we have created. Handle click. There we go. So now we're going to point to the search page. Now let's take our phone in the hand and let's type something like React. And let's click search. As you can see, it says failed prop at the bottom. Let's see what that is all about. Failed prop. I think this is something not related to what we have done recently. We're going to fix that soon. But we indeed do get routed to a new unmatched route. And it's unmatched because we haven't yet created it. So we can do that next. We can go to our file explorer and we can create a new folder called search. Inside of the search, we can create a new file called id.js. That means that it is a dynamic route. And this page is going to be almost exactly the same as our homepage. We won't have this welcome part where the search is, and we won't have the popular jobs, but we're going to reuse this exact nearby jobs list. The only thing that the search is essentially a list of different job postings based on that search query. So for that reason, we'll be able to reuse most of the code we already wrote. So down in the description, within a GitHub gist, you'll be able to find a file called search, and then you can copy and paste it right here. So if you notice that we have a flat list right here, and that flat list is just rendering the same nearby job cards that we had before. So nothing new. When it comes to the way we fetch data, you can see that we have the same search as we have in the use fetch. We essentially call the API with a search, pass over the params, and make a request. So now the only thing we'll have to do is you'll have to add your own API key, which we can take from the use fetch hook. So if you go to the use fetch, you're going to have your own key right here, which you can copy, and then you can pass it right here into our headers, right here instead of this rapid API key, and that should be good. Great. Once you have entered your API key, we might need to reload our server. So let's press Ctrl+C, and then rerun the expo CLI start tunnel because we have added a new file. After you do that, you'll be able to rescan the QR code and we can check out our great search page. And there we go. We are on the home page. And if I search for something like JavaScript and press search, you can see that we indeed do get re-navigated to the search page, although there are some slight issues. We have invalid prop value of type object supplied to forward ref text input expected string. So we can definitely look into this, but more so, we can see our search results. We got them back, and we also have a proper pagination built in place. Although at the top of our search page, you can see that we have some kind of an object. So let's go ahead and look into that together. That's going to be Right here, we can see that params.id is being rendered above the job opportunities. But for some reason, it looks like that params.id is an object. What if we click part-time here? This time, it works properly, part-time, and we can see the part-time jobs. If we click right here for contractor, we can see contractor. But only if we do a search and then click search, we have object. So it must mean we're doing something wrong with the actual search. So let's see where that button is to search for jobs. It is right here, icons search. And there we're calling the handle click button. Now we're passing the handle click all the way from the index. So let's see how the handle click looks like and what is it about. We're going to router.push /search / and then the search term. So this is looking good to me. We're passing the search term we want to search for. Yep, this is looking good. So if we go back one more time and we search for something like React this time and press search, still the same thing. And the reason for that is maybe we're not properly changing the input while we type. So if we go into the welcome, here in the text input, you can see that I put it as onChange. But onChange doesn't exist in React Native. Rather, what we have is onChange text. So we should have called it onChange text. These are some little differences from React and React Native. So now we should be actually updating the search term and we should be passing the right search term to our search. Let's check that out. If I go back one more time and search for React, I guess I have to retype it again. So let's change React and search, and there we go. Job opportunities for React. This is wonderful. And keep in mind, we have full pagination at the bottom, as well as we can now navigate to the job details page of each one of these jobs. Isn't that cool? And with that, the majority of our application is fully complete. We have a wonderful looking, fully functional homepage where we can search for full-time jobs, contractor jobs, or part-time jobs as well. We have loading indicators. We have popular jobs at the top. We have nearby jobs right here. And we can open up the job details page of any of these jobs to see the about, qualifications, and responsibilities. This is looking great. Of course, the show all buttons right here are not working, the profile icon or the hamburger menu, but these are some of the things that you can implement on your own. So far, this has been a great introduction to React. I know that it might seem that a lot of code was provided to you, but that really is not the case. The only thing that was provided was the actual structure of the file explorer, but everything else, every single little detail, every single little component was coded by you. So now you know that we have some touchable opacities, images, we don't have divs, we don't have p tags, but we have texts and we have views. So I hope you really learned a lot. This was just an introduction to React Native to teach you how to develop this great React Native application. So great job on coming to the end of this video. It was definitely a great video and a bit different from what we usually do on the JSM YouTube channel. Now let's close all of the currently open files. And before we actually deploy our app to the internet so you can put it in your portfolio, let's do a final few fixes. You might notice that we forgot to add the routing on our popular jobs. So right now we can only open the job details from the search or from the nearby jobs, but we cannot open it from the popular jobs. So let's go into the popular job card right here. And here you're going to notice that we have on press, handle card press, which are passing over from the popular jobs. So let's navigate to the popular jobs component and see what that handle card press does. It is here. Right now we left it as empty. So let's go ahead and focus on implementing that functionality. Trust me when I tell you it's going to be pretty simple. The only thing we want to do is call the router.push and navigate dynamically to /job-details /item.job_ID. And that is it. Finally, we also want to set selected job to be equal to that job. Now, if we save it and shake our device and reload, we should be able to navigate to one of the popular jobs detail pages right now. Let's test it out. Let's go with Prodware Solutions. And there we go. You can see the details. And it is also currently selected. So now we can go choose a different one. That works as well. They all seem to be working. That is wonderful. So we can just keep testing it out. For this one, we got no data. And this can sometimes happen, which is why we introduced that refetch function. So we can go into our job details, meaning the ID file. And here we have imported this use callback, and we also have imported this refetch. So let's try making that work. Right here, we have created this onRefresh function, which is going to be equal to a use callback hook. And we want to pass it a function that we can call with the dependency array being empty. There, we want to set refreshing to be set to true. We want to then call the refetch, and then we want to set refreshing to be false. Essentially, in here, we're going to make another call to this. And it looks like I misspelled it. That's going to be use callback. So now, if we try going through a couple of popular jobs again, you can see we're fetching, we got it, and we can try going through this to see if all the data is there. Yep, so far so good. We can keep going, and everything is looking great. And the app feels so natural in my hand. You can just use it as a regular application. On iPhone, you can also switch back, so you can see how native it feels like, right? You can go back to the previous page, you can open it up. You can apply to this job, for example, and it's going to open it up in the browser. That works as well. So you can keep doing everything you want to. That is great. Switch between qualifications, about, and you can open different jobs as well. This is working perfectly. With that said, our application is now fully done and we are ready to deploy it using Expo. To deploy our application, we can stop the server from running and then we can clear our terminal. Inside of here, make sure that you have installed, so npm install -g expo CLI. If you have used that tunnel as I have, then you already have it installed. If not, you can install it right now. The only thing you have to do is run a command called expo publish and run enter. It's going to ask to publish an update. Yes, that's fine. Let's install expo updates as well. So this process is going to take about a minute and I'll be right back. Oh, and the build failed. We got uploading JavaScript bundles failed with 503. That's usually not an error related to building the code and publishing it. But this could be an internal expo CLI error. So what I did is I just reran the expo publish command one more time immediately after. And for me, it worked the second time. So the publish was completed, which is great. So just so you know, if you do get that 503 or any kind of other error, you can just run expo publish again, and it should work as it did for me right here. Now, if you control click the Learn More page, you will be redirected to this site right here, where it says when you successfully run ES update for a project page is created that shows your app icon and description and includes a QR code that can be scanned to open the app in some situations. The Expo client for Android can open any app, but due to limitations on the iOS platform, you're only able to view your own projects or projects published to a development team that you are a member of. Of course, if you want to be able to view it everywhere, you can deploy it to the respective app stores of your operating system. So with that said, this is how that site looks like. This is the link that you can add to your application if you want your Android users to really quickly test it out. As you can see, we have the name of the application as well as the QR code, which people can scan to open your application if they have an Expo Go application. Now, since this is not going to cover 100% of devices, it might be best that you showcase this project only with your GitHub repository, with your code, plus the screenshots of the actual application. And then if somebody wants to, they can run it locally and then play with it. Because this QR code is still not perfect. It only works with Android, And apparently, if you scan it for the first time, you're going to get an unmatched route error. And then if you click go back, it's going to render the application. Apparently, there are still some issues with the Expo Go routing. So by the time that you're watching this video, that might have been fixed. If that is the case, you can go through the description and maybe there's going to be a fix there. If not, just showcase this project by showing your code and the screenshots of the application. Everybody else can run it locally if they want to. With that said, we've came to the end of building our phenomenal developer job search application. Thank you so much for staying with me until the end of this React Native crash course video, and I hope that you liked it. And as I mentioned in the beginning, in our JSM Masterclass experience, we also build an application just like this one, but you're going to have to build it with the mentor help, with the help of your team as well. It's going to look something like you've just seen on the screen right now, a complete developer job search platform. There we go. You can see it's going to have some latest job cards recommended for you and many more functionalities. So if you want to really improve your developer knowledge, you can join us in the next JSM Masterclass Experience cohort. With that said, huge thanks to Rapid API not only for sponsoring this video, but for creating such a phenomenal platform when us developers can find all the APIs we might want to use. Also, huge thanks to the OpenWeb Ninja for creating the JSearch API that allowed us to make all of these API requests to be able to see our developer-related jobs. That's going to be it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.